only. Okay.
Okay, hello everyone. Thanks for joining. Welcome to day 2 of this beautiful conference that we're having here. So today, to kick off the next 10 hours of talks, we are going to have Stefan Maftei. He's an assistant professor at Dolj University in the Department of Philosophy in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. His main research areas are philosophy of art, rhetorics, and philosophy of culture. In 2022, he published the first Romanian translation of Day2's major aesthetic essay of the standards of taste and other essays with Acon, and his latest book in Romanian focuses on Rousseau and civilization, and has also been published last year with Acon.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi everyone, thank you for being here. I need the slides.
Yes, the slides are here.
My presentation is on Nietzsche and rhetoric, challenges of reading Nietzsche as a posthumanism. It's basically an introduction on what humanism means. Nietzsche. It's just a first part of what I wanted to do. Basically. So my presentation would include only the first part of probably a bigger paper. It's open. It's open. Yeah. Okay. I will not be able to see up to the up to the end of the page because of these. Can you put this?
Yes.
In full screen?
Okay.
Or
something like that.
Yeah, something like this. Thank you. Okay. So probably this view of man of Nietzsche, his view of man, this is the subject of my presentation, can be summed up by Protagoras' statement, which is well known, man is the measure of all things. This will become the humanist dictum, the homo mensura. This is the Latin translation of his statement. Ancient sources report, this is a quote, from that this sentence opened work named Truth, which was a public declamation with which he presented himself to the public to potential pupils. In its original form, it says like this: of all things the measure is man, of those that are that they are, and of those that are not that they are not. This is a quote from Protagoras, and probably it's an original quote. Here in this statement, man as a measure of all things, we have three meanings according to separate philosophy. First, the meaning of Plato, which is given by his dialogue Epictetus. The phrase in this meaning, the phrase is interpreted very simply as a thesis about knowledge, which is just sensation, which is of course debated by Plato. The second meaning of this dictum comes from Aristotle and Sextus Empiricus. They both present this statement in words and discuss it. This meaning proposes a broader interpretation, not just sensations are its object, but all opinions and judgments, especially value judgments. This is something new and interesting to us. In this reading, the phrase means that each individual is the ultimate arbiter of judgment, not only that the winning is one, but also that performing the action is right or wrong. So it's not just about statements about nature or reality, it's about that statements about that. The third reason of the phrase, what is meant by man, therefore, is each person with his or her own personal history, experiences, experiences. This is another reading of the standard philosophy about this phrase. So it's the third meaning is about reading this statement as a personal statement, which is interesting. This take on on this famous phrase. Thus, quote, the true measure then is not man in the abstract sense, but rather each individual's experience. End quote. This reading opens the path to what we call today a pluralist interpretation with relation to proposition of knowledge or moral statements, as it is also a signal of individualism with respect to human classical reasoning. It is probably that this claim is directed against philosophers such as Parmenides and their notion of truth. That it's directed by Protagoras against Parmenides and their notion, and it's his notion of truth, and knowledge is opposed to opinion and individual experiences according to this encyclopedia. However, the thesis itself by Protagoras has been rigorously subjected to criticism already by ancient writers as being solipsistic and self-refuting. And yes, there are some things here which can be refuted as consequences of its thesis. I would add a fourth meaning to these three meanings. The fact that Protagoras' dictum is directed against all these theories that put the gods at the source and ground and measure of thinking. I guess this is what was meant in his statement. This statement, proposed by an intellectual, which is Protagoras, trying to defy the old conventional Greek religious worldview, gives an impetus to all types of humanism from there on, atheistic, non-atheistic, etc. We know that from sources that Protagoras was not an atheist, he was an agnostic, actually. And this dictum establishes the human being as the ground of all knowledge and right. It also establishes faith in man's cognitive, linguistic, persuasive, moral, educational, and legal capacities. This faith is presented and is excellent in almost all of the fragments that we have from the sources. Stated, starting with Protagoras' logos, the logos, which can be translated as either as reason or as argument or as discourse or as speech, becomes all human. This logos becomes all human. There is no divine logos anymore as an object of discussion. The object of discussion is logos as all human. And as a force, as a power, power is a term that sophists use, actually, to be reckoned with. There are many instances where you can see logos as referred in relation to power. For example, in Gorgias, in the dialogue, and in Gorgias' fragments, you can see this idea. Man is established and as first and foremost as a logocentric and paetocentric, paetos means persuasion to the Greek, rational linguistic as well as persuasive being. This is to that period, to that age, that was the fact that we can establish a logocentric and a paetocentric worldview. Incidentally or not, this is the first institution in the sense that it's a declaration or a manifest of virtue based on logos as a fundamental human capacity. See here Aristotle's definition of virtue as dynamis, as capacity for force. This is a thesis which is also related to the subject. It's a thesis that Aristotle takes from Socrates and reiterates. This dictum by Protagoras is also the first anthropocentric worldview, so it is fair to say that Protagoras may be judged as the father of all humanists. In sum, this logos, which can be seen as speech, discourse, reason, is the ground of all values, as they are socially and interpersonally instituted. This is another part. The first part of Protagoras is his individualism and his collegium, solipsism. The second part is his social theory, which is interesting and which can be found in the dialogue segment, the dialogue of Protagoras, especially in the meat of Prometheus, presented by Protagoras. So, in Protagoras, there are basically no values without society, as there is no real human society without instituted values. This interpretation of values as socially constituted mitigates his earlier thesis, his earlier homo mensura thesis. Yes, human values are interpretable, and man is the ultimate arbiter of his world, of his cognitive world, but values are socially instituted. Laws are necessary. Speech and reasoning we learn and use in common, which describe the birth of the political art. See the myth of Prometheus, Protagoras, 320 C, 322. The myth states that myth from there, from that passage, states that because of injustices and fearing that the human race would meet extinction, Zeus dispatched Hermes to distribute justice and shame, decay and idols. What is justice and shame there in the city? The myth of the political state, which is basically this is the political state presented by that fragment, analyzes justice towards oneself to idols, which means justice with respect to the individual as an individual moral value, and justice directed to others in the form of victim. It is a Greek word for justice. With idols, shame. We can translate it as shame. You govern yourself in view of others. With decay, you govern others in view of yourself, and this is the essence of the regulated political life in the so-called well-regulated cities, as Aristotle says. Before being individual creatures, thus, we are social creatures basically, and we live a well-regulated, voluntary social life, unlike other creatures, with the help of values, contracts, and laws instituted by our almost divine laws. It's not divine; it's human. Society and peaceful polis regulated by norms and values are our creations, and we are proud of it. This is the thesis that Starbucks conveys. And these are the roots of humanism. Here we can see the basic roots of humanism. Then we can see a tradition from that, from those basic roots. Humanism also has roots in Cicero's term humanitas, a term which translates, in my opinion, Isocrates' earlier notion of idea in as philosophia, meaning two things in Cicero. Humanitas as education, or later humanism, or education, as well as humaneness. So this term is used both ways, and it is used by the same author, and sometimes in the same word. So we have an educational and an ethical sense of this term. The term appears with both meanings in Cicero. I said this before. There is an interesting passage from Aulus Gellius, a late 2nd century writer, who comments on this, and he basically specifies this difference, ethical versus educational difference in Cicero. I have some other quotes, interesting quotes from Cicero regarding the life and letters, as he calls it, the importance of lettered education, of education in writing, or of rhetoric, basically. We see some passages from his letters to friends, where he says, "Well, live, you say in your books. Do you suppose that I do anything else?" He answers. "Or could I live at all were it not that I live in my books? How possam vivere, nisi interis vivere? But even with them, though I am not exactly sick of them, there is a certain limit," Cicero says in his letters. "When I have left them, though I am very little concerned about my dinner, still I am unable to discover what better I can do until I could take myself to them." So basically, letters and writing is a way of life, our way of life to the system. So this passage will emerge into a formula, actually, a Latin formula which says it illiteris vivere. It means to be educated, but in Latin this means to live in letters. This is already a formula. There is another passage from the discourse on Verres. A man without any worldly skill, he characterizes Verres as a man without any worldly skill, without culture, without talent, without talent. Okay. In my opinion, this formula from Cicero can also be read as his response to his Isocratic response to the philosophical precept of Socrates. If Socrates said the uneducated life is not worth living, Cicero will say the uneducated life is not worth living. So it's a little bit different. But it's the same thing. The fact that what you do is what you are. What you are is what you do. Socrates, well, I will not mention Socrates because I don't think we have time. Socrates is basically Cicero's source on the concept of humanitas. He takes the concept of humanitas from Socrates' idea, and he adds this second meaning, which means humanitas as humanness, not just as education and letters. Okay. There is an interesting foundational myth of a civilizing logos also in Cicero and Day2, where he says that basically logos is or speech is the way to civilization. Men are civilized and tamed by speech. Men were scattered, he says, in the fields and hidden in sylvan retreats, when a great and wise man assembled and gathered them in accordance with the plan. He introduced them to every use and honorable occupation, though they cried out against it at first because of its novelty, and then, when through reason and eloquence they had listened with greater attention, he transformed from wild savages into a kind and gentle form. So basically, logos is an instrument for civilization. What about Nietzsche? What about Nietzsche's humanism and his preoccupations with rhetoric? Well, they are important. Nietzsche should be read also as a philologist, not just as a philosopher. Basically, every major idea of Nietzsche's early or late philosophy is informed in some way or another by his involvement with the classics. Rhetoric was also a specialty of his philological training, say especially his teacher activity in Basel. This period, beginning with the inaugural dissertation, Homer and classical philology, is marked also by a substantial library on lectures, on ancient rhetoric, and on the history of ancient elements. Here I describe his lectures to his students on ancient rhetoric and ancient eloquence, comprising a history of ancient rhetoric and some lectures on Aristotle's rhetoric. From these lectures, probably the most important is the description of ancient rhetoric, the Darstellung der Antike Rhetorik from 1872, which had influences on 1970s post-structuralism. There was first edition, the Chrono edition, in 1912, edited by Cluj, who published only the first part of the description, considering that only the first 7 chapters were suited for publication because they were considered as original. The rest was considered as quotations from other sources. In 1971, Jean-Luc Nancy and Lacoulabar translated into French the already published version of the 1912 edition. There is also an English translation of these two aforementioned lectures, and only in 1995, the biggest German edition, the English edition by will publish a complete version of these lectures and of the lectures of Aristotle. Why is rhetoric important to us at this point? First, for philological reasons in relation to Nietzsche, then because these lectures on rhetoric inspired the linguistic term of the 1970s. For example, in Nietzsche studies by Paul Leman, Alan Schiff, Sarah Kaufman, Day2, Philippe Lacoulabar, Jean Nancy, and indicated a shift in rhetorical theory also by introducing the famous idea of rhetorical, which means basically that rhetoric is not just an art, but it has a characteristic rhetoricality which is it's incumbent on all speech, on all language. This idea is based on Nietzsche's earlier idea from the Darstellung, which says that all language is topological. We have no literal meaning. All meaning is created by choice. This thesis opened new ways in the critique of epistemology and in Nietzsche's later critique, philosophical critique of philosophical concepts. Basically, he says, and I think Nietzsche is probably here the first full-scale modern critical experiment. That's why I brought you onto this journey towards the end, which discusses Nietzsche's humanism. However, he targeted not all humanism. My idea is that he was a humanist, but an anti-humanist humanist. So, He targeted not all humanism, see the critical reception of moral orientation to manifest, and he did not reject it wholesale. So he's an anti-humanism, but also a humanist. We will see why. The basis of opposition of Protagoras is still there, in his view. Individualism, conventionalism, relativism, pluralism, belief in somewhat limited human capacity of invention and creation because of his tragic philosophy, of course. The tragic side of human existence. So he nuances Protagoras' thesis about the all-powerful human reason or human capacity of invention and creation.
Stefan, I'm gonna have to ask you to wrap it up.
I guess I'm, yeah.
Okay, great.
So 2 or 3, and it's most. I guess this idea of Nietzsche as somewhat a follower of Protagoras and of his idea of human capacity of invention and creation, I think his work he still has nuances of anthropocentrism, not uncritical, however. See Zarathustra or see where he talks about the necessity of a future new concept of human nature, and also Nietzsche's anti-anthropocentric critique of language and concepts, and also a critique of logocentrism and ratiocentrism. So all these critiques are somewhat mitigating this residual anthropocentrism. So his targets were mostly modern strains of humanism, and we can see that in the fragments and in the works. Some of them are very relevant. For example, the 18th century universalistic humanism, which overlooks Protagoras' moral relativism. He rejected the Enlightenment's trio, reason, tolerance, humanity, and we can see that from many works, especially Will to Power. He also rejected 19th century scientific humanism, the German strain of humanism. He also targeted ferociously the whole liberal humanism, that's what is called today humanism, which is the humanism proposed by John Stuart Mill or Comte. We don't read Comte anymore, but he was very important in his age, and he influenced a lot of thinking. And Comte actually dreamed of a sort of humanism and secular religion. So this idea of universal humanism or universal humanization, this to Nietzsche is impossible. As he puts it in Human All to Human, there is no universal and eternal human condition. Thank you very much.
We have about 5 minutes for questions, so if anybody has any questions,
Also, what kind of humanism does Nietzsche endorse, and how does that relate specifically to the one established by Protagoras?
I think
you would
yes.
Sum up.
Yes. Well, I think he negotiates with humanism. I think he still captures and keeps some traits of humanism, such as the one mentioned before, individualism, for example, or relativism, or this idea that we still have to believe, or our only belief should be the belief in human creativity regarding values. I think he also values a lot human invention, the capacity of human invention, but also he negotiates this humanism with his own tragical vision about existence. Because there are, in Nietzsche, there are limits to this humanism, to this Protagorean humanism. I think he retains a lot of Protagoras, even things that are still anthropocentric. For example, the fact that, well, we have to dream of a new human being, but I don't know if he actually dreams of a post-human being or a transhuman being. Yes, probably yes. I don't know, but some fragments, for example, the one quoted yesterday from Zarathustra, the one with the ape and the man, where the overman is a continuation of the. I don't know if this fragment can be read evolutionary in an evolutionary way, or it can be read in a moral way. A lot of fragments from Zarathustra, in my interpretation, seem moralistic, more than Darwinistic or evolutionary or something like that, or scientific. He adopts a lot of I mean, I recognize that he adopts a lot of Darwinistic language. He uses a lot of Darwinistic language and a lot of Darwinistic metaphors, but I don't know if he really means it sometimes. At least in those passages where he talks about the overman. Those from Zarathustra indicate to me that he is referring to a transvaluation of old values. Not to a new human being, new type of human being, in a naturalistic way. Probably, I don't know. There you have a difference in interpretation. So, in relation to Protagoras, I think he retains a lot of Protagoras, but also criticizes a lot of Protagoras because he's not in accordance with this sophistic idea of a serene optimism about reason. He is not logocentric and he is not ratiocentric. He's well known for his anti-racial centric and for his, well, sometimes for irrationalism, centrationism per se. I think it's a critique of logocentrism. So I don't know what he puts what he puts actually in the place of humanism. Probably another humanism, which is somewhat recreated, reimagined, criticized, critical, etc., etc. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Stefan. We will be moving on after your presentation to the next presenter, to Frederick Ballman.
Potete tossare questo. E tosse.
Okay, so Frederick, born in 1982, is a graduate of psychology and philosophy. Presently works as a work inspector at the French Ministry of Labor. He's also a speaker and member of AFT Technologies Board, where he's trying to develop a radical and spiritual transhumanist thought. He works on political issues of far-right thought, notably naturalism, realism, and transcendence, through the study of Alain Soral.
Bună ziua! Mulțumesc, sunt foarte fericit să fiu alături de dumneavoastră.
Magnifique.
These few words in Romanian to show you that I am as good in English as in Romanian. It is still a battlefield. The academic disputation surrounding Nietzschean concepts and their possibility of integration into a transhumanist perspective remains lively. Can transhumanists appropriate concepts like life, power, creation of a human, even chaos, or are they doomed to only be associated with Nietzsche's pejorative terms, such as resentment, backwoodsman, last man, and so on? This negative point of view is held by the French philosopher Arnaud Sorosina. In a text published in 2020 for a medical journal, Written in that fierce Nietzschean style, he expresses contempt towards transhumanists and directly attacks Stephen Lawrenson. That's quite fun and spectacular. But let me work around the problem. You know, in France, Nietzsche is almost ignored by transhumanists. On the other hand, he is appreciated by lots of literary people, psychologists, and philosophers. But most of them are hostile to transhumanism. So I will have a pragmatic or maybe a strategic approach. I will leave aside the perspectives which validate a Nietzschean transhumanism, because I have no problem with this. All forces are welcome in that great family, even if we may feel bothered sometimes by the beyond good and evil aspect, which could give us an even more controversial image than we already struggle with. So I am not going to try so hard to demonstrate that Nietzsche's concepts can serve transhumanism. I'm going to focus instead on the Nietzschean criticism to show that, whether they are relevant or not, they are harmless. And this makes these Nietzscheans free riders of transhumanism. If you prefer the image, illegal streamers. To carry out this project, I will first analyze some decisive positions of Rosina and Jean-Michel Beignet, hedonism, power of life, and the symbolic level. Secondly, I am going to put on the raw and rude classical transhumanism and show you our genealogy and their pragmatic transhumanism. Then I will challenge the idea of a Nietzschean anti-transhumanist politics. Okay. The thing that struck me when I read Sorosina is not the methodological ambiguity. Is Sorosina speaking in his own name as a Nietzschean he is, or as a shepherd of the Nietzschean approach? No, what caught my attention is that nothing in his discourse is a real objection to transhumanism. Just two decisive points. Hedonism. His key argument that confines transhumanists to the frantic escape from suffering and death is largely a straw man. Yes, there is David Pierce. And yes, lots of transhumanists research well-being and aging reversal and so on. But transhumanists advocate first for freedom and choice. If someone finds that hedonism is boring, or that it traps him in his idiotic identity, preventing him from becoming who he is, or more than who he is, no problem. He could configure his neural endpoint to intensify all these sensations, to excite his amygdala, to provoke synesthesia or psychedelic hallucinations. Who knows? Who knows? He might try something more dangerous. He might try gene transfer with his partner as a Valentine's Day gift. Sweetheart, please give me a beautiful gene with CRISPR-Cas9 and let's show what happens. He can implant a cancerous liver like the passionate physician in Lars von Trier's Kingdom. That's certainly examples of artistic great health. He can explore other becoming animals. Check out the art performance called May the Horse Live in Me by Marion Laval-Jantet. So what? This objection, I think, is cross-eyed. It does not target transhumanists, but rather the existential laziness that the Nietzschean detects in himself. Maybe not strong enough to resist the well-being temptation. But the weirdest argument is that of life. So Rosina claims that transhumanists want to enhance life through technologies that are fundamentally outside the norms of life. Non-living stuff to replace living ones, non-living lives to falsely prolong real life. In other words, the extended life of transhumanists is a devitalized life. And so, obviously, the paradigmatic transhumanist technology for Sorosina is mind uploading. It doesn't matter that mind uploading is just one of the many orientations of transhumanism. For Sorosina, when medicine overpasses the so-called norms of life, it's the dark side. It's transhumanism. Extrapolated from Nietzschean theory, that supposed dynamic of life would have nothing to do with cybernetic modeling or human-machine hybridization. There would be a wisdom and power of life infinitely superior but alien to what transhumanists might call life. Is it really a Nietzschean approach of life? Even if it is it convincing? Ask yourself. It should be noted that in the game of scientific approach of life, we have one of the branches of cybernetics, embodied cognition by Francisco Varela. And Varela asserted that nothing opposes artificial life and artificial consciousness. The dynamic of the living outside of biology, much to Sorosina's dismay. There were a notably famous debate on the subject between Cornelius Castoriadis and Francisco Varela. And perhaps, we could see a legacy between embodied cognition and the upcoming Yann Lequin JEPA model. Ultimately, who can say that when humans and machines hybridize, it is the machine of the human who takes the upper hand? It may be case by case. Besides, Sorosina advances a metaphysical concept of life, a very poetic vitalism. It's not a problem, but how can one reproach transhumanists for being sometimes a bit eccentric with mind uploading of simulated bodies and presenting such an esoteric stuff in return? And be so contemptuous and dogmatic. Jean-Michel Beignet is more flexible in the sense that he criticizes contemporaries' fascination with calculation and automation. He promotes ambiguity on the symbolic level, intersubjectivity. But he does not directly associate that symbolic level with life, because animals are alive without accessing the symbolic for him. He associates the symbolic with human psyche, and he suggests that computers do not access the symbolic level either. Because for him, artificial intelligence is just automatisms. Computers don't enter into the infinite exchange of symbols. They are just made to give a clear response. But his approach seems less cutting with transhumanism. If he clearly finds mind uploading and immortality are bullshit, vast sections of transhumanism are for him, if not desirable, at least thinkable, such as aspects of longevity, advanced medicine, and maybe morphological freedom. For Beignet, human life is much more than functional physiology, but if we can preserve it, thanks to biotechnologies, he recently said, why not? The point for him is about not reducing human and life to their physiological mechanics. That's it for the surfacic transhumanist proposals. Let's go to genealogy. These Nietzscheans think that the majority transhumanist mentality is strong transhumanism, and so that of the last man, hedonistic, fearing death and suffering. And transhumanist activists as kind of backward men, hating human life considered as a disease, as a contradiction between biological life and individual consciousness. That's my position somehow. Man, for me, is in Bernarian mode, the one who does not have death in front of him, sometimes like animals, but in him, in his head, man is the only living dead in nature. And so he wants an escape to a religion, to alcohol, to stupid and risky acts, what I call stunners. And now there is an escape to the singularity, which is nearer and nearer. Okay, so let's go for the last man. Nihilism, for the despisers of the given body, maybe for pseudo-Christianity. Why not? At least, let's understand that most transhumanists disgust these Nietzsche. But here, there is a loop. Due to its engineering aspect, transhumanism achievements are indeed material and in this world. Prosthetics are not magic. The cloud is not heaven. An artificial body could be a body. And in this world, it is not in a dark world. It is there. So these Nietzsche can use it shamelessly if they want. Use without participating, profit without working. Raised by wolves, free riders. After all, what kind of slave morality would prohibit Nietzsche from using well-evaluated technology simply because weak slaves created them? Rather, Nietzsche must examine each transhumanist proposal in the context of their personal lives and current desires to decide whether or not that proposal is right for them. This is what I call pragmatic transhumanism. I have seen nothing theoretically to dispute this point in their texts, and it is largely enough. But to deliver the final blow, transhumanism is not just a discursive dispositive. It is inserted in economic, industrial, and cultural machine. Markets guide research and accelerate developments. So, while objectors can scorn the psychology and dynamics of transhumanism, if they buy, even occasionally, if they consume products from Google and Microsoft or AI-generated vaccines, it becomes laughable, perhaps with a great Nietzschean laugh. Spoiler alert, Beignet and Sorosina both use lots of GAFA technologies, sometimes regretting it, sometimes not. Both agree with lots of advanced medical dispositives. Here the game is over. Their hammers become paper hammers, harmless adversaries. To summarize, in theory, almost nothing, in practice, less than nothing. By the way, let's do some science fiction, Nietzschean politics. Why should a Nietzschean organize collectively to oppose transhumanism instead of simply ignoring it? The only justification would be to consider that this movement could affect the strength of the strong, their dominance over reactive forces. This is a matter, I guess, of great politics. I haven't time to develop the potential links between NBIC revolution and reactive forces, but the deepest idea of this Nietzsche criticism, I think, is that transhumanists, so-called despisers of life, are chasing an ugly pleasure by taking apart life with their subjective artificial stuff. I think it's wrong because of the transhumanist body solutions, but I will work around here again. Can the strength of the strong be attained? Are not the strong enough to always become stronger? Why, when everyone uses algorithms, streams, Google services, and so on, can the strong be strong enough to resist? They should be. Can the strong be poisoned and become weak? Then, what's the best strategy to prevent the development of the plague? This directly refers to Callicles' experience, in the famous Gorgias by Plato. The impasse of the complaint, the strong towards the weak. But it also refers to the aphorism 14, what is called love in the gay science. I quote. Here, evidently, the non-possessors and desirous have determined the usage of language. There were, of course, always too many of them. Personally, I have always thought that this text, this aphorism by Nietzsche, could out for the equality of pleasures in order to protect the strong from the weak. Isn't it paradoxical with Nietzsche and the neo-feudal image that he often carries? But then, how not just fantasize about political action? How not to just whimper in one's corner? One must engage in politics, commit oneself, and also basely in the insignificant political schemes. One must consent to party discipline, wasting one's energy in such cesspools. All things unthinkable for a strong and free Nietzsche. You can imagine religious oppositions, deep ecology oppositions, but not really effective militant Nietzschean opposition. Last and least point, are the current global elites Nietzschean? Seems to be the case if we consider that they make the masses work for them, the very few. But their attitude towards transhumanism is rather positive, so contradictory with Sorosina's position. So dangerous Nietzschean anti-transhumanist policy does not seem to be emerging. Moreover, as we have seen previously, it does not really have internal motivations. In conclusion, 2 points. To the transhumanists who disdain Nietzsche, I would like to say, don't worry, Nietzscheans are harmless and contribute to the movement in their way. They can enhance our thinking and indeed have much to offer. Free riders, let's share the wave with them. Second, to the transhumanists that love Nietzsche, I would like to pastiche what Ford said to Bernard in Westworld. Mr. Nietzsche is overhuman. The problem, Stefan, that we do is so complicated. We practice witchcraft, we speak the right words, and we create life itself out of chaos. Nietzsche was a 19th century philosophical trickster. You can help us now, Stefan. He would have us burned at the stake.
Okay, thank you very much. We have some time for questions as well.
Please be cool with question. My English skill is so low. If you a commentary, it's okay. Question maybe.
Okay, I would actually like to touch on a point that you made. When you're talking about Valera and consciousness, you just briefly went over it. Could you maybe go a bit in more details with what you were referring to there?
Varela embodied cognition?
Yeah. Exactly.
It's he called it this in action. It's a link between a structural link between the emergence of cognition and the emergence of an environment. It's a system. There is a connection with, like Piaget, Jean Piaget said, motor, cognitive and motor things, and the emergence of cognition and thought. The idea is that we need a body that creates itself, so it's autopoiesis, and it creates also its environment, and information is not just a thing outside, it's also in this structural link. And it's a manner of view artificial intelligence path to artificial consciousness. And I think that it's a big resource because there's lots of objections to artificial consciousness linked with the body problem. There's nobody, it's a larger language model, it's a computation only, there's no auto-organization and so on. But Varela said to Castoriadis has this point of view, no artificial consciousness. Varela said, yes, we may create artificial life, and in that life, consciousness and cognition. It's a very big point, and I think that JEPA model by Jan Rucker is a step in that direction. The other direction, maybe it's, I think, Les Aguirre-Arcas from Google, who is more Platonistic maybe, and he said that just with computation and large language model can translate all environment in a simulation. It's like in real and material life, and so we can have a consciousness in just modeling in actual large language model. And the third way would be Castoriadis ones to say there's something more that is not reducible to computation, to mathematics. It's not non-deterministic, it's maybe irrational, but if it is irrational, it's not explainable for humans, and maybe it's not explainable for artificial intelligence, and if it emerges in humans, maybe it will emerge in artificial intelligence at a level of complexity.
Thank you. We have one more question, I think, before moving on. If there's anybody else.
Maybe one question was it clear? And yes?
Sorry, I also had a clarificatory question. So if you use the term pragmatic humanism, pragmatic transhumanism, right? So will you shed more light on this, and if you think it's compatible with Nietzsche?
For me, when I read Sorosina, it's very spectacular and it's aggressive. And I have to say, it has not to be an idealistic. So his criticism, what it is in front of the transhumanism. We said that yesterday, it's bullshit for lots of people. It's not a philosophy, but there's part of philosophy, and it's also a machine. It's integrated in the big machine. It's a cultural movement. It's a project of civilization, and it's very concrete. And there's material conditions and material achievements. So, how to struggle with it if we are adversaries? Not just talking about it. Maybe talking about it, it's good, but it's not enough, because if we talk about transhumanism, say, I don't like this, I want to struggle against, but taking the achievements, the devices, and so on, I think it's a problem. And also, Sorosina, I had a personal conversation with him. It's impossible to detail here, but it confirms my interpretation. He uses some devices and technologies, and it doesn't reject all, so to say, transhumanist medical advancement, even genetic engineering. So he takes when he thinks it's good, and maybe he takes when he thinks it's not good, but it's comfortable to use. He said to me, smartphones, Google Play and so on, it's not good, but I consume, you know. So it's a pragmatic transhumanism. It's harmless for us.
Okay, thank you very much, Frederick. Next up, we'll have Stan Gillens with us on the stage.
Yes. Yes, of course.
So Sven combines 50 years of research and education experience with a PhD in transformation of individuals, groups, and cultures at Ghent University in Belgium. Originally focusing on philosophy of Nietzsche, Merleau-Ponty, and themes in 19th century in contemporary biological and cultural evolutionary theory, he published on transformation, different domains such as philosophy, education, human rights, and is currently focused on how leadership can make organizations more adaptive to their business environment. As such, he also manages a scale-up consulting company aimed at executing strategy to behavioral change in order to make organizations and its employees thrive. Sven, you have the floor.
I have the floor. Right, welcome everyone, and thank you for inviting me to speak to you in 20 minutes. It will be dense, so pay attention, I will throw lots of information at you. Especially because I'm going to start from Einverleibung, embodiment in English, as an underestimated intersection between Nietzsche and transhumanism, and especially why it can function as a selective mechanism. So, what will be the approach? Briefly, quick look on why on earth would Einverleibung be interesting as an intersection. Then I'll share with you what it is about. There are lots of extra informational bits here, so I'll just focus on a couple of textual fragments. What is the problem then? And then the solution in the sense of eternal recurrence. Amor fati, these are solutions that Nietzsche proposes. Yet here I'll make the transition also to transhumanism. Why would Einverleibung be prospective of kind of a paradigm shift for that movement? So this is interesting. Okay, I need to decipher because there's some translation going on. If you can go back.
I go back.
Yeah, well, go back to forward 2 slides.
This is the beginning. Forward.
Yeah. Otherwise, if I can
Yes, of course.
I gain a minute.
Okay.
So, what will I do? Oftentimes, people tend to be inspired by Nietzsche, yet it's a 19th century philosopher, also as was a philologist. So he uses words very, very carefully. And often in 20th century, we are influenced through Heidegger, who never really didn't understand Nietzsche or wasn't really able to put him into his own philosophical ideas, said, it's metaphorical. He doesn't mean it. It's a bit weird when you're a philologist and really put very thoughtful care into the concepts that you use. So in that sense, I'm going to reconstruct Nietzsche's model and then see how it can be put to use for contemporary debate rather than just inspired and transposing those concepts. So, Einverleibung, in essence, is very rarely problematized, also in Nietzsche research. Lewis did it, I think, in 2013. It's a crucial concept, it's everywhere, yet people really take it for granted. Why? Well, it refers in everyday use to the absorption of nutrients in the body. Yet Nietzsche puts lots of metaphors in place. For example, the intellect is a stomach, and in that sense, he really tries to nullify the distinction between bodily functions and intellectual functions, collapse it and make it into an integrated understanding. So what was in the previous slide is there's always lots of information. We'll probably get the handouts, so feel free to be inspired. What's in yellow, unless the transition messes with it, will be the key of me discussing. So I will share 3 reasons why Einverleibung is interesting. 1, it refers to the complete integrated understanding of human beings. The separation between body and mind is no longer tenable. And there are recent endeavors in that sense where Nietzsche is also seen as a predecessor of embodied cognition, etc. Yet, if you look at the status of the current research, well, there are researchers that say it's not interesting. Nietzsche is took it from other authors, nothing to worry about. Then there's more into the Ansel Pearson, Lem tradition that really says, okay, it is interesting, yet in how we can understand what truth is, yet it doesn't really elaborate on what is that process of Aanverlijving and how does it incorporate truth or not incorporate truth. So what is going on there? Then there is also a lot more the Abbey tradition of the integrated body, yet more than saying it is here, they don't really move into. And in that sense, Siemens, Sarah more recently, really focus on it as a socializing physical force that can emancipate the individual, yet also does not dive deeper into, okay, but how does that operate? What does the process look like? So I'm going to share with you one fragment in that sense of the Vrolijke Wissenschaft. The task of assimilating knowledge and making it instinctive is still quite new. It is an Aufgabe in English, and is only beginning to dawn on the human eye and is barely discernible. It is a task seen only by those who have understood it so far. We have incorporated only errors, and that all of our consciousness refers to errors. So, regardless of all the interesting details here, very clearly Nietzsche states Aanverlijving refers to a task. It's not just everyday absorption of nutrients. It's in essence a corrective task and a task where apparently it's all about embodying something that is an idea, making it instinctive into the body. So in that sense you can see here it's also used throughout his writings as an explanatory process that has to do with cultural elements, and in that sense, in the preface of the Vrolijke Wissenschaft, the new preface, not the old one, he describes philosophy as a Kunst der Transfiguration, where a separation of body and mind has been untenable. I will not discuss this in detail. These are all the writings of Nietzsche. Just letting you know, Aanverlijven, and his first publication is 1872, The Geburt, is already present in the Naklas as soon as 1868. So many people refer to the will to power, will to macht, as a unifying concept. This only appears in 1884 in the Zarathustra. It becomes really developed in 1886. So if you want to have a proposal for a realistic concept to really read Nietzsche throughout his writings, Aanverlijving is better suited than Will to Macht, for example. From 1874, we can read Ein Zuverlijven, sorry, and then as a verb it is present since the 1880s. So, what is it about? I'll share with you a fragment that illustrates this. It's from the Metahumanism on Spoegen, so the second part of Human Ulti Human, in which Nietzsche clearly states that an error, an idea, no matter whether it's true or false, can be made true by incorporating it into the body. So the belief that we love our enemy undoubtedly makes us happy as long as it is really believed. Skip to it. It has been really appropriated and incorporated divine perfection according to the commandment, be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect. And then life becomes a bliss because of this erroneous idea. Error, Irrtum, is thus able to make Christ's promise come true when it has become embodied and it's part of the body. And this is for pedagogical reasons. In reality, it's always more complex. But an illustration, as Merleau-Ponty briefly said, Western philosophy has never created an ontology because we always assume, especially from Plato on, conscious mind is the most important, most well-developed part of the human organism. Freud and Schopenhauer pulled it a bit open with some unconsciousness. Yes, truth resides here. And then everything that has to do with the body is illusionary it's untruth, it's kind of weird, all those emotions and instincts, Western philosophy doesn't really like it. Yet if we refer back to the previous quote, and there are other references for your information on the later slide, this is the structure of Eiberlein Nietzsche proposes. So it turns upside down, and there are lots of references that we have exaggerated the power of consciousness in Western philosophy. The key, powerful, and later you will call it a form of intelligence, is instinct, and in 1878, 1882, he still refers to it, quite aligned with treat, drives. These can be through internal or because of social judgments, be transformed to specific emotions. For example, externalization of certain traits, especially sexual preferences, for example, because of pressure from the church, etc. They can lead to different feelings, for example, and in that sense transform the instinct. There is also, very interesting, a hereditary barrier. So I am very proposed, and I've published a lot on it, and see that Nietzsche created his own theory of evolution quite accurately for 19th century standards. Yet this goes beyond this thought. And then you have a layer of thoughts, opinions, and then Überzeugungen, which means convictions, where people are just convinced something is the case. These are part, because of evolution of our body, which means it's not durable, forever, or eternal. It just refers to the fact that one single human can probably not eliminate instincts from their body because our lifespan is too short. It occurs over generations. And this will bring me to the problem statement in the end that Nietzsche makes. So these are all kind of organizational layers of Einverleibung, which really maps when you read Nietzsche and you see him using these concepts, especially in that period. It refers to how knowledge is embedded within the body, which means when he writes it's an instinct, it's really, really part of the body and has become automated behavior. And here is some extra information on that. So if you should be interested, and feel free to ask me a question about it, when I gain 5 minutes, we can always discuss it further with the references towards the places where he talks about it. So what happens, especially after 1884, where he has developed the idea of will to power through Zarathustra. And for that sense, Zarathustra should be interesting. I find it a very, very complex and difficult book for Nietzsche research, because here Nietzsche is really trying to write out his philosophy without the use of as much conceptual jargon as possible. So it's highly metaphorical, because it's an exercise in really discovering his own philosophy. For example, I think instincts only appear 2 times. No, I think instincts does not appear as a concept, and treat only 2 times. So he's really trying to get to new ideas without using philosophical language as much as possible. And this remains intact in the years after. However, a big shift happens, and this is often overlooked, especially in the Anglo-Saxon research, where people just say, Katsafanas, for example, whether Nietzsche uses treat or instinct, that's the same, it's all instincts. There's a big difference. Treat will be the most primordial layer that we consist of, then we have instincts, etc. Now, how do we know this? Well, he says it explicitly. In the insights, beyond good and evil, only through transformation into an instinct of feeling, drives can be made known to us. It is our only reality, he says. And sometimes people also say, oh, but it's just a hypothesis. No, he clearly states, this is my position, my ontology, and it should be researched to its fullest extent. Drives have the most powerful impact on the body. Thinking is just an interaction of drives, which means whatever comes into consciousness is an unconscious fighting for supremacy between all those layers in the body. And in that sense, we become aware of the outcome of that unconscious struggle. And in that sense, I said, well, instinct is a kind of intelligence. So here you really reverts that typical Western philosophical look where consciousness is the epitome of our abilities. Which means instincts are an interpretation, a power evaluation from your inner environment about your trip, about your drift, inner organizational structure. And this brings us to what I said is the problem statement, which becomes very crucial for especially Nietzsche in the later works, where he's becoming less and less diplomatic in his writings. Which ideas are becoming instinctual, and in that sense becoming part of our instinctual repertoire. Because remember, here you have a hereditary barrier. As soon as it is becoming instinct from Nietzsche's perspective, it can become passed on to future generations, not only through cultural aspects like education, etc., yet hereditary. So, what is the main problem? You have all read Nietzsche, so it will probably not come as a surprise. There's a danger to society, because if specific ideas make everybody more and more similar and reduce diversity, you have the problem of nivellation, to which the later Nietzsche is really adamant about, and especially it becomes a danger to humankind, because we can lose the dynamic with our instinctual life. Catholic Church is the main culprit here, especially when it comes to castrating man of its instincts, ignoring all the tonic effects when it comes to sexuality, etc., as he mentions. So there are references there to the Gottsendam route, for example. Well, here my animation has gone. So one example, and you can think away all of this. What we said before, an idea can become part of your instinctual life. So the main problem in Nietzsche's analysis is that this has become over-accentuated in our life, and through cultural evolution, specific ideas have become more part of our instinctual repertoire, which hollows out humans, individuals especially, and makes them weaker when it comes to incorporating life-denying ideas. And here we have one. Pity, for example, is the opposite of tonic affects that heighten the energy of the vital feelings. It has a depressive effect. People lose strength when you pity, or compassion in that sense. It's about midlife. And it's a mortal danger of pity, which will be much more apparent if you measure it according to the value of the reactions it tends to produce. People have dared to call it a virtue, this depressive and contagious instinct. So he acknowledges it has become an instinct in that sense, runs counter to the instincts that preserve and enhance the value of life. So there are lots of references there where it's mainly occupied. We are creating, especially through Roman Catholicism, an instinct of a Verkleinerung, this mentions. It's a belittlement of man. And in that sense, we have become the weakest and the most failed animal because we have strayed the farthest from our instincts, which is in the Antichrist. So in that sense, lots of elements there. There's a problem statement, very nice, Nietzsche, but what are we to do with it? Yeah, he also proposes solutions, ideas that you can make instinctual, and in that sense, reinvigorate life and society. And in that sense, I'll discuss one briefly, the eternal recurrence, which, and there are more references over there, yet it's explicitly an idea that transforms people. And it requires a certain level of help. Not everybody can incorporate that idea. So in that sense, it's already a selective mechanism. People have to be well disposed to bear it. And once it has become a part of the life of individuals, it can become einverleibt, can become incorporated as an instinct in the body. And in that sense, when it becomes instinctual and spread throughout a community, it can become a selective principle for those who are strong enough, the exceptional people, and it prevents the process of degradation, according to Nietzsche, which in this meaning from Einverleibung is the overestimation of conscious life and the losing the dynamic with your instinctual life. So it does not castrate the body of the instincts. And there's even more, the great breeding thought, etc. So, in that sense, within 20 minutes, I managed to get to here. Einverleibung shows you the structure of how elements, knowledge can be incorporated, and in that sense, it provides a direction of how groups, how cultures can achieve a next level, a higher, a greater height of humankind. And I'll probably have one more minute, which brings me to transhumanism, and then we'll wrap it up. Because, as this has been stated, it's still often rooted within that the Condorcet's, for example, one of the great forerunners, Enlightenment, very positive view with a link to especially hedonism. And because of conceptual links, bring it to Übermensch, yet Nietzsche was never interested in isolated Übermensch. They always need to be exemplary figures who show a next level of constructive behavior that can bring society to greater heights. So they always have a social impact. And then I have two more things that you can ask all about it, because there is time for questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for your presentation. So, any questions in the room?
Can you answer your last question?
Sorry?
Can you answer your own last question? What which selective ideas in transhumanism?
Excellent, those are all my next slides. But well, if it's up and running, I'll briefly talk you through it. Well, I think, and I'll go to the end. I think Nietzsche can be a kind of prospective paradigm. We're talking about transhumanism, what is the next step in human development. Yet here you have a framework that kind of guides where it can go through. And in that sense, I would say make this into an ambition of transhumanist endeavors, especially looking at people from an integrated perspective, not separation between body and spirit. And there are two main dynamics. I would suggest focus on what are selective mechanisms that bring people to greater heights. For example, lots of research now illustrates we are for the first time in history achieving a global elite. So you can say a global aristocracy. What are those constructive behaviors that aristocracy should put into place as role models to bring the rest of society to greater heights? Why? Because we see that for the first time in 100 years, the inequality is rising a lot again. So that can be one target group. And another one is has to do with, for example, innovation management. People will probably know the Rogers curve of adoption, which means whenever you insert a new product and feed it to the market, it kind of follows this curve, where you see again an illustration of when does something get adopted, when the majority, in Nietzsche's terms the herd, really selects it. And is this really something that we need? And that's a question when it comes to technology, putting it in our daily lives. I'm wearing also a smartwatch, because inspired by Merleau-Ponty, every piece of technology that people use become an extension of the body as soon as it becomes habituated. So how does that relate to Einverleibung, especially when you leave it up to market forces to select specific technological innovations? Is it bad? Is it not bad? Does that answer your question? So thank you for transitioning me to the final slide. Good. Additional questions?
So, thank you so much for your talk. I really liked it. So my question is, so you talked about return to instincts, desires, passions, of course, but I realize that this is just the first step in this transformative project. Right? So the second step would be kind of a spiritualization of instincts and passions. I was just wondering if you could shed more light on this as well, because I kind of believe that this is just.
Yeah. Can you phrase it? Like one question?
Could you talk about spiritualization of instincts in Nietzsche as well? Because, of course, return to passions, desires is just the first step in this transformative project. We also advocate the education, the spiritualization. Spiritualization is the word we use actually.
Spiritualization
of instinct.
Yeah.
Because he says that Christianity tries to eradicate passions, whereas this project is to defy or spiritualize passions.
Yeah. Tell me if I misunderstand it. Spiritualization is a very unfortunate English translation of Begeisterung. And in his earlier writings, what causes the transformation from instincts to passions, etc., is sensation or judgment of pleasure, unpleasure. So there's still a kind of hedonistic principle being present, as Small denotes it, inspired by the French moralists. Yet, as soon as 1844, the idea of will to power is crystallized, you see that disappears in favor of, indeed, a process of Begeisterung. So all these transformations are about, you can say, abstraction, interpretations of power quanta, which allows you to transform into a new physical layer. And in that sense, he does not, you can say, oppose Christianity, because early Nietzsche is, in lots of aphorisms, very positive about Christianity, especially the aristocratic elite in the church, because they brought people to a higher civilization rate, so to speak. Yet it over-accentuates this level and really tries to castrate in the later writings this level. And he says, no, it's all about keeping this intact and selecting those life-enhancing ideas that really turn this into a more constructive element, which is why he was such a big fan of the Greeks, because he says this is like the first cultural event in Europe. And why, especially in the end sites, is even a greater fan of the Jewish movement, because he calls them these can be the next Greeks to bring about this more. That it has run a different course. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. But I have a follow-up. So isn't there a danger of, making Nietzsche an advocate of some kind of hedonism?
Whether there's a
When
danger?
we talk about return to passions or instincts.
Can I I want to try to answer to you because I remember the passage from the Genealogy of Morals. So Nietzsche says there that in marriage there should not be a tragic opposition between chastity and sensuality. So this is my point. You spotted very right that we don't use the correct term. It's not spirituality. It's tragic. He also says in Beyond the Need to Evil that there is no. So the more the sensuality rises, it's the same, I don't know, it's pretty proportional,
Pretty proportional.
perfect proportional with the tragic feeling. So not even Hegel uses spirituals, guys, when he speaks about marriage as ethical, legal love. So Nietzsche, I think it's a mistake to use the
Yeah.
spirit is
Yeah.
very yes.
Yeah, I'm using these translations, but I can't spiritualize spirituality.
Anyway, I think in Beyond Good and Evil, no, sorry, the genealogy of morals, you will find all the answers that. So it's perfectly explained.
Okay, thank you.
Have any last words to add?
Well, thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, let's discuss during the break.
We are gonna
stole the microphone.
That's
okay. You have your PowerPoint, okay, just 1 second. Sorry.
Our presenter for the last talk of the session is Zoe Mimi, a master's student in philosophy at the University La Sapienza in Rome. She also obtained a bachelor's degree from the University of Firenze in Florence after obtaining a diploma in classical studies at Liceo Classico Galileo. She's interested in philosophy of law, with a particular focus on the relationship between justice and punishment. The aim of her research is to deconstruct and then to rethink juridical concepts through a lens of philosophical anarchism. Zoe?
Okay, hi, thank you. Okay, so my presentation focuses on the concept of punishment and proposes an argument aimed at demonstrating the need to rethink the punitive act according to an anarchist perspective. So it's a kind of different topic, but still interesting. Okay, can I?
Yes, this is
like this. Okay, so the argument is divided into two main parts. First, an attempt is made to describe and deconstruct the foundational system of punishment. And for this purpose, I will firstly outline the characteristics of punishment and its byproducts. And secondly, I will show the connection they have with a specific conception of power that finds its roots in the modern theory of contractualism inaugurated by Hobbes. The first part ends with a critique of the punitive act as traditionally conceived, and with the resulting abandonment of the paradigm of power that informs it. The aim of the second part is therefore to reformulate the ways in which power relations arise, and consequently to remodel the social structures that represent them, including law and the consequences that flow from it. To conclude, I will then make a brief proposal for the anarchic transvaluation of punishment and law in general. Okay, so I can start with the first part of the presentation. The management of deviance and the very possibility of defining deviance within our society are based on the presence of a normative legal system from which a boundary is drawn between those who fall within the norm, the prevailing just in force, and those who instead fall outside of it. If punishment is the actual consequence of a system that structurally founds and legitimizes it, the reconstruction of the latter will inevitably lead to the need for a rethinking of the former. It is in this regard that Nietzsche's reflection and the following acceptance throughout the 20th century of his American philosophy is entirely central to the present analysis. It is Nietzsche, indeed, that made possible the unmasking of the inconsistency of every absolute and the resulting wavering of the ontological certainties supporting the political constitutions of Western society. If taken with extreme seriousness, this requires us to accompany the operation of the constructive criticism with a transvaluative restructuring of all traditionally conceived social forms. Deconstructing does not indeed mean annihilating, regardless of whether we formalize them or allow them to spontaneously emerge in accordance with their own conformity. Values, cravings, needs, desires, expressions of wills and strengths will continue to exist. It is only the mode of their manifestation that will change. So there is now, can I change? Saying it with Nietzsche, only a perspectival seeing, only a perspectival knowing, and thus they will not rest on anything other than the exact point of origin of this perspective, existing only in their contingent relativity. The aim is therefore to investigate what the assumption of the perspectivism of values, and with it the loss of any arche, may entail within the philosophy of law, and what consequences it may produce, moving in the direction of a fluid anarchic law. Having made these premises, I will now. Oh, but it's all.
It's all.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm trying to fix it.
Having made these premises, I will now examine the concept of punishment and the elements that constitute the logical conceptual system that determines it in its traditional form. First of all, it is necessary to define the concept of punishment. I will mostly refer to the definition provided by David Boone, a contemporary American philosopher who has analyzed justificatory theories of punishment. In this regard, he identifies 5 requirements for the existence of punishment: harm, intentionality of harm, retribution, reprobation, and authorization. These characteristics, however, this one. Okay. These characteristics, however, have no value in themselves if they are not placed within a specific dynamic that establishes their raison d'être. Punishment, in fact, isolated and autonomous, has no meaning, it does not exist. The act defined as punishment depends on, follows, results from, and it receives its signification from the occurrence of a fault or an error, which are inseparable from the occurrence of a failed duty. Fault, error, failure to fulfill a duty implicitly recall their own positive value counterpart, the just, whose sole denial legitimizes punishment. I argue that it is precisely in the link between the just and the guilt that derives from violating it that we can find the foundation of the traditional form of punishment and its assumed justification. Nietzsche writes that the feeling of guilt of our personal obligation has its origin in the most ancient and original relationship between people that exists, in the relationship between buyer and seller, creditor and debtor. One can say that guilt has 2 faces, a subjective one and an objective one. Subjectively, guilt is the feeling that originates from a sense of duty towards something or someone to whom one owes a debt, of whatever nature it may be. Objectively, guilt is the condition that follows the non-fulfillment of that duty that one was bound to fulfill. One must then understand what the debt to the just is in order to figure out what allows the possibility of the feeling of guilt to be found. As Nietzsche taught us, there is nothing that is just per se, but everything is relative to what in a given context period is considered right by one or more subjects. It is therefore an external agent or factor that actively acts to fill the empty signifier with a content positing the just, and it is the subject that expresses it. Hence, the legitimation of the law as a foundation that has nothing to do with the just. The punitive act thus seems to be determined by an inseparable nexus between the just, the creative power that produces it through the authority provided by the presence of a creditor-debtor relationship, and finally guilt, as a consequence of the unjust act. To proceed, one must therefore primarily investigate the conceptual structure of the entire punitive system, starting from its core. Recalling Nietzsche's assertion regarding the presence of a credit and a debt at the origin of guilt, it is on the side of the contract theory that one must look. Let's then have a look into Hobbes' social contractualism. His theory is based on the presupposition of a perpetual conflict between men in their natural condition, and it is from this conflict that arises the necessity of a legalized state power. Without being able to dwell here on an exhaustive treatment of Hobbes' theory, we can nevertheless address the strategy he uses to legitimize power. Starting from a ground of clash confrontation between different individuals placed on the same level and therefore hierarchically equal, he introduces hierarchy to guarantee order and stability. The aim here is to show the fiction behind any absolute legitimation of hierarchy, power, and the law it posits. We can argue with Sol Newman that social contract explanation. No. Okay. Social contract explanations for the emergence of political legal authority are no more conceiving than the old doctrine of living right. A critical look at social contract theory shows that although what is sought to be endorsed by recourse to a superior cause, it is the power that would be founded on it, what emerges instead is the a priority of power with respect to the superior cause. Theories of the social contract, even in their differences, share the same strategy, changing the real status of the horizontal and anarchic clash of divergent individual forces by introducing an element of inequality that would fix, establish, and produce order and security. At this regard, the anarchic philosopher Max Stirner writes that the state exercises its power, the individual cannot. The behavior of the state is an expression of its power, of its violence, but this equals right, that of the individual crime. If so, it is the power that precedes the universal principle that should legitimize it. It is the former that creates the latter in order to obtain solidity and sacredness. From the moment one realizes that the power in vogue has no legitimacy in placing itself in a position of superiority and untouchability within the terrain of horizontal clash confrontation with all other forces, its sanctity lapses and it now returns on the same horizontal level as the others. It is indeed no longer possible to ignore the absurdity surrounding the old punitive system, and punishment in its traditional form must be declared illegitimate. For the critique of the concept of punishment to be profound, radical, and coherent with an anarchic perspective and approach to social life, it is necessary to extend it also to the more human forms it seems to be taking in recent times. It is not by moving from physical, violent, and inhuman punishment to gentler and more human punishment that the problem disappears, as I now propose to demonstrate. We can identify a twofold contradiction rooted in the argument for the legitimation of punishment. The first, on a purely definitional level, concerns the act of punishment described by Bunin, while the second, occurring on a deeper and more ontological level, requires a further specification of the concept of punishment. More precisely, the first one regards punishment as a mean and as an end, chastisement, and the second one regards punishment only as a mean, sanction. In the former, punishment has all the 5 characteristics set up by Bunin, and it is used with the aim of punishing itself. In the latter, punishing is not the ultimate aim of the act, lacking precisely the aspect of the intentionality of harm, which is still present but only envisaged. The first time of contradiction is the one that is most frequently highlighted and that involves questions concerning the morality of punishment. To assume the morality or immorality of punishment is to think of a criteria of justice and thus to deprive us of the possibility of addressing a discourse that could involve the formal model of punishment in its entirety. Declaring the illegitimacy of punishment by referring to this level of investigation does not allow to unveil the second deeper form of contradiction. The first one remains indeed internal to a system of shared universal values, and only pursuant these can in fact admit a distinction between morality and immorality of punishment. But this is not enough. To stop at this first level of the critique means that sanction could indeed be considered legitimate as long as conformed to the morality of the system of values in which it is adopted. On the other hand, the second contradiction concerns a logical formal incompatibility between cause and effect, that is, between just and punishment. If the first type of contradiction has emerged by assuming and remaining within the theoretical and conceptual system that founds the punitive act, the second type can only be brought to light after the construction of the system itself. What time is it? It's finished?
7 minutes.
Oh, okay, I saw the, okay. Consistent with the critique of the authority of legal power that we have previously unfolded, we can now highlight the illegitimacy of punishment also in the form of sanction. The act of punishment justifies itself by the occurrence of a disagreement with principles that have nothing universal or absolute in them, but at the same time pours itself, claiming its legitimacy, towards a subject, limiting, modifying, and conditioning him in an irreversible manner. As long as there is an absolute just, there is indeed also an absolute unjust, and it seems apparently coherent and justified to take coercive measures towards it, be it harming, causing suffering, re-educating, or normalizing. Having now deconstructed all forms of sacredness and having lost the absolute just, we can foresee with Stirner the disappearance of traditionally conceived crime and punishment. Once the life of individuals has been emancipated from the domination of morality and religion, a coexistence among men is possible in which certain actions are not conceived as an offense against the public divinity, but as a pure and simple injury to other interests, when the other interests are offended, or as a free expression of individual peculiarities. As already pointed out at the beginning of this talk, espousing the perspectivism of values inaugurated by Nietzsche does not mean abandoning the possibility of forms or structures of the ought to be, but on the other hand makes it necessary to rethink them in a way that is consistent with the being they represent, and that contingently posits them. To state the death of God does not mean to sink into an abyss of obscure nothingness or of an absence of values, power, or force. It is only the solidity with which values fictiously cover themselves that is now decayed. Having lost all absoluteness, power can thus finally manifest itself in its authentic contingency, as the expression of everyone's potentiality. Since we cannot simply assume that these expressions of perspectival wills will be spontaneously capable of coexisting without ever clashing, we must admit that it is inevitable that some forms of conflict will occur between the different individualities that flow freely in the environment of the re-established horizontal equality. Any attempt at planning an anarchic research in the legal sphere must then be directed towards an investigation into possible forms of a law as a pure mean, as a neutral mediator between the conflicting parties called into play exclusively by the possible occurrence of disputes and by the necessity to manage them. By bringing the just and the norms back to the desecrated reality that is proper to them, the status of the criminal subject and the management of deviancy will also necessarily change. If we agree that after having deconstructed the traditional ones, there would still be social structures, including law, and if we agree that the new social forms should be understood in their contingent precariousness and modeled in accordance with the variation of the very being they inform, we must then conclude that their effects can no longer be in any way absolute or universal, but must assume the same relativity as that of their foundation. Therefore, there will still be force at the foundation of the just, but recognized in its instability and precariousness and in its always possible questioning. There will still be a just, but understood in its arbitrariness. There will still be a consequence to the breach of duty, but not originating from the sacredness of the foundation of guilt, which may still be called punishment, but which will take into account its own foundations and cannot therefore be characterized as impositional. To conclude, what we can try to postulate at a purely theoretical level is the unfolding of a non-violent clash confrontation between individuals through the assumption of a dialectical proceeding, which makes it possible to envisage the expression of each one's potentiality within a dialogue that is always open and in respect of which there is no assumed outcome. According to this perspective, there is no action that can be aphoristically defined as a crime itself. Every act that may appear to be permanently characterized as violation is such only because its status is habitually reconfirmed and not because inescapably of a violation per se. Each individual, in the unfolding of his fluid and ever-changing being, is unguilted and understood into his own value system, which may, in certain circumstances and for certain other individuals, appear judgmental, incorrect, unjust, but which can never be so in itself. Whoever fits into the minority role, escaping the norm, places himself, like those who momentarily find themselves in the norm, in that terrain of clash confrontation in which everything is overturnable and never fixed. There is no longer any space for any pretense of judgment that entails coercive consequences on a subject's life that are based on the universality of some absolute principle. I finished. A completely transvalued punishment will therefore be the consequence of the act defined as unjust at that very time, and will turn out to be a dialectical rebalancing of values, the social one and the deviant one. Conflicts, far from having to be simply resolved, become thus the very object of law. The new anarchic law, taking them seriously, understand them as a fiction that affects itself as much as the social context in which conflicts take place. When a conflict arises, there is on the one hand the need to manage it by means of a recomposition whose outcome is not already predetermined, and on the other, a rebalancing of law within itself based on the recomposition realized. Reflecting the values that actually prevail in the social context it represents, law will in this perspective be a temporary synthesis between the conflicting values, which, in its temporary permanence, guarantees the agonistic and still non-violent coexistence of the different individualities.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Now, questions. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your talk. It's a big topic in Nietzsche, and this topic comes up in posthumanistic circles. I'm glad that you brought it up. Again, guilt and punishment. I think it boils down to guilt. You presented it. I think we have to understand guilt and what it is and how it shapes human civilization. Not just the Nietzsche critique Christianity, but I think it goes back to older civilizations. The emergence of guilt, as Nietzsche presents it as this the relation between the creditor and debtor that we talked about. The question is, how can we imagine a society without guilt and without punishment? You gave some ideas, but it is, I think we also understand what law is, our relation to law, and there are lots of different ideas concerning what law is and how law fits with guilt and punishment. Can you tell us more like how you envision a society without guilt and punishment? What are your, I don't know, your prognostic or sort of ideas? Because it's very hard for us to imagine punishment still exists. Human victims in the United States, 2.5 million inmates are in prison. It's probably the biggest prison house in the world. 2.5 million is supposed to be an advanced country, and the death penalty still exists in the United States. So in Europe, there's no death penalty, but we still have a penal system in Europe as well. So how do we imagine a society without punishment, but also without guilt?
Okay, of course, I don't know. First of all, like my intention with this research would be to have a radical theoretical vision of what I think would be a satisfying critique of penal system, because I think that to make critiques is necessary to have a theoretical view that guides you, which doesn't mean that, of course, that theoretical view then becomes real, but it can, I think, help to, while criticizing things, not to reproduce maybe the same problems. So this is the idea. So it's not about thinking that this can become real, not now for sure, but so the idea of the absence of guilt, I connect it with the absence of the universality of the principle, because I feel like if, for example, in a dialogue or like in linguistics in general, if we communicate and we don't comprehend each other and we make linguistic errors, it's errors. It's not false. It's like it's something that doesn't permit to live in a fluid way and produces conflict and comprehension, but it's not connected then to guilt. It's an error that needs to be resolved. So I feel like if the universality of and the sacredness of principles that are represented by law decay, somehow then we can see social conflicts as problems that needs to be resolved, of course, but in which the outcome is not already decided, but which needs to be developed also inside the conflict. So law must rethink herself also during the conflict. And this, I think, for me, it's a coherent way to be, respectful to the vision of perspectival values and not having absolute values. So this is.
Okay. As a side note, Nietzsche speaks also in the journey of moral as freedom arose from the necessity to punish. So our idea of freedom resides from the necessity of punishing. I must assume someone is free, just that I can punish. But then he shows how our perception of freedom and punishment slowly changed from its origins. And maybe I understand your proposition that we change it even further. We don't want to have a universal, harmonious system, how we balance everything. Here's guilt, here's punishment. But moreover, the Nietzschean way of hell was possible, so you cannot just judge other person because it was possible. So we now must find means to some way to include some actions also punishment that are worth being punishing in our society. So it's a very abstract argument, I would say, that you're making.
Yeah, it is, of course.
Not a critique, but
No, but it is. I'd like to make it more concrete somehow, but I don't know how yet.
Well, Sam, we're actually already out of time, so I'll ask you to talk to Zoe in the coffee break now. And thank you very much for your presentation. This has been unmuted.
Where are the young people?
So you're unmuted now. Who's presenting now?
Oh, we don't have a PowerPoint, so.
Yeah, no problem. I just need to put your name.
Joining now, so. We'll have a 5-minute delay. Yes, it's 9.
I'm coming.
Okay. On the way don't end.
Nu scrie pe tastatură, trebuie să o înveți pe asta.
Da, nu mă bate pe asta.
Lovas.
Are we ready?
Ioana, fă camera puțin mai jos, că e... Așa. Așa, perfect. Chiar excelent.
Okay. So welcome everybody to the second session, Nietzsche, Transhumanism and Human Enhancement. We'll begin with the joint paper by Mark Format and Alan Novas. So let me briefly introduce the speakers. Mark Format is a philosopher and art theorist working at the crossroads of posthumanism and posthumanism, ontological aesthetics, political and social theory. A central focus of Format's work is the reconsideration of absence. Along with his frequent co-author and collaborator Alan Novas, Format has elaborated a theory of absent presence called absentology. The theoretical concern with absent presences is a salient feature of Format's work, which has also proven instrumental in introducing and familiarizing concepts such as Anthropocene, posthumanism, speculative realism, and new realism with the Hungarian audience. Along with Novas and other co-authors, Format's work has proven highly influential and widely cited in the Hungarian academic space. Format's most notable works to date include the following: of Anthropocene from 2022, Darkening Places from 2017, The Isle was a Little with Adam Novas from 2016. The other speaker, Adam Novas, is a philosopher and researcher affiliated with the Eötvös-Loránd University in Budapest. His research interests center around posthumanism, post-anthropocentrism, process philosophy, object-oriented philosophy, complexity theory, and 21st century approaches to politics. Among Novas' most notable works to date are the following: a monograph, H.P. Lovecraft from 2022, with Mark Format and Mario Nemes, updating the song from 2021, Lexington Books, a Valóság visszatérése from 2019, a Posthumanizmus változatai from 2022. Novas is presently working on a monograph entitled On Nature, and his work has appeared in a number of peer-reviewed journals, including American, British, and Canadian Studies, Chiasma, Cosmos and History, Horizon, Horror Studies, Identities, Iowa Journal of Cultural Studies, Journal of Libertarian Studies, Literature, Open Philosophy, Writings, and Intellectual Practice. I give the floor to the speaker.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for having us in such a prestigious conference. And in this presentation, we comment upon a very interesting contemporary debate centering around the relationship between the ideas of 19th century German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche and transhumanism. Nick Bostrom, an influential representative of transhumanism in contemporary philosophy, rejected the view that transhumanism is necessarily connected or even intellectually indebted to Nietzsche. In response to Bostrom's article, Stefan Lorenz Sogner penned Nietzsche, the Overhuman and Transhumanism, a provocative piece that has generated intense debate. In Sogner's view, the Overhuman of Nietzsche, as introduced in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, counts as a genuine predecessor of both posthumanism and transhumanism. Sogner's stance has attracted supporters and critics alike. In a reply article, Michael Hauskeller argues that the transhumanist vision fails to take into account the ontologically open and contingent nature of the Nietzschean overhuman. While the two share similarities, they are nonetheless distinct. We can say that the sheer of technological revolution can radically alter the very criteria of what it means to be human, even changing enhanced being beyond anything recognized of the human into non-human beings. David Roden has argued for a speculative posthumanist position, according to which the future posthuman subject cannot be thought along the lines of similitude. Enhancement fails to do justice to the evolutionary possibilities inherent within our current trajectory. Simply put, at a certain and yet unknown stage, the overhuman may very well emerge, and Nietzsche's concepts, precisely because of its plasticity, elasticity, access, and ontological openness, is more adapted to such a contingency. But first, a few words on transhumanism. Kerry Wolf has famously characterized transhumanism as an intensification of humanism. Russell Blackfoot highlights transhumanism is not simply a philosophy or set of philosophical propositions, but a broad intellectual movement. According to Pramod Kanaya, transhumanism may be viewed as a pop cultural elaboration of posthumanism, in which the term posthumanism means to denote an improved, enhanced, and technicized being that has evolved out of Homo sapiens. In such discourses, the term posthuman refers literally, in a linear sense, to superhuman modes of being that will transcend the limits of the human condition. A metaphorology of transscience or even transcendence is in play within this inherently interdisciplinary movement, while the notion of going beyond or outside the human is also referenced. Max Moore, founder of the Extropian Institute, defines extropy as the extent of a living or organized system, intelligence, functional order, vitality, and capacity and drive for improvement. The term transhumanism was first coined by biologist Julian Huxley, who refers to it as the idea of humanity attempting to overcome its limitation and to arrive at a fuller fruition. It is a realization that both individual and social development are processes of self-transformation. The emphasis on human self-determination and the desire for subjugating the process of evolution for human goals seems essential features of this outlook. Transhumanists believe in the perfectibility of humans and see the biological limitations of the human condition as something that can be transcended via technology. In the paradigm of messianistic transhumanism, even immortality is conceived of a possible utopian state, a post-human condition. For transhumanists, humanity in its present form is only a transitory step on the path leading towards final transcendence of the human condition. The achievement of the state of post-humanity interrupts and disrupts millions of years of human evolutionary history. According to transhumanist vision, in the condition of posthumanity, there will be variants and metamorphoses of the entity hitherto known as human that have only been metaphorically anticipated by the categories such as the cyborg, mutant, or clone. Transhumanism is, in essence, a breeding program for perfecting humanity. On this, transhumanists are fairly explicit. What is presently contingent ought to be rationalized and optimized to create the best humans possible. The confident futurist belief in technological progress is fairly explicit in transhumanism, as is the belief in the optimizability of the human genome. In fact, Ronald Bailey, as a transhumanist, sees no ethical problem with positive eugenics and even accuses opponents of eugenics of illegitimately restricting the rights and possibilities of future generations. Bostrom forecasts the emergence of superintelligence, which could potentially transcend human control. Of course, skepticism and critics regarding the posthuman condition abounds. One of the foremost critics, Francis Fukuyama, mentions a key risk that may be associated with the human transformation. What is ultimately at stake, according to him, with biotechnology is not just some utilitarian cost-benefit calculus concerning future medical technologies, but the very grounding of the human moral sense. But it may be the case that, as Nietzsche predicted, we are fated to move beyond this moral sense, but if so, we need to accept the consequences of the abandonment of natural standards for right and wrong, fortunately, and recognize, as Nietzsche did, that this may lead us into territory that many of us don't want to visit. It is particularly noteworthy that Nietzsche's name crops up very often in relation to transhumanist discourses. Are these engineers of human nature working upon a secularized, demythologized, and literalized version of Nietzsche's Übermensch? And one does being an overhuman even mean? At this juncture, we now turn to the debate surrounding the Nietzscheanist transhumanist connection, which has now been raging for over a decade. The controversy was first ignited by transhumanist philosopher Bostrom's 2005 article, A History of Transhumanist Thought, published in 2005. We do not wish to reconstruct Bostrom's genealogy here and to admire the detailed historical summary, which is informative in its own right. Rather, we shall concentrate upon Bostrom's specific mentions of Nietzsche. In the article as a whole, Bostrom associates transhumanism generally with the Enlightenment and rationalism. Despite the apparent similarity of the transhumanist vision of the posthuman condition with Nietzsche's Übermensch, Bostrom believes that the two are distinct and should be treated accordingly. What Nietzsche had in mind, however, was not technological transformation, but a kind of soaring personal growth and cultural refinement in exceptional individuals. Despite some surface-level similarities with the Nietzschean vision, transhumanism, with its Enlightenment roots, its emphasis on individual liberties, and its humanistic concerns for the welfare of all humans, probably has much more in common with Nietzsche's contemporary, the English liberal thinker and utilitarian John Stuart Mill. Transhumanism is rationalist and utilitarian, and Nietzsche famously despised both. But does this apparently clear-cut separation really do justice to Nietzsche's outlook? In Beyond Good and Evil, for instance, Nietzsche writes of a new philosophers of the future who will make use of religion for breeding and education work. Selective breeding and education seem interlinked. Indeed, the main goal of these future philosophers will be to eradicate chance from human reproduction. While one must be careful not to anachronistically read previous philosophers through a contemporary lens, it is also profoundly difficult to avoid the transhumanist and eugenist implications of these and many similar sentences within Nietzsche's text. Stefan Lorenz Zogner's article, Nietzsche, the Overhuman and Transhumanist, published some time after a Bostrom essay, is a direct response to the latter. Zogner proceeds by listing a number of commonalities among transhumanists and Nietzsche. Firstly, both hold a processual view of reality and within it human nature. There is nothing which is eternally fixed, writes Zogner, and both Nietzscheans and transhumanists would agree with such an assertion. The dynamism of reality precludes the possibility of objective ahistorical value system, and this necessitates an open-endedness when it comes to constructing our values. For Zogner, Nietzsche is a supporter of the critical spirit of scientific inquiry. Similarly, transhumanists are also highly supportive of the natural sciences, life sciences, and biomedical sciences as well. Zogner concedes that when writing of the Übermensch, Nietzsche does not refer to technological means of improvement. However, Nietzsche does not exclude the additional possibility of technological enhancement either. This is perhaps one of the weakest points within Zogner's text. It is counterintuitive to infer the presence of something implicit from the absence of explicit references. We simply cannot know what Nietzsche would have thought about the idea of technologically enhancing human beings. To support this contention, Zogner mentions Nietzsche's high esteem for Goethe. In Nietzsche's eyes, the legend thinker is something of an exemplar of the overhuman, at the very least a proto-overhuman. In the twilight of the idols, among Goethe's characteristics, Nietzsche lists several which can be read in a transhumanist light. Goethe is both strong and highly educated, well-bred in every sense of the term. Even more radically, Zogner asserts that both are forms of enhancement in the context of a holistic education of the self. If Goethe is a highly cultivated and well-bred example of the proto-overhuman, as Zogner claims, then transhumanists are Nietzscheans and Nietzscheans are transhumanists. Furthermore, if it is in the interest of higher humans to permanently overcome themselves, then all these who commit themselves to such permanent self-overcoming can be regarded as an ancestor of the overhuman. While this reading does appear compelling, aside from its anachronism, it suffers from a certain selectivity regarding the reading of Nietzsche presented here. Zollner does not refer to this paragraph, but perhaps I would like to. So nothing is more alien to the spirit of transhumanism than Nietzsche and fatalism, the Spinozistic idealization of nature's spontaneous evolution or active acquiescence to changes we cannot ever hope to rationally control. Transhumanists are incapable of assenting to imperfections such as death, illness, and suffering. It is difficult not to imagine Nietzsche, where he alive today, associating transhumanism as a symptom of weakness, animated by fear and an unwillingness to face the imperfection of reality.
To be fair to Zorgner, he is not alone in arguing that Nietzsche and transhumanism connect, or that transhumanism was influenced by Nietzsche. For example, Max More, who we mentioned at the beginning, a very influential founder of transhumanism, one of the first explicit transhumanists. Max More argues that he himself was influenced by Nietzsche, primarily the Übermensch. For example, More argues that we can read Nietzsche, we can select from Nietzsche concepts which are interesting and leave behind the more speculative metaphysical ideas, such as eternal recurrence. Now, this sort of picking and choosing from Nietzsche is a bit suspect. It's a bit unusual because in this regard, we don't really treat his philosophy as a whole, and we don't really believe that Nietzsche, that this is the best way of interpreting a philosopher, of just selecting one concept and leaving out the rest. Paul Loeb, a Nietzsche scholar, has also argued in favor of a transhumanist interpretation of Nietzsche, but precisely because of eternal recurrence. Loeb has basically argued that an Übermensch, or overhuman, would be an individual who accepts eternal recurrence and accepts every moment the eternal repetition of everything. And such a person would be a very strong individual and a being which is capable of doing this, of accepting this kind of idea of cyclical, non-linear time. So Loeb's interpretation is basically centered around accepting eternal recurrence. And the transhuman would be a being which is capable of doing this. So this is a sort of more than a human capacity for Loeb. Brett Carollo has also argued in favor of transhumanist Nietzscheanism. He argues that overhumans are those who are capable of going beyond good and evil, and so much so that the overhuman is a new species, and they can create their own forms of morality. This very much echoes the work of Max Stirner, although Carollo does not cite Stirner. This general idea of overcoming compulsory morality. And although Carollo does admit that Nietzsche is an anti-rationalist and not really a universalist, and in this sense there is a conflict between mainstream transhumanism and Nietzsche. So Carollo does accept this criticism, but nevertheless he argues that we do have a sort of duty to explore our capacities and experiment. And in this regard, we can say that transhumanism is a form of Promethean shamelessness, that we have to experiment with subjectivity, we have to explore the boundaries of humans. And Carollo argues that this is an apotheosis, that transhumanism is a self-divinization, it's making yourself into God, transforming themselves into God. And in this regard, it's not an exclusively scientific or scientistic movement. Transhumanism would be a form of mysticism in this regard. And Carollo thinks this is a positive aspect of transhumanism. It's a form of secularized mysticism. Now, regarding criticisms of transhumanism, there are several Nietzschean scholars, of course, who have rejected the idea that transhumanism can be associated with Nietzsche. I would mention Babette Babich, who is the most militant example of this. She said that transhumanists are basically fascists, so she uses the F word a lot, and that they are basically eugenicists, fascists, who are just trying to camouflage themselves in a sort of Nietzscheanism and sort of liberal individualism, but in reality they are the F word. Now, in this regard, I think she goes a little bit too far. I think this is about the too liberal use of this word because it's out of context. But I do think she does make good points. I'm not going to go over every one of these, but she basically argues that this is a form of narcissism, a form of wealthy people, wealthy individuals who want to live forever or who want to extend their life. And she argues that Nietzsche, an authentic Nietzscheanism, would be about giving yourself over, of sort of accepting eternal return and being generous, of spending your life, expending your life in many ways. That the overhuman would be a sort of generous person who doesn't want to live forever, and who doesn't want to become this, who's not selfish in essence, or who is so strong that they don't have to be selfish in this small sense of the term, that they're not egoistic in this sense. Now, I will just skip to the end because of this lack of time. I would like 2 extra minutes, if that's okay. So, there are many other authors who argue that transhumanism is incompatible with Nietzsche because they don't accept nature. Like Nietzsche was very much a romantic in this sense that he idealized nature and natural processes. And transhumanists, I think, or we think, they want to fix nature, they want to fix human biology, optimize ourselves, enhance ourselves. In a technical sense. But what was Nietzsche arguing for? Now, in our conclusion, we make some speculations regarding what was Nietzsche's aim with the overhuman. Now, we can't miss that thus spoke Zarathustra. It's the prophet, the founder of Zoroastrianism. And Zoroastrianism holds that there is such a thing as a perfect human, perfect man or perfect human who embodies God in a literal sense, that the prophet Zoroaster is an embodiment of God on earth. Now, and I think what Nietzsche found fascinating with this is this embodied nature, this immanent religion, which doesn't negate nature, we don't step outside nature, but the perfect human is an embodiment of God on earth. And it's not a transcendence, it's not a rejection of the body. And what Nietzsche saw in Zoroastrian, in ancient Persian religion, is this combination of the body and God in one. So there's no 2 levels of reality. And we believe that there's good reason for thinking that this is what Nietzsche was arguing for in the overhuman, and it's more of a mystical idea than a secular or a scientific idea of becoming just physically stronger. It's more of a mysticism, and I think that we believe that this was close to what Nietzsche was arguing for, and that transhumanism has nothing to do with Nietzsche, basically. That's what we think, that it's a complete error to argue that these 2 are the same, or the best we can say is that transhumanism can be a sort of quasi-Nietzscheanism, but it's not Nietzsche, basically.
So because you are behind schedule, we have time for 1 question. So choose wisely.
I had a very brief question. I mean,
Excellent question.
I was just, oh, sorry. This question about Nietzsche's romanticism, the idealization of nature. Can you elaborate? Because I don't really agree that he's a romantic. I mean, then he comes post-romantic and reflecting, very critical of many aspects of romanticism.
Yeah. So Nietzsche, when he's talking about Goethe as an example of a more than human person or a higher human, he says that Goethe's nature idolization is a good thing.
that nature is good, basically, that we have to get back to nature, at least there. And also within Spinoza as well, like Nietzsche had very differing views about Spinoza's philosophy, but one thing which he loved about Spinoza is his perceived naturalism. So Nietzsche was very much a naturalist in this regard. So I think there are commonalities between Romanticism and Nietzsche regarding nature.
Only early, not later. Early Nietzsche is romantic, he actually fights against. So he fights against romanticism after the birth of tragedy and a long time later. So there's no romanticism after the online meditations. It's only early where he idolizes nature the way romantics do. Later on, if you put it, it becomes Spinoza's state where we are nature is in us. That we are, there's no separation between us and nature.
Yeah, like we are the eternal recurrence in many ways. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, thanks again. Do we have Dr. Steinberg? We should have an online presentation with Dr.
He's not here yet.
Yes.
We switch. We switch with our colleague.
Okay, so if Nikita
Mihalko.
Nikita Sieverts,
Nikita
and then
Nu a intrat încă. Să-i spui că... Deci îl poți vedea aici dacă apare. O să apară aici fereastra lui dacă intră.
Nu, că stai închis, dar ora e de ce?
Eventual trimite încă o dată link-ul. Da, e link-ul care se termină cu 5.2. Ți-l trimit eu? You don't have a PowerPoint.
I don't have a PowerPoint. I like to interact with people. Okay, so let me briefly introduce the speaker. Nikita Sievert is currently developing a proposal at the Freie Universität Berlin. He's planning to write a PhD on the concept of freedom in the philosophy of Henri Bergson. He has finished a bachelor's degree in Frankfurt with a thesis on Deleuze and wrote a master's degree in Berlin on Lacan. His specialization includes German idealism, philosophy of life, phenomenology, and modern French philosophy. Nikita's research focuses on the mutation of the notion of freedom in the last 2 centuries.
Thank you very much. It's slightly unfortunate because many of my results were presented already in the last presentation. So I very agree that I strongly doubt the use of Nietzsche for transhumanism. But allow me to tell me from where my thinking arises. I would like to present 3 ways of self-improvement: the humanist, the transhumanism, and the Nietzschean way. And I would like to show that though Nietzsche and transhumanism share certain ways of how they distance themselves from humanism, the way how they distance and what they emphasize differ fundamentally. How would I like to do this? I would like to introduce the concept of human nature, because it's kind of connected to self-improvement. Not necessarily it's a loose connection, but I would like to find 2 dimensions inside of self-improvement, one descriptive and one normative. And don't be afraid, I will try then to draw it down. And the descriptive one will be structured in 3 subpoints: the exceptionalism, the essentialism and the universalism. This is on the descriptive side of the self-improvement. The normative side of self-improvement will consider in different types of morality these three ways of self-improvement have. I will come to the conclusion that humanism is, by its descriptive foundation, necessarily deontological. And I would argue strongly that I cannot think of transhumanism that is not, in a weird way, utilitarian. Maybe not necessarily Benthamian, maybe it's more like Mill, maybe it's also like Pete Singer, but utilitarianism is necessarily connected with transhumanism. And where I would like to arrive is to say that Nietzsche is neither nor. He is totally not ideological nor utilitarian. He has a very specific notion of what it means to be outside of morality. I would like to argue that he is in a way for critique and for historic sense. Well, this is the brief way I would. How should I do it?
Just clip it.
Well, hopefully it can be better.
It works.
This is at least the way how I would try to proceed. Well, let's start from humanism. Well, as we heard, humanism is a very heterogeneous movement. We have already humanism in antiquity, Kantian, modern atheist, Christian. And I would like to stress 2 points of humanism that is always embodied. First, it's always distinct from the end. Humanism always says, well, it's always this demand on a human being to become better. But what better? Not become more than a human being, but to overcome its animal past. And this is what I would like to connect to the first point, why humanism is all necessarily exceptionalism, because it arises from the idea we must overcome our, let's say, drives, our impulses, our aggression, and embrace what we call the humanity. But what is the humanity? Of course, it's always different. I would stress that humanism is not an ontology or epistemology. It's more, like the name suggests, a way how you treat a human being. And you ascribe to every born human being a specific feature, maybe reason, maybe zone political, or you can do it in a very modern way like Marcus Gabriel. Marcus Gabriel says what is a human being? It's an animal, it needs to be very funny, sophisticated, but it's always this kind of minimal assumption that there's something quarterly distinct from animality, and this is where the exceptionalism point is made. So exceptionalism in humanism derives from the qualitative difference to the animals. The second aspect I would like to talk is the essentialism. Essentialism is, should be, I perceive in the following way, that we have that each human being, by being born as a human being, has a certain core. Maybe you cannot even articulate what it is. Like in Kant, it presents itself like a regulative idea. You have this thing, you can maybe not even name it. And this thing must be cultivated in a way. Make it big, educate yourself, make it include also maybe the parts you want to exclude. But we are born with this. This is the fundamental assumption of each humanism, that we as a human being are born with language, or we are born into the political system. I think the first one, like Heidegger or Arendt, these are weird humanist ends, still present. Maybe less in Heidegger, but more definitely in Arendt. So we see like in each human being, there's kind of a divine fire that we must preserve in humanism. So this is why it's necessary conservative movement. Let's come to the third point, the universalism in humanism. The universalism point is considered in Nietzsche the Rangordnung der Werte, the hierarchy of values. It presents itself in 2 ways. First, you have this one specific, maybe not really clear human feature, the divine flame. This is the aim of all values. So this is the highest peak. And then there's a second aspect. There are a lot of methods, ways how to achieve this. So to speak with Kant, total humanist thinker, the highest point, of course, is reason. And reason, of course, also the faculty of judgment also belongs, also practical reason. However, you must, of course, educate yourself. So this why this famous article from Kant, Das Aufklärung, is all about education. So education means find the means by achieving the true humanity. And from this, now I have three features: exceptionalism, essentialism, and universalism. From these three descriptive features of humanism, you derive necessarily a deontological morality. What does it mean in the deontological morality? That you say, well, human is exceptional, therefore we must try to preserve what is given there. And to preserve this may also include to preserve all its environment in which he is. So this famous example of Kant, why shouldn't we torture animals? Very simple, because we are insulting our own dignity. So Sorgner described in his book on transhumanism very well that dignitas derives from the ancient, from Cicero, something that is dignitas and humanitas, this divine flame we have to preserve. And we find this also in Kant and even the Marcus Garvey. So this is, I would say, a plain and general feature of humans. But how do now Nietzsche and transhumanism differ from this? Let's first on the descriptive level. Starting with transhumanism. Transhumanism totally abandons the notion of exceptionalism. How does it do it? It says we cannot think why we cannot name any positive feature that distinguishes human beings from other living creatures. Name one, you can't. What should we do then? Well, we have in transhumanism, I would say I don't see a distinction between Euro-transhumanism in this case and classical transhumanism. We have always a certain form of materialism and a certain form of naturalism. And this naturally arises to the idea of monism. While humanism often, I'm not sure whether always operates with dualism, transhumanism is always a strict, I would say it's always monism. And this is why human beings are not exceptional living beings. They are living beings like all the others. However, now we are coming to the second point. Does transhumanism has an essence? And I would say, despite the fact that transhumanism says, well, we cannot name any essence, it definitely has one. It is a thought of materialism. The essence of everything is, let's say, matter. It's what our natural sciences are telling us. It is a reduction to the givenness, to say it Heidegger. And through this, well, we are all matter, and this is why we have an essence. And this essence does not contradict, it's not in opposition to all other animals, but this essence allows us to determine what a human being is. And to say, well, we are this body, I am this part of my brain. And this is why I would say there is a certain way of an essentialism that rests in transhumanism. And so do I with the universalism. So let's say transhumanism doesn't have an exceptionalism, but it has an essentialism. I'm not sure whether I pronounce it correctly, I hope you understand me. And, but universalism is totally present too in transhumanism. What is present? Well, as I said, we are all bound to our matter, to our desires, to what our body commands us. Our mind is kind of following what our body is already decided. If we can even say, if we can even think of an independent body. Well, where do we arrive? To which ethics or morality do we arrive with transhumanism for this? Well, I would claim it's a very liberal moral. Why? Everything is allowed until we prove that it really harms other people. Very classical liberal thought. And we don't have any absolute values that would change. But we say if a lot of people agree that we are suffering from this Dakaka problem or this social inequality, well, maybe we should do something. And I would arrive to two fundamental values that we can distinguish there in this kind of libertarian approach. First value is happiness and pleasure. Well, of course, I'm a utilitarian, I would like pleasure. Everyone likes pleasure. Second point is not so much stressed, I think, but Bostrom makes it very big. It's the human potential. A true utilitarian in nowadays would also likes to include all the other possible, let's say, 10,000 years in the future. We also must think what happened then. And so the human potential must kind of preserve. And in my humble opinion, this is the happiness and pleasure is a utilitarian ideology that derives from transhumanism, and I cannot think what else can it propose, because it argues allow everything. So if I'm allowed everything, what are my measurements to decide? Well, to quote my little sister, I feel it that way. Well, what can Nietzsche teach us about this? Well, I can talk, we heard about anthropological bias, I can talk about now my Nietzschean bias. I'm very great fan of this guy, with all his flaws, of course, but he is not an exceptionalist. Well, he doesn't see fundamental difference between man or human and animals. I wanted to quote something from Beyond Good and Evil, but I'm not so sure that I have all the time for this. This is why I will first ask you to believe me that in Beyond Good and Evil, he says that the instincts of human and what the human beings are thinking cannot be discerned. And this is why there's no point in trying to say what is the animality in us and what is the humanity in us. Every attempt to do so, we are falling in our prejudice, our projections, and our hidden desires. And now, to make a bridge to the anti-essentialism of Nietzsche, Nietzsche substitutes the question, what is a human, by the question, who asks this question? If you remember the Beyond Good and Evil first book, then he goes through Kant, through Stoics, and through natural scientists, and asks, well, guys, you have this picture of people. Why do you have this? Where does it derive from? So here you can say he's doing argumenti ad hominem. He's not arguing so strictly speaking against their positions. Well, what he's very good at this, he says, well, there's an interconnection between the lifestyle, their society, and their results that they come to. So, first of all, no exceptionalism for Nietzsche, but he would say it's also no essentialism. Well, maybe I will do something that I really didn't want to do. I will first quote a little bit in German, and then I will translate this into English, and I hope nice people can help me if I say something. Well, just found this very. This is the third in Beyond Good and Evil. It's with the Stoics. It's the 9th chapter. We'll just go through the chapter with major passages. Gemäß der Natur wollt ihr leben. Wie könnt ihr diese Indifferenz leben? Leben, dass es nicht gerade ein anders sein wollen, als diese Natur ist. And now the end of this chapter, Philosophie ist der tyrannische Trieb, selbst der geistige Wille zu schaffender Wert, zu Hause primus zu werden. I read this, he's saying that so you start, you would like to live according to nature, but what kind of nature do you want to live with? Is not this already something anti-naturalist, trying to live according to nature? You think you're living with accordance, but in reality, you are very anti-naturalist. So what is his strategy in the end? His strategy is to say we are in a specific historic situation with our historic contingent biases and problems. And now coming from the anti-essentialist to the anti-universalist claim, he would say we have no universal problems, we have just contingent problems how humans as organisms are kept low. And we must find values how to transcend them. So the point of self-improvement in Nietzsche is not to become like a humanism, better human. It's not self-improvement like in a transhumanist, be a cultist, have more power to manipulate your surrounding. So I think this is at the core of transhumanist thought.
be more capable of manipulating and organizing. But the transcend, the self-improvement of Nietzsche includes the first identification of what is now oppressive in today's days. And then, second way, find means to overcome this. And in my humble opinion, what the overhuman is a person, not it's an idea of always finding the limits and the oppressiveness in today's time, going to its limits and trying to overcome this special limit. And to be slightly polemic, Nietzsche would maybe say our obsession with technique today maybe, he would not play this incessantly, but may be a problem. Maybe we don't know how to suffer anymore. We always look for new techniques, how to evade suffering. Maybe we should learn to suffer anymore. Maybe we should do this abstinence and asceticism from our techniques. So I will not quote again in German, but I will just say that there is a beautiful passage where he speaks about the values that he would like to defend. It's in 224, the chapter in Beyond Good and Evil. Sorry? 224, the chapter in Beyond Good and Evil. And it starts the passage like, die Menschen des historischen Sinns, wir sind anspruchslos, selbstlos, bescheiden, tapfer. So he speaks about values of self-restraint, not enhancement. The transcendence of human being is here in this passage. It's very much connected and restrain where you are and try to see what is happening. Well, let me briefly summarize. I think that the self-improvement in humanism, transhumanism, and Nietzsche are completely different. The difference lies in what should be overcome. In humanism, the animality should be overcome. In transhumanism, it's our physical incapability to fly and never die should be overcome. But Nietzsche, he's, in my humble opinion, a historicist, to be very active, genealogist. We should see what is the sense of today, how are we oppressed, how can we transcend this? And it's not yet clear whether technique is something that is helping us or preventing us, transcending us. I would finish my presentation with just brief remarks on eternal return of built particles. They are the major concept. I would claim that eternal return should be read, as we heard a bit of Deleuzian vein. It's the return of the difference. What is returning? It's not returning a specific ontological being. Returns is always the breaking point, rises. And what is the will to power? The will to power is not being afraid to go to the limits. It's not being afraid. This is the difference between reactive and active powers. Reactive powers are afraid that they're gonna disappear forever. Active powers, the people who truly are capable of this activity, they are going to the eternal return. And maybe the self-overcoming and the self-improvement needs something less, more asceticism than more technique. Thank you very much for it.
So Nikita will start questions on.
I mean, I find it surprising to use the word transcend really in relationship to Nietzsche. And I think that, I mean, I'm not sure if it's just linguistic sort of slippage, but I don't think that transcendence is really at all a part of the project. It's part of becoming who we are, right? If we accept, well, hold on. If we accept this idea of this nature inside of us, of this internal recurrence inside of us, becoming who you are is enough. You do not need to transcend yourself in order to become who you are. On the subject of suffering and technology, I actually think, and now I may be wrong, that Nietzsche would vehemently reject the idea of rejecting medical technologies to alleviate suffering on the basis of asceticism, because that would be a kind of Christian submission to pain and to suffering. Using a technology, I can give you an example. Medical technologies today, MRI technologies that allow us to see the body in wonderful detail, brain scans, things like that, help us to not only understand who we are, but can give us the tools that we need in order to allow us to continue to live. That doesn't take away suffering. just because we're undergoing because we have medical examinations, we don't stop suffering. There's so many diseases that are incurable. Rejecting technologies on the basis of accepting suffering is not something that I think really accords with Nietzsche's principles at all. So I mean, sorry, I have some fundamental disagreements with your information.
Thank you very much. To clarify this, first of all, Nietzsche would not reject technology. This is not the point. But he would not say that there is a salvation. It's not the point of technology to bring us to the limits of our capabilities. Technology is not important, I would claim. It's the first thing. Then, the reduction of suffering. True. Christian morality made us suffer, Nietzsche, and we should get rid of this. But he would also say that the whole fear of suffering leads to the last man, the letzte Mensch. And this is the state of being where you are constantly afraid of daring something. For Nietzsche, there is an ambivalent relationship to religion and Christianity, especially. Why? Because this religion made us go so far that we are capable of embracing this much pain. So he is really also affirmative towards Christianity in the sense that we became capable of this. And the point about the transcendence, well, he speaks about Überwindung. I'm not so sure how overcome maybe is the better translation for this, but human being is someone in Nietzsche's thought, as in my interpretation, that is already always in the process. This always be heard very many times, metaphor of the bridge. I would claim that overhuman, in my understanding, is the true human. If you understand true human, is the one who always differs from itself, always goes to its limit and crumbles. So it's always on the edge of your possibility. And this is how I would also interpret it, what you said, become who you are. Of course, become who you are, but who are you? You are the being who always differs from yourself. Maybe I have a very postmodern interpretation of Nietzsche, I realize. That's fine.
So I have like, I think David has a question for you.
I'm ready to instruct.
It's probably a kind of very petty-talking point, but I was interested in your equation between some kind of materialism and essentialism. And I'm wondering in what sense materialism is essentialism. I mean, maybe, my thought is, well, maybe at most it's to claim that everything has certain physical properties, but it doesn't mean that everything has the same properties. Obviously, I have physical properties, you have physical properties, we're both made out of baryonic matter or whatever, but we don't have the same properties as a table or a chair or a star or an atom. I mean, it seems, if it's an essentialism, and even that's debate, it seems to be incredibly austere, and it's almost harmless essentialism. I mean, I'm not, maybe it's not essential to your argument, but I'm just interested.
Actually, it's very essential. Thank you for the question. I think it's a very important one to stress. For sure, if you think about materialism in a Spinozian way, because for him, matter is something you just please a one attribute of the infinity of God, and in the end, the infinity of becoming is not short of this. But I think the importance I call this combination of naturalism, of materialism, and essentialism, because, well, contradict me if I'm wrong, but if does not a certain form of naturalism implies that there are certain basics, let's say atoms, let's say quants, and the fundamental laws of physics, and if we can just combine them sophistically enough, we can even produce our patterns of thought.
I think that doesn't necessarily follow, because that would assume some kind of, for example, some transhumanists have argued getting pedicularized minds onto, say, computer mainframes, but that requires a very particular kind of, not just materialism, but a particular kind of functionalism or computationalism, which is extremely speculative, and actually it's actually a form of, would actually be a form of anti-reductionism. If if you like, because it requires the mind to run on substrates other than biological bodies. So the mind is, if you like, a form of, say, computational structure that's going to be abstractly instantiated. It may well be the case that that's what the mind is, but that's an extremely speculative claim over and above physicalism. Physicalism could be true, but that sort of computationalist or functionalist theory could be completely wrong. They're independent claims.
I strongly disagree that mind uploading is anti-essentialism. I think this is a precise essentialist thesis to say that you have a...
It's not, the point is it's not physicalism. Doesn't follow from physicalism or materialism. It's an additional claim. It may be this kind of functionalist essentialism, if you will, but it's a different claim about what mind is. After all, if you're a functionalist, mind can be instantiated in ectoplasm. As long as it instantiates the right computational structure, it doesn't have to be materially instantiated, so it's a completely independent feature.
Structuralism can also be a form of essentialism. However, I think my general point is that either you can have transhumanism without strong ontological claims. You say, what is transhumanism? Well, enhance human beings with technology. Well, this is completely, in a way, it's harmless. But I think if you say, well, why should we do this? You can say, well, we have more pleasure. This is not a strong ontological thesis. And if there is a strong ontological thesis that I cannot see, how it cannot be reductionist.
I'm not sure that the kind of utilitarian claim follows from the ontological thesis of materialism. I mean, that seems, again, independent. I'll leave this to you.
I suggest we discuss further issues over lunch so that we can invite the third speaker. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Massachusetts at Amherst, under the directorship of Leonard H. Early, renowned scholar of the philosophy of With the encouragement of N. Miller, Steinbeck wrote a commentary on chapter 1 of Nietzsche's Text of Homo, published by the University of America. He is the co-founder of the work Posthuman Society, Council, and Francesca Ferrando, and co-editor with Professor Kunsel of Infinity, a journal of Posthumanism. Dr. Steinbeck maintains a video lecture series on Nietzsche's Text of Homo on YouTube. He resides in China and is institutionally affiliated with Day2 University of Science and Technology. Although retired, he is still deeply engaged in the student community and university life. Dr. Steinbeck, you have the word.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, great. Okay. My talk is going to cover the subject of an issue of mythology in the writings of the later Nietzsche. I'm interested particularly in a text in Why I Am So Wise that I will refer to as Wise 3 Final. I'm getting a lot of audio feedback. Are you able to hear me properly?
Yes. Yes, we can.
You can hear me fine. Okay. Oh, great. All right. I'll just continue that. As you look at Ecce Homo, Why I Am So Wise, you will see that there are two. There's some issue over what happened with Wise 3. In 1969, a text was discovered that superseded the text that had been in place for all that up until then. That text has been regarded as a Wahnsinnsschrift from the very beginning, from the time that Franz Overbeck saw it and declared that it was insane. And until very recently in 2022, Thomas Broger wrote in his his book on Ecce Homo and the Revaluation of All Values that this text, Wise 3 Final, contained many obvious signs of mental instability, and cited in one particular case the statement that one is at the least related to one's parents. I'll explain why that's a meaningful statement in a bit. I am applying mythical analysis to rehabilitate the text of Wise 3 Final as not a Bonsenschrift, and surrounding texts from the correspondence of the time from early January of 1889, and as well as an important text in Nietzsche repurposed a song from Zarathustra 4 in The Magician, and retitled it Ariadne's Lament. And at this time, in late December, early January of 1889, he added a coda to the Ariadne's Lament that it appears in the Dithyrambics of Dionysus. So all of that material is very rich in mythology, and I think that commentators are making a terrible mistake in dismissing this material in Wise 3 Final, and in the Wise 3 Final was written in late December of 1888, so just right on the cusp, and it was just supposedly the given date of Nietzsche's collapse in Turin was January 3rd, and very shortly thereafter he's I think by the 8th he's on the train with Overbeck and to the clinic in Basel, run by Willie Tranquil Meadows. It seems to me that there are two myth cycles that are involved in this text. I should say, I didn't mention, but I should say that I'm just reporting on a paper that I just published in The Agonist in the May issue, so I'm not going to be weight you down with references and the cross references to the material. You can find that all in the paper. It's in the current issue. So what the two myths that I think are in play that unfold the meaning of Wise 3 Final. One is the myth of Pentheus and Dionysus reclaiming his realm and the triumph of Dionysus, and another is the myth of the Ariadne and Dionysus. And these two myths are going to come together in a very odd way, so that we will see that a reference to rulership is also at the same time a reference to evolution. So the claim being that the evolutionary path has by itself a right to rule. In the myth of Pentheus, what happens is Dionysus is returned from Thebes, and he comes to he's returned from Asia, and he comes to Thebes, and he claims that he is the king, is the rightful king of Thebes, but he is opposed by the king at the time, Pentheus, and his mother Agave, who declare that Dionysus is an impostor. There are two stories are being told about Dionysus in the play. One is the story of a guy Pentheus, that what happened is that Semele, Dionysus's mother, had an illicit affair and was embarrassed and lied about it and said that Zeus had visited her, and Zeus killed her with a lightning bolt out of blasphemy, for blasphemy. And when Semele died, her unborn child Dionysus died with her, and so the person who was showing up here claiming to be Dionysus is an imposter. The other story, which is we'll call that the common sense story, the common sense narrative of the identity of Dionysus. the faith narrative of the identity of Dionysus is that what happened is that Semele was tricked by Hera into requesting Zeus to reveal himself to her in his full godly glory, which he did, and she promptly died upon beholding him. Whereupon Zeus rescued the unborn Dionysus, sewed him into his thigh, and then was delivered by Hermes. And we'll call that the narrative of faith, for want of better terms. Central then to the play of the Bacchae is the question of who Dionysus is. And that's very important because, after all, Ecce Homo was written to say who Nietzsche is. That's the stated purpose of the book, is to say, well, seeing that in a short while I must confront the face with the heaviest demand that have been made upon it. There's not be set aside for me to say who I am. I think I broke it up.
Yes.
We can
still hear you, but the
sound
image.
of it.
Yeah, we have sound, but the image is now frozen. So, can you hear us?
Maybe you can continue just with the sound. We can just hear it.
We lost
We lost you.
Well, you can wait for.
Yes. He will be back.
I'm back.
Okay. So, yeah, you can continue.
Sorry.
We can hear you and see you.
Great. Nietzsche had said that the purpose of writing Ecce Homo is to say who he is, because he is about to put before humanity the heaviest demand that has ever been made upon it, and so it seems to him it cannot be set aside to say who he is. And in a similar way, we'll see that the question of who Nietzsche is it parallels the question of who Dionysus is in the myth of Pentheus. Now, what we're seeing in both the myth of Pentheus and in Wise Three Final is a claim about what the origin is of the right to rule. It's not in the line of succession of Pentheus. You would think so, but that's not right. Instead, the right to rule comes from the sudden appearance of Dionysus and as an emergence. So we have in the play the suggestion of two origins of the noble nature. Well, and that's carried over into Wise Three Final. It's very clearly distinguished that there are two lines of succession, of two lines of development in the species. One is the line of succession, and one is another line of collecting, saving, and hoarding up. The line of collecting, saving, hoarding up, that language is taken over from a text in Twilight of the Idols. And Nietzsche's claim, as he states in his letter, is that he is Dionysus, and this is a letter closing January 3rd or 4th. He is Dionysus, and he has come to reclaim his realm, and he's having the Pope arrested. That's a political arrest. The Pope appears in Wise Three Final as well. Why? But what the Pope believes in is the order of succession, because after all, the Pope is the primary proponent of the belief in the transference of the noble nature through an order of succession. That's the apostolic succession. He is the heir of the divinity of Jesus. Nietzsche says this is nonsense, and that the true divine nature or the true noble nature appears by collecting, saving, and hoarding up, and that he is replacing the false rulership, the illegitimate rulership of the Pope, or not the Pope specifically, but of the concept of rule by succession. That's why he also in that text makes the statement, this is in Wise 3 final, that the young Kaiser would not be worthy of being my coachman. The young Kaiser in question is Wilhelm II, who had just ascended in the previous few months. And it's important that it's not Wilhelm I, but Wilhelm II. So the claim is that the right to rule is not conferred in succession, but only appears as the sudden emergence. Now, all of that would be just myth if it weren't for the overtones of an anti-Darwinian conception of evolution as being two-tracked. Nietzsche is, after all, a serious critic of Darwin, and he seems here to be stating that evolution is not occurring by incremental steps in the Darwinian scenario, and that ultimately lead to a new species, but that rather evolution is occurring not in the main line, but off the main line, and as a sudden emergence. And that, it turns out, without overstating the point, seems to be an early version of punctuated equilibrium theory that was first proposed by Gould and Eldridge in 1972. Of course, Gould and Eldridge are dealing with evolution, with biological evolution, and Nietzsche isn't. But it's very clear that Nietzsche is stating that there are two lines, and that one is not showing evidence of evolutionary development, and another is. And he states that very clearly, that he himself is a descendant of both lines. In Ecce Homo Wise 1, he says that he is a descendant of the line of succession from his father, and as such is a decadent. But that also he has a second Herkunft. He is doubly descended, and his second Herkunft is from his second Herkunft, he is an Anfang. Clearly, he is not a decadent as his father and an Anfang as his mother. His mother was not an Anfang of anything. The Anfang, as the second line of descent, refers to this text that I'm talking about, Wise 3 final, of collecting, saving, hoarding up. Now, that suggests that we're in a divided situation, that evolution is not happening in the main line, but is happening by leaps. So why that is not clear. But
sorry for the interruption.
Why that is not clear, but the two tracks are in a very conflicted relationship to one another.
Me? If you can hear me, 5 minutes possible, 5 minutes. 5 minutes until the end of the presentation if possible, so 5 minutes.
Yes, I hear you.
5 minutes.
I hear you.
Okay.
I'll start across. The two tracks are in conflict. One track, the line of succession, he says displays a pre-established disharmonia. And the pre-established disharmonia attacks his evolutionary advances at his highest moments. The pre-established disharmonia is a psychopathology of revengefulness that is attacking evolutionary development. This is all pretty clear in Wise 3 final. And he declares that the pre-established disharmonia comes from his mother and sister, who inflict upon him a bloody wound at every moment in which he makes an evolutionary advance. And why would they do that? the problem with evolutionary advance is that it's self-overcoming. That's what is involved in making the advance, and that is a condition of suffering. What the pre-established disharmony attempts to do is impose further suffering on that moment to cause will to power to be frustrated and consciousness of being an evolutionary advance suppressed. Pre-established disharmony seeks to suppress awareness in our species that evolutionary development even occurs. And the bloody wound he refers to later becomes clarified as a letter that from his sister. He declared that he had finished the reevaluation of all values, and she said, "Well, now I suppose you're going to be famous, and just very poor people intellectually will read you." And he says, "I certainly expected that." And it's a declining, demeaning, abusive, reductive psychopathology that intends to impute an everydayness and undermine consciousness of evolutionary advance. Now, why would that be a problem? It's a problem because at that weakest moment, he might believe it. Here's where the myth of Ariadne comes in, and then I can stop. He says, I'm actually not related to my mother and sister. I'm more related to Cosima, who is my equal and the foremost nature. And she too is from this herkunft of collecting, saving, and hoarding up. And whom should I believe? My brother and sister, to whom I'm not really related, or this other origin of evolutionary development off the main line, in which I also find Cosima, who reassures me. So the structure of the situation is that Cosima becomes sheltering of him in his encounter of the pre-established disharmony from his mother and sister, who decline, demean, and reduce him abusively to deny that he is advancing in an evolutionary way. You're just another person, and there's nothing extraordinary going on about you at all. That means then that the interjection of Cosima / Ariadne into this situation establishes rulership by way of isolation, because the evolutionary advance has the right to rule. It imposes isolation of Nietzsche from the pre-established disharmonia. So my claim is that the politics involved in the Y3 final as a retelling of the myth of Pentheus, combined with the myth of Ariadne and Dionysus, is a politics of isolation. Nietzsche has often said the sick have to be segregated, the healthy should be segregated from the sick. Sarah Kaufman finds a politics of isolation in Nietzsche, but it's not well developed. But she documents it, and the problem seems to be that the main line is opposing evolutionary development. Let me make one last point about incest, and then I can stop. In the text of Y3 finally, it says, on this issue of not being related to one's parents, that was well understood by the Egyptians, who believed in incest, and it was a mark of rule. Isis and Osiris are brother and sister. The point is that in their incestuous relationship, it's meant to be a denial of succession, of origin and succession, and so nothing unnatural about it at all. And instead, an affirmation of origin, of a divine origin, and the heightened eroticism of incest attributed not to biology related to parents, but attributed just to the natural life, the normal life of divinity. And that seems to be something, and it's associated with rulership. And that seems to be what's going on in the Y3 final, in the myth of Dionysus and Ariadne, because Ariadne Cosima Ariadne is more related to Nietzsche than to anyone else, and yet he marries her. So I'm suggesting a connection of rulership and evolution in this text that reveals something about Nietzsche's politics, and that overall we really should not be dismissing this later material as Wahnsinnsschrift. We should be looking at it with the tools of mythology and studying the interior structure and meanings of the text, and not be so concerned about the surrounding circumstance of the breakdown. Okay, that can be my speech. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Steinberg. So we have 2 minutes for. Thank you, Thomas. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Eunice.
Yeah, I will maybe formulate something and then ask a question. I'm already familiar with your work, so you are suggesting that there is a conflict between the epigenetic evolution and eternal return, and the myth of Ariadne exemplifies that conflict. Ariadne was abandoned by Theseus on the island of Naxos instead of falling into deep despair, and she was betrayed. She followed the cult of Dionysus, and she becomes the Dionysus' companion, and Ariadne exemplifies this eternal return as well. So the conflict, they both exert power, right? Both evolution exert power on us, so does eternal return, but Ariadne builds her higher self by transforming herself through Dionysus, by the way, who exemplify eternal return. If you read the last part of the Cluj of Idols, where Nietzsche talks about Dionysus, where he is indebted to ancient Greek culture, it is all eternal return there in the Dionysus, the way he understands Dionysus and the Dionysian. So, if that's your point, if I understand or reformulate your position as what you said, this harmonia, right? This harmonia between epigenetic evolution and eternal return. How can we resolve this conflict? Yeah.
Eunice, there was quite a lot of, I'm getting quite a lot of feedback, and it was a little difficult to hear you. So I'm not sure I heard you correctly, but yes, it's true that Ariadne reaches a higher self, and that's very clear in one line about her, that only after the hero has abandoned her will she find the overhero, the hero being Theseus, and then she finds the overhero Dionysus. I'm not sure. Please repeat your point. I don't think I got your point. What you're asking me to resolve a contradiction? There's so much background noise. I can't hear you very well.
There are birds in the background. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but there's so much background echoing. I can't.
This is not Let me speak slowly. Your main point is that there is a conflict, this harmonia between evolution and eternal return. Correct?
There's no. The pre-established disharmonia is not related to the eternal return. The pre-established disharmonia appears in his mother and sister. He accuses them of this precise mechanical intrusion that attacks him at his weakest, at his highest, also at the same time his weakest moments. They are the weakest moments because they are moments of self-overcoming. The intent of the pre-established disharmonia in the main line is to thwart will to power. I don't think it has anything to do with eternal recurrence. It's an attempt. It's the analysis of revengefulness against will to power evolution that we find in On Redemption. So it's the position seems to be that human beings are not very comfortable with the realities of evolution, that life cuts into itself in order to advance itself. That's how will to power works. It doesn't want that, the main line doesn't want that to happen in their own lives. And they eventually attack it happening whenever they encounter it in the lives of others. So that we also see something similar in Ecce Homo Wise 4. Nietzsche states 3 cases in which he was advancing himself in his evolutionary development, and in all 3 cases, the pre-established disharmonia intervened to increase suffering, so that will to power, with the added suffering over and above the suffering of self-overcoming, would be frustrated and thwarted, and he would become confused as to his identity. Is that answering you?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Professor Steinberg.
Okay, sorry I had so much technical problems here, but all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hour of lunch, so 2 hours.
Yes.
Okay. Sifatun, are you with us?
Am I audible?
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
we are gonna start the third session on Nietzsche, rhetoric, posthumanism, and AI. Thank you everybody for joining us again. So our presenter is gonna be Sifatun Noor. Completed her master's in English literature from Aliyah University in India and has been conducting independent research since, with publishings in multiple international journals. Her research interests include posthumanism, film, gender studies, minority studies, and science fiction. Sifatun.
Yeah. Can you see my presentation? Yeah. Am I audible? And the presentation is visible, right? Hello? Yeah, okay. So, hey, good evening, everyone. I am really glad to be here. And I will be talking about locating the connection between Nietzschean philosophy and artificial intelligence through the case study of Black Mirror. This is the overview that we will follow for the presentation. The rapid development of artificial intelligence brings significant challenges to the traditional ideas of identity, freedom, self-assertion, and free will. Integrating AI into our daily lives has debunked long-held ideas about humanity and what it means to be human. Friedrich Nietzsche's philosophy, particularly his concepts of Übermensch, individuality, and self-mastery, give a framework for critically examining these disruptions, along with the disruptions caused by AI in the process of achieving the Übermensch. The paper therefore employs Nietzschean philosophy as a lens through which to explore changing relations between humans and AI. Many scholars consider AI to be the visualization of Nietzschean transhumanism and align the progressive ideas of Nietzsche with the transhuman approach of AI. However, this paper argues that humans are failing to develop their unique potential and assert their will to power due to the prevalence of AI, which are essential qualities of the Übermensch, turning AI into a hindrance in the process of realizing the Übermensch. The presentation uses 3 episodes from Black Mirror to exemplify how contemporary discussions on AI and human interactions can be framed in terms of Nietzschean thought. Nietzsche's Übermensch is a central idea in his philosophy that refers to an ideal man who transcends humanity's values and limitations to achieve a higher state of being through self-mastery and creative independence. Nietzsche's call for self-overcoming and individuality aligns with his rejection of herd mentality. The Übermensch embodies the epitome of individuality, who stands apart from others and asserts his unique identity and perspective. The Übermensch possesses an ongoing process of self-overcoming, implying he challenges himself again and again, rising above former achievements and limitations. This implies a relentless pursuit of self-enhancement while ensuring personal excellence. An Übermensch serves as a founder of new values who disavows existing moral systems to create his own ethical principles. According to Nietzsche, appreciating life in its entirety includes acknowledging both its agonies and tribulations. Artificial intelligence profoundly impacts how humans perceive their singularity, where the increasing integration of AI into daily life can lead to a perception that human abilities are less unique. For example, AI-generated art and music might blur the lines between human and machine creativity, challenging the notion of human exclusivity in these domains. However, the failure of AI to fully grasp the complexity of human emotions distinguishes them from humans, challenging the former's claim to become the Übermensch. As AI systems become more integrated into everyday life, humans are becoming overtly reliant on them, which can lead to a decrease in human agency. For example, AI algorithms might determine medical diagnosis, approve loan applications, or predict criminal behavior. This shift from a human to an AI-driven decisions raises concerns about the extent to which humans retain control over important aspects of their own lives. Nietzsche's philosophy encourages the individuals to cultivate creative autonomy and self mastery in pursuing personal greatness. With the integration of AI into various aspects of daily life, including work, communication, and leisure, human autonomy is both augmented and challenged, where questions arise regarding the distribution of agencies between humans and machines. The pursuit of genuine self expression and creative autonomy is complicated by the presence of AI systems that can influence or even override human decisions. Nietzsche's concept of the Übermensch emphasizes the importance of self assertion and the development of one's unique potential. In an AI driven world, maintaining this sense of individuality requires critically examining how AI systems shape human behavior, decision making, and self perception. Nietzsche promotes the idea of self mastery, the capacity for individuals to shape their own destinies and assert their will. In the context of AI, maintaining self
You've disconnected. We can still see your image. Okay, you're back now.
Yeah. In the context of AI, maintaining self mastery means ensuring that humans remain in control. It involves being vigilant about how AI systems are designed and deployed to prevent them from undermining human autonomy. We will use Black Mirror as a case study. Black Mirror is a British television series that offers a rich source for fictional scenarios that explore the interactions between humans and AI. Be Right Back explores themes of grief and identity in a digital age where a woman named Martha uses an AI service to create a digital replica of a deceased partner, Ash. On the other hand, the interconnected stories of White Christmas examines the ethical implications of AI technology and its impact on human consciousness. Nosedive, on the other hand, centers around a society where social status is determined by social media ratings, where AI algorithms are implicitly involved in real time aggregation, analysis, and updating of these ratings. The system operates on massive amounts of data that generated by constant social interactions, which AI processes to maintain up to date scores. The AI version of Ash in Be Right Back highlights the tension between authentic individuality and artificial replication. While the AI mimics Ash's behaviors, it lacks his genuine individuality and depth of character. This not only highlights that true individuality cannot be replicated or programmed and is forged through unique experiences, challenges, and the process of self overcoming, but also exemplifies the limitations of AI in the process of becoming the Übermensch. Nietzsche's concept of the Übermensch includes the capacity for profound emotional and existential experiences. In fact, the physical boundary of the digital version of Ash symbolizes the limitations of AI. The death of Ash and his rebirth as a digital copy would have been considered as the overcoming of the human weaknesses in the process of becoming the Übermensch. But the realization of Martha and her failure to eventually accept the digital Ash as her partner highlights a significant gap that lies between the original and the copy. As they both start to live with each other, the non human qualities of Ash start to bother Martha, such as the texture of his skin, or the absence of blood in his veins, or the suspension of breathing, highlighting that the failure of the digital copy of Ash in the process of becoming the Übermensch. Furthermore, the obedience and docility that Ash shows towards Martha or his human owner instantly creates a clash between them, as these qualities are markers of a machine and not a human with will, agency, and power. On the other hand, Martha's reliance on the AI version of Ash represents an avoidance of the painful but essential process of overcoming grief. Nietzsche believed in overcoming personal struggles to achieve self mastery and growth. It is an essential process in the becoming of Übermensch, where humans are required to go through the path of grief and chaos to find meaning. Martha's use of the AI to resurrect Ash can be seen as a reliance on external solutions rather than creating her own path forward, which can be critiqued from a Nietzschean viewpoint as a form of dependency that stifles her ability to develop new values and meanings in the wake of her loss. The AI, while comforting, prevents her from engaging in the creative act of value creation that is that is central to the Übermensch, which Nietzschean philosophy would see as a failure to engage in the transformative process of self overcoming. In addition, the introduction of the digital ash in Martha's life before the completion of her grieving process makes the situation further complicated, where Martha's agency and will are compromised. Nietzsche's philosophy also emphasizes independence and self reliance, but the episode portrays the dangers of technological dependence. In White Christmas, the creation of cookies or the digital copies of individuals possess a direct challenge to the concept of unique self expression and authenticity by reducing human consciousness to a programmable entity. This suggests that human identity and selfhood can be distilled into data, undermining the idea that there is something inherently unique and irreplaceable about each individual. These cookies, while perfect replicas in terms of knowledge and behavior, lack the authentic individuality and existential depth of their human counterparts. Authenticity in human beings comes from their subjective experiences, emotions, and existential struggles. The cookies, being artificial constructs, do not possess this depth. They are static and are unable to experience growth or change in the same way a human can, leading to a loss of what makes someone truly unique. Although the cookies can feel pain, sadness, and joy, their ability to understand the concepts of life and death, time and space are limited, due to which they are subjected to the control and manipulation of their human owners, stripping them of any semblance of autonomy. For example, Matt Trent forces the copy of Greta to submit to his will by forcing it to spend 6 months in isolation, which is equivalent to a few seconds in our world. Nietzsche's Übermensch is characterized by self mastery and the ability to overcome external influences to create one's own destiny. The cookies, however, are denied this possibility, as their existence is defined by subservience and manipulation. The use of cookies in White Christmas raises ethical questions about the creation and imposition of values. Humans use cookies to enforce their will and desires, often in morally questionable ways. This is a perversion of value creation where technological power is used to dominate and control rather than to foster genuine personal growth and ethical development. The episode illustrates the dangers of technological dependence, where humans rely on cookies to manage their lives and enforce their will. This dependence not only undermines human autonomy but also leads to the dehumanization of both the cookies and the humans who exploit them. Nietzsche criticized the herd mentality where individuals unthinkingly conform to societal norms and values, sacrificing their individuality and critical thinking. In Nosedive, the social media rating system epitomizes this herd mentality as people constantly seek approval from others, leading to superficial interactions and a loss of genuine self expression. The AI system continuously monitors and evaluates every social interaction, encouraging individuals to engage in behaviors that will yield higher ratings. This system incentivizes people to act superficially, always aiming to please others to improve their scores. Lacey's desperation to improve her rating and fit in underscores the pressure to conform and the erosion of individuality. The AI creates a society where relationships are transactional, with people choosing friends and partners based on their social scores rather than genuine connections. The AI system's integration into every aspect of life means that people strategically interact with those who can boost their ratings. For example, Lacey's attempt to reconnect with Naomi is influenced by Naomi's high social scores. The AI system amplifies the importance of social ratings in personal relationships, making them more about social climbing than mutual affection. Nietzsche advocated for individual autonomy and the mastery of one's own life, advocating for the pursuit of personal greatness beyond social expectations. However, the AI driven social rating system in Nosedive strips individuals of their autonomy by dictating their behavior based on societal ratings. The rating system enforces societal conformity by rewarding behavior that aligns with popular opinion and by penalizing those who deviate from the norm. This stifles individual excellence and innovation as people are more focused on pleasing others than on achieving personal greatness. For example, Lacey's constant efforts to smile or be polite or offer a compliment are driven by AI's omnipresent rating mechanism. Her behavior is tailored to what the AI rewards, leading to interactions that lack sincerity. The pressure to maintain a high rating leads to inauthentic behavior as individuals prioritize societal approval over genuine self expression. The episode, however, highlights the importance of pursuing personal greatness and authenticity as advocated by Nietzsche, exemplified by Lacey's eventual rejection of the dating system. The relationship between humanity and AI is characterized by a complex interplay of opportunities and challenges. Nietzschean philosophy that emphasizes individuality, self control, and the will to power can provide valuable insights into the ethical and philosophical issues related to AI technologies. By examining selected episodes of Black Mirror, this research demonstrates how the Nietzschean concept of Übermensch can be applied in contemporary debates about AI and human interaction. The evolving dynamics of human machine interaction requires a critical examination of how AI systems influence human behavior, decision making, and self perception. As AI continues shaping the fabric of human life, there is a need to address its attendant ethical and philosophical dilemmas to uphold human autonomy, individualism, and self improvement. These are the references that I have used, and thank you. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. If there are any questions in the room, great, we have one.
So I was wondering, for instance, if I'm wondering if maybe this kind of emphasis on individualism and personal autonomy and all of these things might not be a bit of a red herring in the whole AI and technology situation. So what I'm thinking of is kind of like maybe the work of Foucault in Discipline and Punishment, where it just kind of goes on and on saying that basically individuation is maybe, or like this whole notion of like the individual is maybe a byproduct of systems of surveillance, of more refined systems of surveillance. And in that sense, I wonder, and I'm curious what you think about this, whether it wouldn't be maybe a more actionable direction to kind of embrace the whole thing which that AI is doing in like decodifying this whole like authenticity paradigm or like the individualistic paradigm.
Okay, I think what I understood is that you're asking about how we can integrate AI in a more in a way that can still give humans the authenticity and individualism that I talked about, right?
It's more so directly against that. It's like maybe we have more to gain from letting AI break down authenticity and all of these things, which may be actually technologies in and of their own rights.
I think that authenticity, since we are talking about the Übermensch, that how humans can achieve Übermensch, in that context, having our individualism and authenticity is kind of the primary point of Nietzsche's Übermensch. So if we are giving more power to technology where they can override human decisions or human behaviors, or they are the one who are influencing us, it's kind of hindering the process of humans becoming Übermensch. That in that process, we're giving AI more power than ourselves. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Do we have there? Great. Yeah, we have. Very on time.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I came a little bit late, but I caught the last part of your presentation. Thank you for that. I think the individualism in Nietzsche should be thought more about. In the early part of the 20th century, Nietzsche was read as a radical individualist philosopher, but there are also collectivities or understand collectivities in Nietzsche. So basically, how can we self-transform ourselves individually, but also create new collectivities, because that's how we can make impact on culture. But solo, okay, it's fine for ourselves, but we need to reflect on these new forms of collectivities, including based on technology and AI, and how these new collectivities can be formed. And for that, Dionysian, the idea of the Dionysian could also help in Nietzsche.
Yeah, I completely agree that even though we are talking about individualism, and Nietzsche also gave importance to that, collective power and collective thinking also can improve. Like now we are talking about AI or other non-human beings, and we mostly talk about how we can integrate humans and non-humans together, where they can help each other. So I'm not saying that individualism takes more power than collective thinking, but what I am talking is that herd mentality, or the last episode that I discussed, where you are supposed to conform to something in the name of collective unity or thinking, is what is wrong, is what is going against what Nietzsche said. But if we are taking collective actions and if we are doing it together, we, along with having our individuality intact, that's what I think what we should do, or I think that's what we are doing.
Okay, I would have one more question for you before we wrap up, maybe. So actually, it's more of an observation regarding what you are presenting, because you are presenting the three case studies from Black Mirror, and the two of them, I find them in a way, I'm not clear. Actually, were you talking that it is the human in their interaction that is not actually becoming Übermensch, or were you referring to the AI in itself that it is lacking those qualities? Because that was not clear for me.
I was actually trying to prove, trying to highlight that AI is kind of becoming a hindrance in the process of humans becoming an Ubermensch, because we are depending too much on technology. We are not, like our human autonomy or agency is not that flourished with AI, with so much influence from AIs. And then, for example, I talked about one episode where the grieving process, where we find meaning through loss or chaos. Like we go through an entire process of grieving, and then we learn something from it. That is being overpowered, and we cannot do it with the prevalence of AI. So that's what I meant.
But to this, then I would have a follow-up question, and sort of goes to what David you were presenting, because enhancement doesn't necessarily need to lead to well-being or to happiness. So I'm raising sort of the same question towards the idea of us becoming a Nietzschean Übermensch. Does becoming a Nietzschean Übermensch need to be equivalent with having greater well-being? Because it doesn't seem to be clear, at least based on my reading. Like there's no way, a strong necessity described that if your well-being decreases but you're enhancing whatever you're enhancing, or you're transforming values, transforming culture, whatever, you're doing these things, but maybe you can do it and end up in a worse situation than you are, but you're still engaging in the same patterns or processes that could be characteristics of the description of Übermensch.
The integration of technology or AI in the process of becoming Ubermensch can also be talked about. But I was focusing on mostly the negative part. Obviously, there are a lot of positive influences as well, where AI and humans, or technology and humans, can go hand in hand and help humans to.
So I was saying that I was going for the negative part. What I'm saying is that even if it is bad,
Yeah.
it is does not mean that we're not becoming Übermensch, because you're presupposing, so your discourse presupposes the necessity of increase in well-being. Like, it's a presupposition that you're having there. And what I'm saying, I'm basically echoing what David was presenting before, that necessity is not clearly stated anywhere and cannot be just presupposed as such. And thus the question, if we end up worse than we were before engaging in the process, can we not say we're still becoming Übermensch just because we're, doing the behaviors and engaging with that sort of thought?
Yeah, I get your point. I think the concept of Ubermensch is kind of overcoming humans. So even if we end up worse than we were or better than we were before, I think it will still be considered as Ubermensch. But what I was saying is that the over dependency on AI, or the influence of AI too much in our life, is kind of hindering the process for better or for worse. That was the point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
So
you.
that was a great presentation. Thanks everybody for all the interaction as well.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we will be moving now to our next presenter, which is here in the room with us. So Megvant Abdel Nassar. They're not. They're online as well. Okay, sorry for that. I was looking in the room and trying to find some. Okay. Okay, Mervan, can you hear us? We cannot hear you for now. No, not working.
Yes, yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, now we can hear you as well, I think. Great. Okay, so allow me to introduce Mervan Nasser. Dr. Mervan Nasser is a graduate at Cairo Medical School and a fellow of the Royal College of Psychiatrics, London. She has a master's in philosophy and a doctorate in psychiatry from London University.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Do you hear us? Okay, something ain't working. Test, test. Is it better now?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, so I don't know if that made sense. screen and commentari. And we can write questions in the comments.
Can you hear me now? Are you there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm so glad.
Okay, so now you can hear us as well. Awesome.
Yeah,
Like,
and my slides are there.
yeah, everything is there. Perfect.
Okay, fine.
So,
So I can start now.
yeah, just start now. That's best.
Okay, sorry about that. First of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be with you in this interesting conference. I'm going to talk about the hermetic roots of Nietzsche's Obermensch, and I will see from his concept of the Obermensch and Hermeticism or Hermetic philosophy, how we can move from ancient times to considering a new self that incorporates all the things that Nietzsche talked about. We this is actually a saying or a quote from the Hermetica. It says, man is a marvel. He has twofold nature. In his body, he is mortal, and in his intelligence, he is immortal. So vast an expanse can his power encompass. Mind produces divinity, for as Osiris teaches, gods are immortal men, and men are mortal gods. So the idea from the Hermetic and ancient Egyptian philosophy that men are makers of their beings. They are the creators of their being. In other words, they are the ones that create being and create becoming. And being and becoming are one and the same thing in ancient Egyptian thought, especially in the Hermetic. So we see here the self-making, and this is even prior to the Hermetic or the Hermetic philosophy. We see the expressions like he who came into being by himself, or he who formed his egg himself. And of course, these things people could say that they refer to the God himself, but in fact, they are all metaphorical of the man, because man, as I mentioned, is mortal God. So he is responsible for the making of himself and also responsible for shaping his own egg. So being and becoming are one and the same thing. And you can see this picture, which is really has got the Egyptian scarab with a human head. And this is very surrealistic and very this ultra modern and very metaphorical, of course. And you probably don't know that the scarab or Hebrew means in ancient Egyptian language to come into being or to become. So the ancient Egyptian philosophy is that we die every day and we have every morning the possibility of becoming, of rising again afresh or becoming alive again. So we have always the potential of becoming new persons every day. So the metaphor of the scarab shows that a new life comes out of innerness and carries with it the potential for endless becoming. It's not only the making of the self that the ancient Egyptian talked about, it is also being of the self as able to overcome itself. So, in one of the most beautiful pieces of ancient Egyptian literature, which is a dialogue of man with his soul, it says, endure my soul, assist in the creation of my divine heir. So our process of life is to create a divinity of ourselves, to become higher and to become lofty and to become self examples. So the Obermensch was mentioned in Das's book Zarathustra, and in him he says, man is something that shall be overcome. Also in the Book of the Dead, or Coming Forth by Day, which is really sums up the Egyptian philosophy, says, he who comes forth extracts himself from himself. So you have to get rid of yourself to become yourself. So as I mentioned, Obermensch has been mentioned in this book, Zarathustra, and of course Zarathustra in this book is more or less the prophet or the conveyor of Hermes' wisdom, and he's supposed to be the greatest philosopher of ancient times who conveyed to humanity all arts and knowledge. And in Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche says, we need to go beyond dichotomies or dualities. We need to go beyond black and white, moralizing beyond the dualism. So we need to reconcile the dualistic thinking we are in. That's why Hermes is a particular example for the Obermensch, because he really reflects the dialectical integrated duality. It is an ongoing strife till the end of the days, so there is no final resolution. And of course, his symbol is the caduceus, and the caduceus are two snakes. The snake represents Earth, and they end up with wings representing heaven, or the elevated self, the winged self. So with them being intertwined, that means the integration of earth and heaven, and the integration of the paradoxes of nature. So man has an earthy nature and has a heavenly nature. So in the Hermetica, which is this book that has been found, one of the many things that related to the Hermetic philosophy, but this is the most important one because it was translated at the time of the Renaissance, the Italian Renaissance, and influenced the whole world. Man in the Hermetica lies, actually the beginning of humanism comes from that, the Italian Renaissance. So man in the Hermetica says he is at the very center and believed to harbor the seeds of all possibilities that grow of every form of life and have the power to shape the universe. And this is very important. I will come to that later on as well, that it cannot be individualistic, because Nietzsche, and so is the Hermetica, talks about the link of man with the cosmos, with nature. So cosmogony, or the cosmic importance and relatedness is very important for the Obermensch. And that's why you have a responsibility not only to elevate your soul and elevate yourself, to elevate the world around you. So the Hermetic Nietzschean self is about self-knowledge, is about gnosis, I am mind. And the mind, as I mentioned earlier, in Hermetica, is the cause of man's divination. Through the mind, he can become almost like a god, because he develops his own faculties and he can master his own destiny. And he can increase incrementally in becoming better in himself. So there is this self-assent and self-alchemy, and also destination. There is a goal. Even nature says that the Obermensch is supposed to be the goal for humanity. And he said that when he comes back later, he will preach that we should all become Obermensch. It's all about self-mastery and self-connection and self-alchemy. And of course, as I mentioned, there is the self-connection with Earth. The term Earth repeats itself a lot in Nietzsche. And this is relevant because we talk about ecology a lot. So he hasn't ignored that idea that the Obermensch is individualistic. I really don't think that this is the case. So to compare some Nietzschean quotes with the Hermetic quotes, it says here, which is about gnosis, listen every human heart, immerse yourself in mind and recognize the purpose of your birth. And Nietzsche says, I want to teach you, man, the sense of your existence, which is the lightning out of the dark cloud. So it is all about enlightenment. It's all about education. It's all about self-mastery. It's all about increasing your knowledge. And the second one is says, make yourself, which is the lofty aim or the highest goal. In the Hermetic, it says, make yourself higher than the highest and deeper than the depth. Imagine yourself unborn in the womb, but also old and already dead in the world beyond the grave. To integrate all these times, be it past, present, and even the future. And even you are thinking about what will happen beyond your grave. So it is not about becoming immortal, it is becoming great. So it is introducing greatness into human life. And Nietzsche says it is time for man to fix his goal. It is time for him to plant the germ of the future. So he is futuristic and intentional. He is urging man to look for the highest goal. And this is the highest hope for humanity because he thought that will help the humanity to actualize themselves and reach all their potentials. And the last one, it says something about the connection with Earth, because in the Hermetic essays, he raises reverent eyes to heaven above and tends to earth below. Tends to earth below. He is the caretaker. He's blessed by being the intermediary. He's only an intermediary between heaven and earth. And the overman in Nietzsche says is the meaning of earth. He is a bridge and not a goal. He is an overgoing and undergoing. It's really important to remember. So the Hermetic, that takes us to how to become an Obermensch or an Overman, which takes us again to the idea of self-cultivation and self-enhancement that we talked about. In the Hermetica, it clearly says, so through philosophy they might nurture men's souls and cure the sickness of the body with the healing arts. He's talking about creativity and philosophy in particular, that it's going to be the healing strategy for man to heal him from all the troubles of the world and all his existential issues. And the picture that you have here, it is the picture of the Pino or the phoenix, and it is on a human heart, and it is the idea that you will rise from your ashes like the phoenix. So it is a question of harnessing your destiny, so you will be able to rise every time you burn. So you go through fire, which is a strive for life. So Nietzsche says about self-cultivation as an act of living, that's an ongoing work of art, where the philosopher fundamentally becomes the creative master and the artist of himself. So that is the reason why I had the feeling or the urge, calling it, whatever, to revive this ancient site where the Hermetica and other manuscripts attributed to Hermes or Thoth, the Egyptian Thoth, were found or were attributed to that site. And it exists. There are monuments to be seen. And it is actually, it used to be called in ancient times the place to be. To actually say something about Hermopolis briefly, among the Egyptians, the first month of the year is named after him, after Thoth. And they said he was founded by him, that is now called Hermopolis in Greek, because when the Greek came into Egypt, they renamed Thoth Hermes, who is supposed to be the equivalent in Hellenistic Egypt or equivalent. It's called the Trismegistus because he was the greatest philosopher. And this is the transformation of the Egyptian, who is actually the territory of Hermopolis belongs to him. He is the lord of Hermopolis, the one who invented arts and literature and taught man language and introduced the calendar, etc. But he's also the insight giver. And then he became Hermes, and then became, in the time of the Renaissance, Hermes Trismegistus. This is where it is on the map. So it is in Middle Egypt. It's about 320 kilometers from Cairo and 320 kilometers from Luxor. So it is the heart of Egypt, and it is the mind of Egypt. It is the capital of ancient Egyptian thought. Why it was called the place to be? Because in ancient times it used to be known as the county of Win or Tawin. And Win or Winnet is the rabbit or the hare. And in ancient Egyptian language, it means being. The hare is a symbol in hieroglyph for being, and is usually seen surrounded by the Ouroboros. And of course, again, Nietzsche uses the Ouroboros and refers to it because it is the circularity of life and the return, the eternal return. But in between the being and the Ouroboros that surrounds the hair, which is a symbol of being, there is a space, and the space is that of unlimited possibilities. So you can become whatever you want to be. And this is a saying, ancient Egyptian saying, says, "Oh, take me to Hermopolis, to the joyous city where it is pleasant to live, to the well for one who thirsts in the desert." And this is so. It is the place to be, but it is also the place to become, because it is the place where potentialities reside. The self of possibilities is the realm for self possibilities. And in the Book of the Dead, or Coming Forth by Day, it says quite clearly, to dwell in it means to live renewed, revitalized, and to be forever reborn, which means you become overmensch because there is no limit, there is no ending of your becoming. This is the place I created as a revival in a state of ancient one, which is called the New Hermopolis, and anyone can look it up and know enough about the territory, its philosophy, and its future, and its relevance to humanity today. It is a space for self-cultivation. It consists of an organic farm, an eco-hospitality, and a cultural space. And we have a Blue Lotus pond.
Just 2 more minutes, just so you know.
What?
So 2 minutes left. We need to go to.
Okay, I am finishing. Okay. It says, "I am this lotus which went forth from the sunshine. I have descended that I will ascend to seek thee, when the two who issued from the mud or the pen." So this is to sum it up, what we are trying to say here, whether we are talking about the Hermetic over man or the Nietzschean over man, it is a concept for the future. It is this project for humanity to constantly become. I call it Towards a New Old Self, and this is my book, which anyone if interested is available on Amazon. And it says here that humanity hopes to become an integral self, capable of exploring the fullness of all its potentialities, embracing its multiplicities, a purposeful self that lives through meaning, because someone mentioned something about meaning, and considers itself a part of this universe and connected to everything with it. And we have a big conference on that issue in October in New Hermopolis, and you will be most welcome if you want to hold anything there philosophical. Thank you very much. So just to finish, with this saying, I shall return with the sun, with the earth, with the eagle, with this serpent, which is important because it's conveying earth, not to a new life or a better life or a similar life. I shall return eternally to this identical and self-same life in the greatest things and in the smallest, to teach once more the eternal recurrence of all things, to speak once more the teaching of the great noontide of earth and man, to tell of the Obermensch once more. And this shows again the person, the young person, surrounded by the Ouroboros and the two lions representing yesterday and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, any questions in the room? No, you're free to go.
Thank you, Mervat. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for your talk. This sort of comparative thing between Hermetica and especially Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Okay, one meaning of the death of God is not just the death of God in Nietzsche's own religion, Christianity, but I think also the idea of godliness. Nietzsche sees problem in this, worshipping the icons that become permanent and that fall in odds with the society, people's needs. That's one problem in Nietzsche's critique, which should not be taken literally. It's not just God, really. It is these highest values that become, to use his phrase, decadent, that no longer fit with the reality, with the social reality that exists in the later time. So, and that's why in the beginning of that post, Zarathustra says, gods are dead, long live the overhuman, right? So basically it's not just God, but also God. So how would you, but in Hermetica, as far as I understand, the highest beings are gods. But for Nietzsche, gods are dead because they become static, permanent. They no longer reflect, even today, with our religions today, they no longer reflect our needs. I don't want to give social examples. There are hundreds of examples why these old religions, which were created 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago, they no longer reflect our needs today.
Yeah. May I answer? Thank you very much. I actually think that there is a great misunderstanding of Nietzsche. And also he's still open to various readings. However, I take your point, but you are equating the Hermetica or the Hermetic thought as a kind of equal to religions as we know it. According to the Hermetica, God is within you, and by becoming an overman, you are actually serving the goal of God on earth. You are the cultivator on earth. You are the maker of your cosmos. So you are almost like a divine representative. You have a heavenly part. By increasing your heavenly part, you become almost God. That's what I said, that we are mortal gods if we continue to be self-directed towards becoming better selves and able and intermediary between heaven and earth, because we are the gardeners on earth. We are supposed, in the Hermetica it says, what above is so below. So that the earth is mirror of heaven, and it is our responsibility to make it alive and to make it beautiful. I mean, there is a saying by Nietzsche saying, I shall be one who beautifies the world. And in fact, I use it as a motto for New Hermopolis, because yes, beautifying the world, making it beautiful, making it creative, making it good and useful for people. This is the function. This is the godly function. And if God is inside you, like also the Sufi tradition and also spiritual cults or religions that stem again from the Hermetica, it shows you that. But it shows you that there is no final resolution, that you will carry on with the struggle. And in that existential struggle that is connected with values, you are going to suffer a lot. And it is your question to overcome yourself and live with this struggle forever, because it is a dialectic and there is no ending of suffering and there is no ending of evil. You have to integrate the two together, to integrate the paradoxes.
Thank you, Mervat, for your answer and for your talk. We are running out of time now, so we must introduce our next speaker. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Mr. Antonis Saris and his talk about Nietzsche's aphoristic discourse as a post-human enunciation.
Hello?
Yes? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. You can hear me?
Okay, thank you. A few words about Dr. Saris. Antonis Saris was born in Athens in 1989. He recently earned his PhD degree at the Mass Media and Communication Department at the National Capodistrian University of Athens. His field of studies, cultural studies. His thesis concerns the relationship between literature and philosophy, focusing on subjectivity and its representations in modern and postmodern novels of the 20th century. He's also interested in eco-criticism, new materialisms, posthumanism, comparative intercultural communication between different kinds of literature, and intersections of literature with philosophy. Dr. Saris, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this wonderful conference. And sorry because I wasn't able to participate in person. So I begin with my presentation. In his book about Nietzsche, titled Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle, Pierre Klosowski will begin with the following question. I quote, "How can we speak solely of Nietzsche's thought without taking into account everything that has subsequently been said about it?" End of quote. The answer to this question is negative, not because it is now impossible to forget and overlook the interpretation of his work, but because, more than perhaps any other philosopher, Nietzsche himself deliberately sought to equate the meaning of his work entirely with its interpretations, the existing ones as well as the ones to come. This doesn't mean that each interpretation is placed alongside the others as equally valid. A new reading of Nietzsche's work seems productive insofar as, having brought to light an unseen aspect of his thought, it passionately treats that aspect as the key that solves the riddle of his philosophy. Transhumanism and posthumanism contribution to Nietzsche's scholarship lies precisely in this. Transhumanist thinkers have not solely discerned in Nietzsche's thought elements that make him our contemporary regarding the ever-intensifying criticism of the anthropocentric model and the search for possibilities of overcoming it. They also retrieved the Nietzschean concept from relative obscurity, highlighting it as a significant and crucial element of his thought. During the previous great Nietzschean moment, the post-structuralist thought of the 60s and 70s, one could observe that Nietzsche's dominant concepts were those of perspectivism and the will to power, and the most significant interest was primarily in his later work, mainly Beyond Good and Evil and Genealogy of Ethics. However, at the end of the 20th century, transhumanist theorists turned their attention to Nietzsche's best known but at the same time most overlooked work due to its highly controversial character, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Here they will denominate Ubermensch or Overman as the central concept that links transhumanism with Nietzschean thought through the self-overcoming that this term connotes.
This new interpretation, however, does not cease to be juxtaposed with others. It constitutes the last link in a series of endless substitutions where one significant Nietzschean term succeeds another in its philosophical and cultural impact. This multiplicity of possible interpretations is explained by the constitutive importance of the figurativeness of language for Nietzsche, who constantly hides between masks and obscures his authorial voice behind them, if this voice actually exists after all. On the one hand, we have the thematic content of his work, the ideas expressed by Nietzsche, and on the other hand, the way of describing them, the rhetorical schemes, and the writing style with which he expresses them. Form and content are inextricably intertwined, primarily because of how Nietzsche presents his ideas. Instead of the philosophical treatise, he chooses the aphorism as the most appropriate way to present his philosophy. Here, the philosophical and the literary elements coexist harmoniously and interact because, as Gary Morson emphasizes, the aphorism is placed between literature and philosophy. Hence, Nietzsche has been characterized as a poet-philosopher. In what follows, I will focus on the form rather than the content of Nietzsche's thought. I will try to assess the significance of the use of the aphorism and its impact on Nietzsche's connection with transhumanism, as well as to highlight how aphorism today can be perceived, especially after the rapid development of artificial intelligence, as a post-human philosophical enunciation. That aphorism as a mode of utterance has not preoccupied a lot theorists of transhumanism so much is largely justified. After the linguistic constructivism of postmodernism, it was time to rethink the ontological, ethical, and political dimensions of Nietzsche's work more straightforwardly. My aim is not to give an axiological priority to the style and structure of Nietzsche's work over the content. My intention is more modest. I want to read the evolution of his thought and its impact genealogically to demonstrate how literature always leaves its trace before philosophy, regardless of whether a literary or a philosophical interpretation of Nietzsche ultimately produces the most favorable and useful results. This opposition between form and content can already be found in the first interpretations of Nietzsche's work. In his article Nietzsche in the 20th Century, Ernst Bechler depicts this binary opposition in discussing the two very first books of scholarship about Nietzsche. These are the books The Man in His Works by Lou Salom of 1894 and The Life of Friedrich Nietzsche by his sister Elizabeth Forster Nietzsche, which appeared in 2 volumes in 1895 and 1897. Bechler will claim that on the one hand, Salom's task, and I quote him, appears as exploring Nietzsche through his style, not so much about what he said, but how he said it. End of quote. On the other hand, Elizabeth Forster Nietzsche strives to make precisely the opposite move. By compiling his posthumous work, The Will to Power, she wants, and I quote again, to produce a philosophical masterwork or centerpiece for a writer whose other publication has been received as too self-contradictory and aphoristic, too literary and poetic for such a demand. End of quote. It is important to note that Nietzsche's reception as a poet-philosopher is a historical construct, not something given from the start. Bechler points out that before 1945, Nietzsche's work primarily influenced literature and the arts and was recognized for its aesthetic dimensions. It was only after 1945 that philosophers began to systematically study the questions and themes of Nietzsche's philosophical thought. This element undoubtedly underscores the significance of Nietzsche's writing style, which, leaving aside his ideas, captivated diverse audiences due to its seductive literary character. I want to argue that this fact crystallizes into a temporal priority of the impact of Nietzsche's style over his ideas. In the work I mentioned above, Salom divides Nietzsche's work into 3 different periods, which, as we're talking about Nietzsche, cannot be understood as completely separated from each other. Nonetheless, this taxonomical scheme is helpful as its continuous usage by Nietzsche scholars testifies. The first period starts from the birth of tragedy to untimely meditations, the second from human to human to the Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and the third from beyond good and evil and onwards. This periodization reflects the temporal priority of the literary element over the philosophical. Initially, one should not forget that Nietzsche started his academic career as a philologist. Evidence of this is not only the subject of the birth of tragedy. Human All to Human, which inaugurates the middle period of Nietzsche's work, through its direct break with traditional argumentation and the adoption of the genre of aphorism, confirms the importance of literature in this new phase as well. However, apart from the radical formalistic break that Human All to Human effectuates, there is also an underlying continuity, as Andrew Huey argues, and I quote him. Nietzsche's philosophy on fragments became a philology on fragments became a philosophy of fragments when he abandoned his profession as a classicist in the late 1870s. Rather than just studying aphorisms, he started producing them. End of quote. Subsequently, Nietzsche finally acquired his distinctive style by resorting to a minor mode of expression in the history of philosophy, which was exorcised for its explicit literary dimensions that pose an obstacle to rational and systematic argumentation. Not only that, but he managed to become the reference point in the history of aphorism, being one of the most prominent representatives of the genre and the one who pushed it to its formalistic extremes. As Ben Grant argues, no name is associated more closely with the aphorism than that of Nietzsche. If one reads Nietzsche, it is easy to see the indissoluble link between form and content. Ideas cannot be separated from the way they're expressed. An impression, at least mine, is strongly created that if Nietzsche had chosen to present his ideas in another form, their impact and their formation might have been different. So, keeping in mind Shalom's taxonomy, if it is possible to correlate a concept to one of Nietzsche's periods and named it as its dominant concept, then undoubtedly Nietzsche's explicitly aphoristic middle period is characterized by the apparition of the eternal recurrence of the same, as Keith Ansel Pearson argues. Even more than other seminal concepts, this is perhaps the most difficult to clarify conceptually. Although all of Nietzsche's concepts are interrelated, what one could distinguish the eternal recurrence of the same in its conceptual singularity and try to correlate its appearance with the corresponding intensification of the use of aphorism from Nietzsche. The continuous reproduction of fragmented, condensed, and ambiguous ideas, which can function independently of each other, obstruct the possibility of their alignment in a single linear narrative. The result is a sense of circularity and repetition. This particular work is also the first, as Bern Magnus and Kathleen Higgins notify, in which Nietzsche presents his significant idea of perspectivism in an evident and coherent way. The relative dependence of the philosophy of perspectivism on the matter of utterance, that is the aphorism, is more than evident. The title Human All to Human expresses the impossibility of transcending the human element. Every attempt at stabilizing truth scrambled to a perspectival anthropomorphism of reality. The concept of the eternal recurrence of the same is finally presented coherently in gay science, where the Nietzschean exercise of the art of aphorism has been mastered considerably. Now Nietzsche can clearly see that fragmented writing affirms a continuous becoming of scripture that prevents the hypostatization of any human-centered meaning. The second constitutional appearance of the term man will occur in Thus Spoke Zarathustra in the form of the overman that Sorgner, Moore, and others highlighted through a transhumanism and posthumanism framework. However, in contrast to Human All to Human that gives a sense of limits, the overman presupposes a possibility of transcending them. The transition from immanence to transcendence can also be explained in a literary way. Even though the aphoristic, metaphorical, and ironic speech is not absent here either, the structure of the work is radically different. Thus Spoke Zarathustra has striking similarities with a novel, a Bildungsroman, where with the narrative, the protagonist, Zarathustra, strives to achieve a state of maturity, that is to leave its immature, innocent human characteristic behind and achieve a maturity which translates in a move beyond humanism. However, the declaration of the advent of the Overman is postponed due to the reappearance of the concept of eternal recurrence of the same that sets limits with its circular logic to every transgressive attempt. Here, the eventual incompatibility of the eternal recurrence of the same with the will to power and the Overman, which has been the subject of thorough commentary in the context of the discussion of Nietzsche and transhumanism, makes its presence evident. In terms of form, Thus Spoke Zarathustra occupies a peculiar place in Nietzsche's work. Beyond Good and Evil, which ushers Nietzsche's third period, co-opts aphorism once more, but this time a little more hesitatively. In this period, at least in Beyond Good and Evil and Genealogy of Morals, Nietzsche became more thematically coherent due to his ambitions, which are also expressed in Beyond Good and Evil's subtitle, which calls for the advent of a new philosophy for the future. Finally, in Twilight of Idols, Nietzsche states the transvaluation of values as his final and most important project. As he makes clear, however, the transvaluation of values does not constitute a newfound move. On the contrary, it was constantly present each time Nietzsche was designating a new concept. Nonetheless, Nietzsche's book ends up by mentioning eternal recurrence of the same, hinting that this concept is possibly the guide concerning how transvaluation can be conceived. A chapter earlier, Nietzsche gives one of his last self-conscious references about the nature of aphorism, and I quote him: "The aphorism, the pithy saying, are the forms of eternity. My ambition is to say in 10 sentences what everyone else says in a book, what everyone else does not say in a book." End of quote. Aphorism is a form of eternity because, as Nietzsche admitted in his final sentences, it is always inconclusive, leaving something unsaid. Inevitably then, each aphorism succeeds the previous one in its attempt to conquer the meaning that the previous one failed to locate. Transvaluation then, concerning aphorism, does not constitute a once-and-for-all movement, but an endless overcoming divided into fragments of incomplete thoughts. As Andrew Huey argues, repetition and the unfinished, however, are both about the reiterative process of infinite becoming and closely related to the doctrine of eternal recurrence. The recent rapid developments in artificial intelligence with the advent of ChatGPT highlight another aspect of Nietzsche's relationship with transhumanism and posthumanism. This time, it is not the content of his thoughts, but the way they are expressed. The AI algorithm exceeds human computational capacity by its multiplicative appropriation. Consequently, the qualitative upgrade of artificial intelligence brings about the emergence of a new reader, a passive reader who seeks instant gratification by relying entirely on the absolute speed of the arrival of information, thus relieving himself of a painful and laborious effort required in thinking. Here one can easily see this development through the Nietzschean concept of the ascetic ideal. Against this type of reader, Nietzsche, as he makes clear throughout his work, opposes another, and I quote him: "The incomplete presentation of an idea is sometimes more effective than its exhaustive realization. More is left for the beholder to do, he is more impelled to continue working on that which appears before him so strongly as in light and shadow to think it through to the end." End of quote. The ambiguous and paradoxical character of aphorism derives from the fact that it reveals the process of thinking, which in its incompleteness invites the reader to visit it again and again, constantly offering new perspectives. In its singularity and its decontextualized untimeliness, it constantly circulates between experience and information.
Dr. Saris, I want to remind you that you have 3 minutes left.
Okay, I'm finished. It's the last sentence. Thank you. Which is finally the transvaluation of aphorism that artificial intelligence in its current state uncovers? Against the accelerated digital circulation of condensed definitions, it juxtaposes a condensed semantic richness that, by slowing time again, approaches eternity. Thank you.
Much.
Thank you, I think.
We open the floor for questions now.
Yes, yeah.
Any questions? I would have a question then.
Okay.
Why do you think that this aphoristic discourse is posthuman?
Why I think that this, I didn't hear you very well. I think it's post-human. Because the structure of the aphoristic discourse is different than the dominant time that up until now we perceive, we express our argumentations and our ideas and our thought. And if we think it with the recent arrival of artificial intelligence, we can transvaluate it and give it a new meaning that goes beyond the normal human dominant mode of expression.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? There is room for one more. Yes, please.
Yeah, so thanks a lot. Why do you think that this emphasis on form has been ignored so far? So what do you think the reasons are that people did not concentrate on this aspect of form that you're...
Although a lot of commentators and scholars that are dealing with transhumanism and posthumanism mention implicitly that it is difficult to interpret Nietzsche. I think the reasons are historical, because the previous era of commentators of Nietzsche, I'm speaking about post-structuralist thinkers, they have emphasized a lot on his forms of writing, and so the new arrival of posthumanism tried again to think the ontological dimensions of Nietzsche's thought instead of his formalistic experiments.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much, Dr.
Okay.
Saris. We go
Thank
to
you.
the next presenter. Thank you. Yes. Now we're gonna take a 15 minutes coffee break until 17 sharp. for today, the last session for our conference. Nietzsche, Self-Overcoming, Health, Religion, and the Posthuman. The title. The first presenter is Sayan Khan with the title, the presentation with the title, The Übermensch, Morality of Reading and Brahmanism. A few words about Sayan Khan. He's a third-year PhD student in philosophy at McMaster University in Hamilton, Canada. Before he joined the McMaster University as a PhD student, he earned an MA in philosophy from Brock University in Canada and a BA in philosophy from Toronto Metropolitan University in Canada. Currently, he has been working on Nietzsche's relationship with Hindu thought, especially Brahmanism, as his PhD research project. His area of interest include Nietzsche, Schopenhauer, Hindu and Buddhist philosophies, and very recently he has added Transhumanism and Posthumanism to his list. Sayan, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Let me begin by thanking the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my paper and also welcoming the audience here. Let me also reiterate that this is a research work in progress, not a final product. So the ideas and arguments expressed in this paper are likely to be amended upon your feedback. Organization-wise, also, I think this paper needs more work and attention. For those of you who are not acquainted with the term Brahmanism, this is an old expression for Hindu thought. The reason I'm using Brahmanism is, though Nietzsche uses Hindu thought a couple of times, mostly he prefers to use Brahmanism. Also, I kind of feel like you might find yourself alienating during my presentation because I will have less Nietzsche and more Brahmanism, but this is how I could organize my paper. So bear with me. Primarily, I wanted to read this, but then I also have some slides where I have copied some passages from Nietzsche and from the texts from Hindu thought so that you don't feel bored. All right, then I'll start reading my paper. Nietzsche contends that morality of taming that the Western moral tradition has advocated and practiced for 2 millennia is responsible for the corruption and degradation of humanity. The morality of taming or domestication has altered human beings from healthy, strong, noble beings into sick, weak, and mediocre creatures. Despite a bleak prospect, Nietzsche's works are full of optimism and considerations about the enhancement of humanity, and specifically for the production of the Übermensch, who he believes can justify human existence by giving meaning to it. He suggests that his vision of the Übermensch can be realized only when morality of taming, which alienates humanity from nature by castrating the instincts of life, is substituted by morality of breeding, which reorients humankind to nature, ultimately empowering and enhancing them. This advocacy in Nietzsche's works has led commentators to hold that Nietzsche might have been sympathetic to liberal eugenics or genetic engineering for the realization of the Übermensch. If so, then Nietzsche's Übermensch has significant similarities with the concept of posthuman, leading commentators to suggest that Nietzsche conceived the Übermensch as a new human species. Note that Nietzsche was inspired and influenced by the idea of enhancing humanity via breeding in Brahmanism, specifically in the law code of Manu. Sorry. The code he reads paved the way for enhancement of humanity via breeding in ancient India. If Nietzsche's concept of morality of breeding and his idea of enhancement of humanity are modeled after their parallels in Brahmanism, and I believe that they are to a great extent, then it is imperative to investigate if the code advocates biological breeding, as has been suggested by the commentators. In this paper, I examine the idea of breeding in the code and Nietzsche's explicit and implicit acknowledgement of it to argue that in Brahmanism and Nietzsche both, physiological constitution of individual plays insignificant role in determining their superiority. Brahmanism advocates deification of a class of people by creating values which would intensify their feeling of power to affirm the terrifying and questionable character of existence. Before I delve deeper into the concept of breeding in the code and Nietzsche's endorsement of it, I present an overview of the code to pave the way for my investigation. The law code of Manu is regarded as a quintessentially Hindu ethical code. Traditionally, the text is ascribed to Manu, the supposed progenitor of humankind in Hindu tradition. Today, the scholars are at agreement that the code is not a work by a single lawgiver, Manu, as it appears to suggest, but a compendium by several learned Brahmin priests compiled over a period of time. While the precise date of the text is impossible to determine, it is placed sometime between 2nd century BC and 2nd century CE. It deals with a wide range of topics such as how people should lead different stages of life, how a righteous king should rule a kingdom, what the appropriate social relationship between men and women of different classes are, what constitutes the appropriate behaviors between wives and husbands, the rituals to be performed during birth and death, taxes, cosmogony, karma, rebirth, liberation, and so on. The code divides human society into 4 main classes, namely Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras. Each of the 4 classes has certain well-defined characteristics and functions in society. Brahmins are presented as paradigmatic humans. They are the most complete and perfect beings. The activities of Brahmins include studying the Vedas, which are the earliest scriptures in Hindu thought, imparting the knowledge of the Vedas to the people of other classes, offering and officiating at sacrifices, and so on. Brahmins personify self-control, purity, intelligence, hardship, perseverance, and so on. Overall, Brahmins occupy the highest social status and greatest responsibility towards humanity at large in the code. Kshatriyas stand second in the rank order. They are warriors, rulers, and administrators. Their activity is to protect people. Similarly, Vaishyas are agriculturalists, traders, and moneylenders. Sudras are the lowest in social hierarchy, and the single activity that is assigned to them is the service of the 3 above mentioned classes. Chandalas are outcast persons. They are considered the offsprings of Sudra father and Brahmin mother. Nietzsche devotes several sections of the Antichrist and the Toilet of Idols in glorification of the code. He judges the code as a life-affirming ethical document par excellence and maintains that it paved the way for emergence of perfect humans in ancient India. Offering his praises to the ethical motivation behind the code, Nietzsche maintains to set up a code of laws after the manner of Manus means to give a people the chance henceforth to become master, to become perfect, to aspire to the highest art of life. Nietzsche rightly discovers that Brahmins are the embodiment of will to power in Hindu thought. Further, Brahmins bestowed meaning to human existence by creating higher values, Nietzsche argues. How did the code accomplish such a task? He holds that it is by breeding 4 classes of people that code created conditions for human perfectionism in India. Accordingly, he writes, the text on my slide, the order of caste, the order of rank, only formulates the supreme law of life itself. The separation of 3 types is necessary to maintain society, to make possible the superior and supreme types. The inequality of the right is the first precondition for the existence of any rights at all. The code endeavors to regulate marital and sexual activities through laws on marriage. It encourages endogamy and discourages intermixing of castes. It proposes controlling reproduction to protect the human species from degeneration. On the surface, it appears to give some importance to heredity. However, the code is explicit in warning that one's birth in Brahmin family alone doesn't ensure one's superiority in society. It rather advocates that it is one's excellence of qualities, observance of restrictive practices, sacrifices, and suffering for the sake of a spiritual and moral attainment that makes one superior. It advocates the order of rank among various classes of people, and a higher rank presupposes a lower rank in Brahmanism. Now I'll examine some verses from the law code of Manu. So the first point is no Brahmin without Vedic learning. In the code, Brahmins are presented as the most complete humans, not because they are born from Brahmin parents, but because of their knowledge of the Vedas. Without Vedic knowledge, one doesn't deserve to be called a Brahmin. So the text on my slide, like an elephant made of wood, like a deer made of leather, is a Brahmin without Vedic learning. These 3 only bear the name. Similarly, next text, fruitless as humans with women, as fruitless as cow with a cow, and as fruitless as a gift given to an ignorant man is Brahmin ignorant of the Veda. Next, a spiritual birth is more important than biological birth in Brahmanism. While the first 3 classes, namely Brahmin, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, are called the twice born because they are initiated at a certain age and are supposed to wear the sacred thread, the Sudras are not twice born. The code maintains that while the first birth, which is biological birth, is from one's mother, the second birth takes place at a girdle tying ceremony. Until one's second birth, which is a spiritual birth, one remains a Sudra, which is the lowest caste, as I said earlier, and is not entitled to pronounce any Vedic text. Further, the code also advocates that the man who gives the Veda is more important than one who gives life. I think I'll skip reading this text and go to the next. Next, asceticism is Brahmin's tool to destroy impurity. Asceticism is a tool to destroy impurity for Brahmins. Brahmins are not to seek for gratification of sensual pleasure or attainment of wealth. Nevertheless, they are not the renouncers of the world. They undergo a strictest self-discipline to abstain from sensual pleasure and wealth for the sake of higher attainments. They are legislators and commanders. So the text on my slide, for a Brahmin, ascetic toil and knowledge are the highest means of securing the supreme good. By ascetic toil, he destroys impurity, and by knowledge, he attains immortality. Next, so with privilege increases responsibility. The code confers more duties to Brahmins than privileges. The punishment of Vaisyas is twice as heavy as that of Sudras, that of Kshatriyas twice as heavy again, and that of a Brahmin twice and even four times heavier in respect of the same offense. Brahmins have more responsibility towards society than any other classes of people. Next, a Brahmin may become a Sudra. A Brahmin is likely to be reduced to a Sudra if he displays conduct below him. Even if one is born from Brahmin parents, he is likely to fall from his status and become a low caste man. The text on my slide. When a Brahmin expends great effort in other matters without studying the Vedas, while still alive, he is quickly reduced to the status of Sudra, along with his children. Next, a Sudra may become a Brahmin. It is possible for a low caste person to become a high caste person, such as Brahmin or Kshatriyas, by displaying good conduct. The text again, by going to people of the highest possible rank and avoiding those who are lower, a Brahmin achieves distinction. By doing the opposite, he is reduced to the level of Sudra. From the above examination, we may say that the superiority of Brahmins, the perfect humans in Brahmanism, lies not in one's psychophysical constitution, but in one's capacity to constantly maintain one's status by engaging in good conducts. There are several stories in Hindu literature where a low caste person elevates himself or herself to an upper caste person by study, penance, and good conduct. For instance, Vishwamitra was born in a Kshatriya family, and yet he succeeds in becoming a Brahmin through his study, penance, and conduct. The fact that Nietzsche alludes to the story of Vishwamitra in Dawn and on the genealogy of morals suggests that he is aware of how Vishwamitra attained perfection. Again, the text on my slide, this comes from Daybreak 113. Indeed, happiness, understood as the liveliest feeling of power, has perhaps never been greater than in the souls of superstitious ascetics. The Brahmanas express this in the story of King Vishwamitra, who from thousands of years of doing penance delivered such a strength that he undertook to build a new heaven. I believe that with regard to the entire species of inner experiences, we are ranked neophytes, gropingly guessing at riddles for 1,000 years. They knew more about these infamous subtleties of self-enjoyment. Likewise, in Skand Puran, there is a story that Matanga was born as a Chandala, an outcast, does penance to become a Brahmin. After realizing that he is Chandala, Matang performs intensive penance and becomes a Brahmin. In the Mahabharata, when Yudhishthira is asked what makes one a genuine Brahmin, the reply is that it is neither one's birth nor one's learning, but one's conduct in society. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is argued that the fourfold order was created according to the division of qualities and work. Here again, the emphasis is placed on aptitude rather than on physiological constitution. Thus, in Brahmanism, the superiority of Brahmins is determined more on the basis of excellence of their qualities, restrictive practices, and self-control, less on the basis of their biological origins. Brahmins attain higher power in the society through their austerities and their responsibilities towards society. There are a number of similarities between Nietzsche's concept of the Ubermensch and the concept of Brahmins. Like Brahmins, Nietzsche's Ubermensch is a deified being who fills the void in the aftermath of demise of God. Both of them deify existence before they affirm it. Both of them advocate affirmation of the instincts of life by spiritualizing, beautifying, and deifying them. Both of them are embodiment of power. They believe that asceticism is a means to attain higher power. I had in mind Nietzsche's asceticism of the strong rather than asceticism of the weak. They must overcome their weakness, passivity, self-indulgence, and resentment in order to realize their true nature. Both the Ubermans and Brahmins are value creators. They create higher values to justify the meaningless existence. Finally, I believe that if Nietzsche's advocacy for morality of breeding is taken from the code, and I believe that there is ample evidence to believe so, then breeding is less biological and more a cultural thing. Thank you so much for listening to me. And
Thank you
I will
for the talk.
I will try to answer your questions.
Thank you, Sergeant, for your talk. Your talk connects with Tamara's talk on education. We're kind of related because breeding is also a form of formation. One question I have for you is, all right, clearly there are parallels between the Brahmin hierarchical universe and Nietzsche's hierarchical universe, but in Nietzsche there is no rigid classes or groups. Anyone can be overhumanly, I think, in Nietzsche's thought. And you did say that servants, Sudras, can also become Brahmins, but because of these formal structures that exist in Brahmanism, don't you think some people from the lower caste would be excluded from becoming Brahmins, although they may have those qualities? That they may have the qualities, but because of these formalities, the rigid structures, that they may be excluded. Maybe just a question.
Yes, thank you so much. That's a great question. So as I said earlier, of course, Manu divides Hindu society into 4 classes, but then there is one more caste, which I called outcasts, Chandalas, and Nietzsche refers to Chandala as well. But I also, so in practice that does exist, so I do acknowledge that. However, if we talk about the legislation in the law code of Manu itself, then, and if we kind of appeal to other Hindu texts, then the text doesn't itself say that a Sudra or a Chandala cannot become a Brahmin. And since, I also presented some examples of low caste people becoming, Brahmin, so I kind of believe that there is, it's possible for a low caste person to elevate himself or herself to a higher caste. Thank you.
Thank you for the talk. It was very interesting, and to think about that connection between Brahmanism and Nietzsche on Brahmanism. I was struck on that one slide where you said Nietzsche's praise of Brahmanism. I think it's his praise, that when I was reading the quote, I read it a couple of times. It doesn't really feel like a praise of Brahmanism, but rather an observation that there are some people who, as you say, through value creation, are able to find happiness. So that to me isn't the same thing as praise, but it's an observation about what happiness is. So the state or condition of contentment rests in having that kind of formal structure that allows you to do great things, right? Perform great tasks. Because then also on another slide, you make this observation that Brahmins are distinguished not by learning, but by action, by not their knowledge of Vedic texts, but the way in which they enact that knowledge in the world. So I wonder what, because you were asking for some feedback, I wonder if you could push this a little bit further and think more about not necessarily just how Nietzsche describes Brahmanism, but what is the actual sort of, what is it about living in that sort of society, in that very rigid hierarchical caste system that gives meaning to life from his view? Because of course, it's not that he values happiness, right? But there's something there about being able to find pleasure or being able to respond to respond to this question of meaninglessness. I don't know. I'm curious about that connection.
Okay, thank you so much. So responding to your first question, of course, there have been some Nietzsche scholars who kind of denied the influence of Brahmanism, or particularly the law code of Manu, on Nietzsche. However, I think today most of the scholars kind of believe that yes, Nietzsche was influenced by Brahmanism, and particularly the law code of Manu. I have in mind Daniel Conway, and if we look at some older works, there are many actually. Michel Hulin, Johann Figel, and a couple of more, Marco Bussotti. So of course there are disagreements. However, I think Nietzsche scholars do believe that Nietzsche was influenced, and I think the text, passages that I had on my slides do appear to suggest that yes, he is kind of influenced by Brahmanism, and he might have slightly different framework. However, there is some influence of Brahmanism on Nietzsche. I could not understand your second question properly, so could you repeat it again?
Let me see if I can be a bit more clear. I think it's the idea is Brahmanism in this caste system. This is a very specific context that you cannot sort of adopt and apply. Nietzsche sees something in it. What is it that he sees, right? So this is in a way provoking you to not only sort of take a side in the debate about whether he was influenced by Brahmanism. You can say yes, he was, but what is it specifically, right? This relationship between pleasure and meaninglessness struck me, and I don't think that praise is enough. Like there's something more there. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, that's a great question actually. Okay, so I don't know. So yes, of course, Nietzsche is not kind of advocating replication of Brahmanism. However, what Nietzsche praises about Brahmanism is Brahmins' idea of deification of a particular class of people. So I was talking about deification of Brahmins in Brahmanism, and I think yes, you were talking about this. So of course, for Brahmins, it's not about the goal of life is not happiness or pleasure. It's more about power, which is what Nietzsche likes about Brahmanism and appreciates. So when Nietzsche talks about, refers to the story of Vishwamitra, I think, yes, Nietzsche talks about this intensification of feeling of power in Brahmins. So, of course, Brahmanism doesn't have to do anything with hedonism or pleasure as the purpose of life. Of course, they were ascetic people, but power is the central kind of goal in among ancient Brahmins. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for your.
Thanks a lot.
We go now to the second presentation by Emanuel Jacob Orbach and by Dani. The title Pasture of Wind, Nietzsche's Ecclesiastical Revelation. A few information about Emanuel Jacob Orbach by Dani. He's an MA student in the philosophy department at the New School for Social Research in New York City. His work focuses on philosophical cosmology and cosmology, late 20th century and contemporary continental thought, and philosophical consideration of the Bible. Manuel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry I was supposed to come in person, and my connection flight got canceled, and I got stuck in Warsaw, so had to fly back. But I'm glad to still be able to do this. I didn't prepare a presentation because I thought it would be in person, but bear with me. So, Pasture of Wind, Nietzsche's ecclesiastical revaluation. The words of Ecclesiastes, son of David, king in Jerusalem, have always been heard in minor chord as some of the most controversial and confusing contributions to the biblical corpus. On the face of it, Kohelet, as he is known by his Hebrew name, is a natural pairing to read alongside Nietzsche. There is
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you speak a little bit higher,
Yes,
because we cannot hear you here?
Yes,
And
of course,
slower,
sorry.
and
Yes.
slower, and slower.
Okay. That is, a conventional reading of Ecclesiastes is often paired with a layman understanding of Nietzsche as a nihilistic thinker, which, of course, as is apparent to anyone who seriously read Nietzsche, is not the case in the slightest. Nevertheless, the names of Kohelet and Nietzsche seem to reside quite closely in popular imagination, and so today I will attempt to seriously try and think the two together. Excelling in the study of theology in his youth, there is no doubt that Nietzsche had at least a basic familiarity with the text. The question that remains is whether Nietzsche read Kohelet, whether he was able to reread Ecclesiastes in his own right. While he received merely a 3 in his school report card in his Hebrew class, a closer consideration of Nietzsche's writing, especially from the period of the middle to late 1880s, reveals a rather great affinity to Koheletian rather than ecclesiastic phrases, positions, and mentions. These present a complex form of engagement with Kohelet, among which I would like to suggest is a radical rereading, a revaluation of the text that has been diffused into his writings and ponderings from the time. How would Nietzsche come to such a rereading? What would have incited in him such an endeavor? The question, I theorize, lies in Ernest Renan, the then famous French Orientalist, historian, philologist, philosopher, and religious researcher who published a great deal of work throughout the middle to late 19th century about Christianity, Judaism, and the Bible. In 1882, Renan publishes L'Ecclésiaste, traduit de l'hébreu avec une étude sur l'âge et le caractère du livre. We know Nietzsche had read much of Renan's work, specifically his studies on early Christianity, often citing the heptalogical Histoire des origines du christianisme, particularly the first volume, Life of Jesus, and by the way, the fourth volume was called Antichrist, which you can already see. It would not be unreasonable to suggest that Nietzsche had encountered Renan's 1882 study of Kohelet, and it was this book that ignited in him a reconsideration of Ecclesiastes. That Nietzsche would be interested in such an endeavor is apparent from his philological commitment, as he writes in Notebook 11 from 1887-88, later also appeared in Will to Power, quote, "The amusing thing about European culture is that people often think one thing and then do another. Example, what good is philology, the skill of reading critically, if the ecclesiastical interpretation of the Bible, Protestant as well as Catholic, remains unchallenged?" This sentiment suggests both a willingness and an interest in performing such a non-ecclesiastical rereading and a reconsideration of the Bible, that some form of such a possibility of explicit re-engagement with the Bible lurks in the very background of Nietzsche's thinking. In fact, the very idea of reinterpretation as a sign of strength, the opening of interpretive possibility, is something Nietzsche values greatly. Those are the specific notebook later used by Elizabeth Foster and Peter Gast in their Frankensteinian creation of Will to Power that harbor the most of the Koheletian elements, and the notebooks of late 1887 and early 1888 in particular seem to offer the clearest engagement among them. It is precisely their unedited, unfinished status that lends quite well to showcasing such a theoretical influence occurring. The notebooks present Nietzsche's raw thinking in action. Nietzsche loved scolding Renan for his tone, expression, and Frenchness, but prime among his attacks was his particular disdain for Renan's psychologistic readings. Renan's hermeneutic apparatus consisted often in identifying psychological positions for the figures he wrote about. Jesus, for example, was cast as a genius, a crime for which Nietzsche repeatedly judged him. Yet Nietzsche was also in many ways deeply influenced by Renan, without whom much of Nietzsche's own theoretical positions would have been impossible. So often Nietzsche, in writing about Jesus and Christianity, precisely formulated his positions in response or in opposition to Renan's, with some going as far to suggest that Genealogy of Morals and the Antichrist being parodies of Renan's History of the Origins of Christianity. Although Renan's account of Kohelet is hardly a Nietzschean one, his 1882 little book marked one of the first real considerations of the book from a scientific philological perspective. I'm hypothesizing that Renan's book influenced Nietzsche in two ways. The first, its nihilistic profane reading of the text, provided the perfect formulation for European nihilism. And second, was opening up Nietzsche's reconsideration of the biblical text to be diffused into his metaphysical formulations. Renan sought to provide a critical account of Kohelet, which he valued as a remarkable contribution of the Jewish people to the world, precisely for its profanity. He attempted to rescue it from its position as the most obscure book in the Bible and give it its voice. Just like his other works, he utilizes, at times dubiously, historical philological hermeneutic tools to sketch out a portrait of the author of the text. In so doing, he draws a picture of a late antiquity author utilizing Solomon as a literary position to lament his life. The psychologistic position he ends up with is one of nihilism, in exactly the kind that Nietzsche discusses in the 1880s notebooks. Renan destroys traditional theological renderings of Kohelet as a religious existentialist text, expressing the futility of all human doings compared to the supremacy of the divine. Quote from Kohelet, "What benefit is to man in all his labor which he labors under the sun?" End quote. In its stead, Renan reads Kohelet as a singularly potent text, avowing a nihilistic subjectivist outlook, the nihilism which the Church took historically to be merely the backdrop against which the glory of the divine shines through and is contrasted with, was taken by him to be the central expression of the text. Yet Renan identifies a certain glee in the supposed nihilism of Kohelet, and a myriad of other more delicate sentiments that make possible other readings. It is Renan's mixed approach to Kohelet that enabled Nietzsche as this reading of Kohelet as a model for an European nihilism, but also precisely its overcoming, with the glimmers of other elements which Renan was able to identify. Nietzsche's scolding of Renan's psychologistic approach was not just one for taste for methodology, rather it expressed a resistance to his humanism. Quote, "In the end, let us guard against the knowledge of human nature of the Sainte-Beuve and Renan's, against this kind of sounding out and sniffing out of the soul as it is practiced by these unmanly and spineless hedonists of the spirit." This is Nietzsche in 1888. The upshot of the reading of Nietzsche that I'm proposing is that it reveals how he subverted the anthropocentric underpinning of both traditional theological accounts of Ecclesiastes and also its critical modernist renderings. The engagement with posthumanism I will be conducting rests, perhaps unlike many of the other papers that we've heard over the past 2 days, with a philosophical approach to posthumanism as the endeavor to advance new conceptual considerations of post-anthropocentrism in the history of philosophy. The question of the human dominates the text of Kohelet. Both the classical Judeo-Christian religioso-existentialist interpretations of the text, as well as its modernist, nihilistic, psychologistic interpretation, such as Renan, can effectively function only by the centering of the human. It is human perspective which voices futility in the face of the divine on the one hand, and laments despair and meaninglessness on the other. Kohelet's central maxim is, repeated again and again, is Havel Havelim Hakol Havel. This has been rendered historically as Vanitas Vanitatum in the Vulgate, with the literal translation in King James as vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Indeed, even Renan's translation renders it as vanité de vanité, tout est vanité. The interpretive history from Jerome to modernity is clear. Life is futile, everything is vanity, which is to say superfluous, excessive, meaningless, mere trinkets one is distracted by, nothing of gravity or essence. Present reality is illusory. Luther, in the German tradition, renders it as "Es ist alles ganz eitel." Nietzsche himself uses eitel and Eitelkeit quite often in his writings, even going as far to invoke vanitas vanitatum a couple of times. In utilizing it, he mostly criticizes the nihilist position that Kohelet is supposedly avowing. Vanity offers for Nietzsche at once a critical stylistic edge, but also a model for scolding nihilistic positions. In other words, when Nietzsche brings up vanity, it is this understanding of vanity that he hearkens to, the classical Christian interpretation of Ecclesiastes and its modern form. In the famous Lenze Heide fragment, he summarizes European nihilism as this position exactly. Quote, "It remains to be shown that this in vain constitutes the character of our present nihilism. Mistrust of our previous valuation intensifies until it arrives at the question, are not all values just decoys that prolong the comedy without ever getting closer to a denouement? Continuing with an in vain, without aim and purpose, is the most paralyzing thought," end quote. Yet in the original Hebrew, the word for vanity is hevel, literally vapor, smoke, exhalative breath, wind. Renan himself points this out. When everything is asserted as vapor, what can arise out of such a rereading, if we assume that Nietzsche sufficiently understood it, is an image of the world not of utter meaninglessness, but rather one closer to a Dionysian worldview. The Christian renderings of Ecclesiastes created 2 millennia of exegetical monstrosity, in which what was perhaps a much more nuanced assertion of differential cosmology, namely that everything is vapor, changing, unstable, dispersing, and coalescing, again and again, got sledged into a petty humanistic subjectivist nihilism or scolding religious righteousness. Nietzsche turns the in vain on its head, uncouples the purposelessness of vanity away from both its Christian, religious, and nihilist perspectives. He scolds those who think it is in vain, rather than vanity itself. Instead, a yes-saying is given to the fleeting. Purposelessness is hailed as the mantra repeats. As, quote, "If the world processes were directed towards a final state, that state would have been reached by now. The sole fundamental fact is, however, that it is not directed towards a final state, and every philosophy or scientific hypothesis which requires such a state is refuted by that single fact. I am looking for a conception of the world which does justice to this fact, Becoming must be explained without taking refuge in such intentions directed towards an end. At every moment, becoming must appear justified or unevaluable, which amount to the same thing, end quote. Get from 87, 88. Vanity of vanities, says Kohelet, but in a certain way also does Nietzsche, Hevel Havalim, vapor, vapors, there is no final state. Everything is becoming, and the unevaluability of the world is a sort of remnant of the devaluative force Kohelet, all interpretations have found, and indeed the devaluative force Nietzsche praises nihilism for achieving. Hevel as vapor, as exhalation, in and out, exhale and inhale. In this sense, Nietzsche exceeds the human as much as he grants his cosmology exactly the most basic of living mammalian functions, breathing. Hence the post of the posthumanism. It is not a discarding of the human, but an expression of it. Breath is human, but the human is breath, and it is the world that breathes. All is vapor. Metaphysically speaking, it stands to reason that Nietzsche found great affinity, precisely against Renan, between Kohelet's idiomatic phrasing and pre-Socratic fragments. Kohelet's "all rivers go to the sea and the sea does not fill" seems to ring rather closely to another famous river fragment from Friedrich's favorite Ionian philosopher. Nietzsche himself plays with the notion of outpour into the infinite sea. Quote, "I seek eternity for everything. Ought one to pour the costliest balms and wines into the sea? And my consolation is that everything which has been eternal, the sea washes it up again." End quote. This is brought up against Aurelius's Stoic assertion of transience of all things. Nietzsche asserts, quote, "To me, conversely, it seems that everything is far too valuable to be so fleeting," end quote. It is precisely the interplay between fleetingness and eternity that is the central thematic in Kohelet. The classical and nihilist interpretations remain Stoic. Everything is fleeting, pay no attention to it. Nietzsche inverts the relationship. It is precisely their fleetingness that announces the eternity of things. The river flows into the sea. And as Kohelet writes, a generation goes and a generation comes, and the earth stands for eternity. This becomes a crucially important point when focusing on the question of the human, for the humanist perspective is precisely what could not allow itself to think the world in such terms. It remains locked into its own scale. From its perspective, everything is fleeting. Everything is doomed to failure. It is out of a dislodging of the human from the equation that something like a reconsidered view of the world can appear. In other words, fleetingness as meaninglessness is a product of the narrowness of the human vision. A generation comes and goes, i.e. the human comes and goes. What remains forever? The earth. The interplay of fleetingness and eternity, or better yet, of recurrence, is possible when the human is stepped over. This is what Nietzsche is able to identify as occurring within the Koheletian accounts. In terms of the nihilistic spirit, indeed, Kohelet performs a rather close model to Nietzsche's great men. He constantly boasts about Kohelet constantly boasts about his achievements and greatness, his labors, as he calls them, as the backdrop to which he presents their supposed nullity. The classical and nihilist renderings arouse such an interpretation of the kind of the first, second, and third psychological nihilisms Nietzsche speaks of. Instead, upon a rereading, Kohelet is revealed to have achieved a possibility for an overcoming of nihilism precisely because the height of its power, and that with this power, the human itself is overcome. Quote, "That the world value lies in our interpretation, that somewhere else other interpretation than merely human ones may be possible, that previous interpretations have been perspectival appraisals by the means of which we preserve ourselves in life, that is, in the will to power and to the growth of power, that every heightening of man brings with it an overcoming of narrower interpretations, that every increase in strength and expansion of power opens up new perspectives and demands a belief in new horizons. This runs through my writing," end quote. This quote is valuable not only because Nietzsche could have identified this process internally to Kohelet, but because he performs it exactly vis-a-vis Kohelet. He overcomes the narrow interpretations of Kohelet's, opening up new perspectives to it, and in these new perspectives, a possibility of advancing beyond the human is unfolded. One of the more obvious points of reference Nietzsche makes to a Koheletian theme lies in the formulation of eternal return, elaborated greatly throughout Kohelet, but summarized succinctly as, quote, "What was it, what shall be, and what was done is what shall be done, and there is nothing new under the sun." The modern nihilistic interpretations of Kohelet, as exemplified by Renan, tend towards what Nietzsche calls the most extreme form of nihilism. Again, in the Lenze Heide fragment, let us think this thought in its most terrible form, existence as it is, without meaning or goal, but inevitably recurring without any finale into nothingness. Eternal recurrence, that is the most extreme form of nihilism, nothingness, meaninglessness, eternally, end quote. It is Renan's detheologized, atheistic, nihilist account of Kohelet that would provide this exact formulation for Nietzsche. In thinking the eternal recurrence by overcoming nihilism, Nietzsche would then be denihilizing and posthumanizing Kohelet in the most extreme form. This, I contend, is of direct influence of Renan. Speaking of Kohelet's account of futility and eternal return, Renan says, quote, he delights in it. He makes it the rhyme and the refrain of his idea. In his eyes, the world presents a series of phenomena, always the same and moving the one after the other in a kind of circle, no progress. The past has resembled the present resembles that which is to come, end quote. Kohelet's ability to identify a relishing in the fleeting, a yes-saying, which has hitherto remained unread in Kohelet, is crucial. Yet Renan, still intent on his nihilistic interpretation of Kohelet, always capitulates even this position back into the nihilist and humanist one. Quote, I'm continuing, the present is bad, the past is no better, the future is not to be preferred, any attempt to ameliorate human things is chimerical, man being incurably limited in his faculties and destinies, end quote. A further point of connection to make is the solar aspect. Quote, nothing new under the sun, repeats again and again in Kohelet. Intently, the sun is used, much like rivers, dust, and wind in Kohelet, as naturalistic figures of eternally recurring return, in a kind of Anaximandrian move of return to the point of origin. Quote, from Kohelet, in the sun shone, in the sun set, into its place there it aspires to rise again. Nietzsche, as the philosopher of the sun's position, who was so enamored with the solar phases, dawn, twilight of idols, etc., surely must have found such solar descriptions of eternal return attractive. Earlier in the 1880s, closer to the time of Zarathustra, we find another explicit mention of Kohelet, the golden bowl. The world stands there finished.
5 minutes left. 5 minutes left.
The world stands there finished, a golden bowl of goodness, and yet the creative mind wants to continue creating what has already been created. The mind invented time, and now, spinning, the world breaks apart, and then, turning in great rings, spins back together again. End quote. This is 83. Nietzsche there is conjuring the following line from the end of Kohelet, describing the fleetingness of life in relation to eternity, returning back to where it came from. Quote, before the silver rope breaks and the golden bowl is smashed, and the jug is broken on the spring, and the wheel is crashed on the pit, and the dust returns to the earth as it was, and the wind returns to God who gave it. Vapor, vapor, says Kohelet, all is vapor. End quote. In making reference to this section, Nietzsche expresses a clear connection to the repetitious recurring cosmology of Kohelet. Here we find explicitly the introduction of time by the human mind. It is this introduction that renders the golden bowl broken. Only by the means of a psychologism, indeed a humanism, does something like the world appear as inadequate, as unfinished in its fleetingness, rather as finished in becoming. Finally, Renan was keen to identify the centrality of air in translation, not just in the vapor vanity, but also in rendering ra'ut ruach, a rather complex and unclear idiom, traditionally translated as afflictio spiritus in the Vulgate, vexation of spirit in King James. He renders it into pâture de vent, pasture of wind. What has been cast for millennia as futility and an affliction of the spirit, a properly humanistic expression of suffering, gets recast in post-human Zephyric terms, pasture of wind. The issue at play is the philological status of re'ut, which should be pasture, friendship, but also evil and badness. The traditional ecclesiastical interpretation favored the latter reading rather than the former. Luther's Bible indeed translates the phrase as haschen nach dem Wind, chasing after the wind. So Nietzsche already had familiarity with the winded version, and further Renan continues to render it in a non-human-centric way. The relation to pasture would have also made it very attractive to Nietzsche. The pasture of wind related heavily to the hevel havalim, vapor of vapors. Pasture of wind is thus pasture of vapors. Both vanity and spirit are dehumanized, post-humanized, reevaluated. Upon such a reevaluated interpreted vision of Kohelet, ignited by Renan, although very much in opposition to him, the ecclesiastical view of the world appears much more Heraclitean than Schopenhauerian. Instead of the gloomy lament of human futility, a lively, rich world of difference appears. The ineptitude of the human focality is displaced to a will to power as a differential of forces, a Dionysian game of the world. With the abundance of Koheletian elements in the Nietzschean metaphysical formulations of the 1880s, it is this kind of description that I believe he reread Kohelet as espousing. What Nietzsche is capable of achieving with such hypothetical rereading is precisely a moment of self-overcoming Kohelet himself is performing. Kohelet himself encapsulates the process of religious morals overturning nihilism. Highest values, religion, supremacy, and riches become nihilistic, and nihilism, understood correctly, holding the key to overturn itself. What Nietzsche is able to identify and take upon is the potential to overcome nihilism as already present in Kohelet. We thus see at least two registers which he reads Kohelet, Ecclesiastes, and uses it. On the one hand, it is used to the Christian nihilist interpretation as an exemplification of religious existentialism and modern nihilism. On the other hand, he uses it in a revaluative Dionysian vision, both of which Renan's study enabled. Kohelet must have been diffused via Renan Renan's reading of Ecclesiastes, according to both of these registers in Nietzsche's thought. The reason such an hypothesis bears rather serious implication is that it shows that Nietzsche performing an overcoming of nihilism in reevaluated form towards a biblical text. He was able not only to identify it internally as a form of structure within the text, but also in performing it vis-a-vis its interpretive history. He wrenches Kohelet from its Judeo-Christian religious existentialism and subsequently from its subjective nihilism, both of which require the human as their central anchoring point. Kohelet is brought over from the crucified ones into the severed hands of Dionysus. Nietzsche, if you will permit me, de-Christianizes Kohelet, de-ecclesiasticizes Ecclesiastes. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Now let's hear some questions. There are some. Anyone? We have to tell you that we are already tired because of this. I mean, we are out of questions, it's like this. Yeah, but it's not because of, it's because of this long day. Philosophy of religion. Well, I am out of questions. I don't have one for this particular talk. Well, if there are no questions, then thank you very much, Emmanuel, for your presentation. I guess it was perfect. Yeah. And we go now to the third and last presentation of this session, which is online by Dr. Gitanyali Chabra, a presentation with the title Nietzsche's Principle of Self-Overcoming, Posthuman Paradigm Shift of Becoming. A few things about Dr. Chabra. Dr. Gitanyali Chabra holds a PhD degree in English, a combination of philosophy and artificial intelligence, literature, and linguistics. She has been teaching English, communication skills, soft skills, and philosophy courses to adults for nearly a decade and has been actively involved in curriculum designing process for the undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Along with academia, she has also served in the industry as a professional with history of directing teams and organizations and training individuals towards excellence and overreaching company goals. As an assistant professor at University Canada West, UCW, Vancouver, she teaches English communications and philosophy courses. Additionally, she is actively involved in the AI advisory group, and she is a member of the program undergraduate curriculum working committee at UCW. Dr. Chabra, you have the floor.
Thank you
Can
so
you
much.
hear us?
Is my
Yes. Okay.
are my slides visible and am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah. It works.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good evening, everyone. And I know it's the end of the conference and my session is the last, but here it's greetings from Vancouver, Canada. It's early morning here. So today I'll be presenting on Nietzsche's Principle of Self-Overcoming, Posthuman Paradigm Shift of Becoming. And I'd like to thank all the organizers and committee members for giving me the opportunity to present here, and especially Dr. Aura for organizing this event so efficiently. So the phenomena of deciphering self is an unending trajectory of human life, and humans are in a constant journey of becoming, which is never ending. And post-human existence is an understanding of self as an entangled being with all the constitutive elements in the universe. And through my research, the main aims and goals of my research are that I analyze the concept of becoming by blurring human and technology existence in the capacity of reverse aging. So I begin by highlighting the interconnections of humans' constant life trajectory of becoming and the conundrum of reverse aging, referring to Nietzsche's principle of self-overcoming. And I then seek to resolve the ongoing criticism of reverse aging by developing a conceptual framework highlighting the intertwined element of post-human and self-overcoming. So in my research, I elucidate that humans and machines amalgamation is crucial as we cannot negate technology in this digital era, and it finds parallelism and similar groundings in post-humans' concept of becoming and also Nietzsche's concept of self-overcoming. So in this digital era, as humans exist in a relational capacity with technology, it draws interconnections between reverse aging and Nietzsche's self-overcoming principle of existence by elucidating imaginative ways of understanding the relationship between with the material and immaterial and also within ourselves. So technology serves as a platform for us as humans to also decipher self and co-evolve even with technology and humans together. So this highlights technology integrated ecosystem of becoming and self-overcoming. To examine the ongoing discussions on critical post-human discourse on human subjectivities as neither pure cause nor pure effect, but the part of the world in its open-ended becoming, I highlight that post-human theoretical construct also finds similar grounding in Nietzsche's philosophy of self-overcoming principles, as humans are intrinsically metaphysical. So I draw perspectives to highlight the concept of reverse aging as a viewpoint to enhance cognitive capacities with a broader spectrum in this physical world, which is not to say that it focuses or I propose to look at a trajectory of immortality, but reverse aging and to the extent as much as we can. So these elongated years and space blurs the boundaries of traditional lifespans to a broader horizon of deconstructing mortality distinctively in the post-human ethos. So post-human understanding of becoming is formulated by the relationship between phenomena, and here I look at humans and technologies at similar pedestals. So the entanglement is an amalgamation of humans and non-humans factor, and non-human factor here I look at technology in the ecosystem, and the structure framework finds groundings in Nietzsche's also overhuman. So I draw perspectives to highlight the concept of reverse aging in the concept that if we were to expand our already existing lifespans, it would give us a broader spectrum wherein we peak in our life, both physically and mentally, where we have our cognitive capacities at the higher and the utmost pedestal. So Nietzsche's superhuman or overhuman focuses on surpassing current limitations of being a human, so redefining human existence and potential. It is the human who moves beyond the society restrictions and creates one's own value-based system by freeing self from the shackles of society norms and the ecosystem. And here I examine the shackles of just looking at technology just not as a means to enhance human in the transhumanism sense, but to be able to become co-aware and co-evolve together. So this moves from moral dualism to creating its own mortality, a self which is a creation of an entangled system and yet an authentic self. By coming in close proximity of self, one moves from the nihilistic attitudes of developing a self, which is at a higher order of existence, realizing its full potentials. So by the entanglement between humans and technology, reverse aging comes as a byproduct of experimenting with these technologies at the current stage. So if aging constitutes to being a disease, the best possible consequence is to treat it with as much possibilities that the existing medicines and science can hold, and as much possibilities that we can experiment in the future. So from a practical approach, aging is a conceptual change, and these trajectories for self in the concept of reverse aging may not be possible entirely, but however, reducing the rate of aging could be changed dramatically. So our chronological age and our biological age may be entirely different even currently, and our longevity may be different from living a healthy lifespan. But with these technologies, if we were to reverse age and add more years to our lives, our constant process of becoming and a self-overcoming principle may also vary, because our cognitive capacities, when they are fully enhanced and we fully realize our potential, may have a broader and a bigger spectrum which increases also our experiences and our interactions with the environment. So by adding years of more experience to our lives, which in turn will alter our deeper understanding of ourselves and a deeper understanding of our self-awareness. If the systems level approach may add years to life, our cognitive capacities may be enhanced with longer, healthier years to our lives. So current research which is going on in this similar field is, I would just like to state two examples here, such as Wise founding director, who believes that genes could have a therapeutic effect. And the second one I would like to state is Elizabeth Parrish, who is the CEO of BioViva, who lives in Seattle. And I had the opportunity to have a conversation with her personally at a conclave called Synapse, which was on artificial intelligence. And from a very, personal point of view from her mouth, what I understood is that the whole idea of reverse aging, which actually sparked her thinking, and it actually came to her mind, was when her son was not feeling well and having type 1 diabetes, and which they and she had the fear of losing her son, and which they sort of cured through gene therapy. And that made her realize that if we use these technologies, and if we were to just treat aging as a disease, most of the connected diseases may also be eliminated. And that's why she also volunteered to be the subject herself for this experimentation. And her biological and chronological age currently looks very different. Of course, there are a whole lot of challenges if we look at it in the context of economic disparities and ethical and philosophical issues. But if we were to just analyze from the idea of just treating aging as a disease, and if we have technologies at our disposal, then why not use those technologies for betterment of us as a society? But the conflicting approaches and also in the philosophy of medicine are first to constitute that whether aging is a disease. So there are two propositions according to this research, which says departure from normal human functioning, then definitely it is something which is normal, that all of us are facing it. So it is normal human functioning, then it does not constitute as a disease. But the second proposition also has another approach, which is any condition that demonstrates sufficient structural similarity with paradigm examples of disease should itself be regarded as a disease, even if it is universally shared. So something which is also universally shared, and if we have the whole system of these technologies and experimentation of artificial intelligence in various different fields such as health, science, and medicine, then why not move away from the glass ceiling that would exist for humans? But the associated challenges which are there, of course, the prolonged lifespan would also result into a lot of older population. There could also be a lot of economic disparities. Any medicine or anything that is rolled out into the system is definitely first catered to the richer class and then moves on to a universal aspect. In that context, it will be a post-human paradigm contradiction, because that creates human inequality. But if we move further from it, it will definitely be made available to a whole sort of population, and that will create equality, because such experimentations are already happening, even if it has not received the FDA approval. But But if we do not cater it to the masses, it is already sort of creating inequalities, which will be catering to the economic class, which would be on a higher level. So this argument proposes a very multidisciplinary approach, because we need, of course, scientists, and we also need medical practitioners and also philosophers to come together and question our human existence in the context of reverse aging. So we look at ourselves in the context of not just who am I, but the new who am I, which would hypothetically, if it materializes, is that it would also become more normal. So we also have a lot of other aspects researching on the same field, which is New Field Council, talking about bioethics. So these enhancements may be viewed as metamorphosis of spirit, augmenting human condition and not overcoming human condition. So the enhancement of our consciousness and cognitive capacities may be augmented by adding more years to life. This isn't referred to in the capacity of Bostrom's deconstruction of technology and human amalgamation. And I refer to this deconstruction not by emulating the whole computational structure on a powerful supercomputer, but by organically extending lifespans to address these issues of reverse aging, if we were to look at it from the aspect of proposition number 2. And consciousness, of course, it is not defined objectively, it is not measurable, but one of the aspects of consciousness that I would look for my research in this context is the levels of consciousness, because we're talking about elongated years in the context of age. So levels of consciousness and the capacity of self-awareness also varies with age, and according to the case of mirror self-reflection, the following stages are: first, the level which is zero confusion; the second, differentiation, wherein you're able to have a basic perceptual differentiation, which is own bodily movements as reflected in the mirror, and the direct experience of other moving entities in the world, and which moves on further to a stage which is of self-exploration, and then a further stage which is identification, and then permanence, an entity that is represented as invariant over time and appearance changes, and then it is further elevated to self-consciousness or meta-self-awareness. A self-conscious self is expressed as an entity that is simulated and projected in the mind of others, which further moves on to say that this direct awareness of life as finite is a stage where the people can be highly reflected. And if we look at this stage further to become infinite, is that we have a co-awareness by adding more years to our lives in the context of reverse aging. So the aim of the study is not to decipher whether Nietzsche qualifies as a transhumanism, because I'm not arguing to enhance human capacities and capabilities in the context of making human existence at a higher pedestal as compared to all the other constitutive elements in the universe, but just by blurring the boundaries between humans and technology as a sense of co-evolving and co-awareness. But the research recognizes Nietzsche's philosophy of Overmensch as a vision for self-determining and self-betterment to predispose self-evolutionary possible existence. And these possible trajectories of post-human existence may be observed through the entanglement of reverse aging as one of the components that I would say. So I would like to sum up by saying that while post-human existence draws parallel with Nietzsche's aspect of self-overcoming and overhuman, and if we were to decipher ourselves by reverse aging as one of the components, we create our own making, which is an enhanced self, but not enhancing in terms of other species all around us, but to be able to co-evolve together. And that's it from my end. I'll be happy to answer any questions. And this paper I'm still developing, so I'll be glad if you all have any suggestions or ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chabra, very much. Okay, the floor is open.
Thanks for a very interesting talk. While you were speaking, I had in mind an objection to radical life extension that Nicholas Agar develops in his book Humanity's End, which is basically that the more we extend our lives, the more risk averse we're likely to become. Because if I'm, you know, if I don't know, if I step onto a plane and it crashes, I might, at my age, lose, say, 20, 30 years of life. But suppose I expect to live, say, for the next 2,000 years, then, you know, what I stand to lose is really much bigger. And therefore, you know, it would be much more sensible for me to just stay in my little hermetic bungalow or whatever and never leave it. And so you could imagine, you know, groups of immortals living in sort of little bunkers, you know, forever, but never leaving and never doing anything. And in a sense, that seems like a vision of Nietzsche's Last Man, rather, you know, to the max rather than the Übermensch. I just wondered if you have a, because you mentioned deconstructing mortality, which I thought was an interesting phrase, and I don't know if you got a response to that objection.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So I know that's quite interesting. So when we talk about reverse age, at least yet to the kind of experimentation and the technologies that we have, so not envisioning a future which is, we're talking about immortality, but just to add more years as much as it is in our human capacities. So more elongated years, but yet not looking at immortality or never aging. So it's just reverse aging. And so that we get that, you know, when we are at our peak, when our physically and also mentally our, you know, cognitive capacities and our also physical body doesn't start to go from a graph which goes down and starts to deplete. But if we can have the peak, which can be a little longer.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you for your talk. I have just 2 points to make, or 2 questions maybe. Don't you think this reversing aging or prolonging human longevity, it would be a humanistic goal, especially when it's at the expense of other beings, like animals, let's say, rather than a post-humanistic goal? That might just one question. The second thing is, I wonder what Nietzsche would say about this prolonging aging, especially when in Zarathustra he says the key thing is to die at the right time. The question is, of course, what the right time is, but nonetheless, he means something with that.
Thank you so much for your question. Yeah, so the first question I would like to address is that when we talk about, you know, if we are to look at in the context of other species, definitely, of course, if we are only thinking of human existence and elongated years for ourselves is a very humanistic approach. But a post-humanistic approach would also be letting all the other species also enhance themselves. So when I say that human existence, by reverse aging, we are adding more years to our lives. And if technology exists, and then if we can also do it for other species, that would be great. So if, let's say, for example, if I take a dog, and if there is some kind of you know, problem or disease, we cure it. So if aging itself, as I said, according to proposition 2, is if we constitute it as a disease, is not to say that, again, immortality, but then definitely that as much as we can cure it, I think that would be better, not for just the human existence, but also everything that is around us. So, and in terms of the experience of Übermensch is, I would like to say that when I talk about, again, elongated years and reverse aging, is that it can add more years to our lives, which will not, of course, make us alive for probably 2,000 years, and just few more years wherein that eventually we will die, but we still get more years, we get more years to our lives where we can have those more experiences with our environment, with the ecosystem, and wherein we can address also all of the other issues that's happening around in the system. So I think this will add more years to ourselves where we can think more deeply and be more aware of ourselves. When we look at the levels of the consciousness is where, you know, if you look, when we are at level 0, when we don't even know what exists and who we are. So slowly and gradually, when we start to develop who we are and where we exist, if that part is elongated, it would give us more ears to also address to the other issues that's happening all around us. Thank you.
Last question? Yes. Voilà. Okay, thank you very much for your talk. A quick question from a Nietzschean perspective, because a lot is stressed on consciousness as a next step in development, while Nietzsche considers it, especially in the later works, as a disease and the cause of, as a roadblock when it comes to development. So he stresses the development of the instincts a lot more. So I was interested in how you would approach that.
Okay, thank you. So this is not from this paper, which I'm still developing, but I would move beyond this paper. Is my primary research is about consciousness of machines. So when I say about consciousness, it is not just developing consciousness for the human, which is not just embodied, it is also extended, which is out there in the system. And so is our cognition, which is extended and distributed. So in the same context, that if hypothetically, if we were to give machines a way of developing consciousness, it would develop a certain kind of consciousness, in the sense that which may not be very, if you compare it to the human consciousness, may not be the same, but it is definitely simulated or fabricated. So in that context, I say that it is spread all around in the system, our consciousness. So that's how I would look at it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, this concludes our sessions, I guess, if there are no more questions for today. Thank you, Dr. Chabra.
Thank you.
Enjoy. And we will reconvene at 18:45 for the last keynote speech. So we have half an hour almost. Yes, we have half an hour.
Actually, half an hour.
It's actually half an hour break. So
And now we are at our last presentation, our last session. And we have next to us the keynote speaker, Yunus Tunsel, who will talk about artistic power, plasticity, and Dionysian in Nietzsche and posthuman aesthetics. But before I'm giving the floor to Professor Yunus Tunsel, I will introduce him. Yunus Tunsel receives his PhD in philosophy from the New School for Social Research in spring 2000 and has been teaching philosophy since then. He's a co-founder of the Nietzschean Circle and the editor-in-chief of its electronic journal, The Antagonist, which is published twice a year. He has published several essays in journals and anthologies and presented papers at conferences locally and internationally. He is the author of Towards a Genealogy of Spectacles, published by I Corner Press in 2011, Egon in Nietzsche, published by Marquette University Press in 2013, Emotion in Sport, published by Routledge in 2019, Nietzsche on Human Emotions, published by Schwabe in 2021, Flames of Passion, and the editor of Nietzsche and Transhumanism, published by Cambridge School Publishing in 2017, and the co-editor of Nietzsche and Music, published by the same Cambridge Scholar Publishing in 2022. He works on sport philosophy, and he is a member of the International Association for the Philosophy of Sport, and has presented papers at its annual conferences and in other venues. And he has published several essays in this field. He was one of the co-organizers of the New York Posthuman Research Group, based on NUIU, where he explored with other posthumanists art and technology relationship among other philosophical subjects, and co-founded the Journal of Posthumanism with other scholars in June 2020. Its first issue came out in spring 2021. He's the co-founder of World Posthuman Society and the co-editor of his journal Infinity. He has been working on Nietzsche and music with other researchers and musicians, and an anthology on this subject came out in July 2022 with Cambridge Scholar Publishing. Overall, his research area include art, competition, agonistics, culture, myths, music, power, spectacle, sports, performance, the culture of Gay Saber, the troubadours of Ostend, and theater, and in terms of school of philosophy, existentialism, phenomenology, psychoanalysis, posthumanism, and post-structuralism. In all of his research activities, Tunsel is interested in the fusion of art, all forms of art, and philosophy in various cultural formations, and undertakes a peripatetic project called Philomobile in that spirit. As I said, Professor Yunus' presentation is entitled Artistic Power, Plasticity, and the Dionysian in Nietzsche and Posthuman Aesthetics. Professor Yunus,
Thank you.
you
Thank
have
you very
the
much.
floor.
Thank you, Aura. Thanks to all the organizers and Professor Ciprian Mihaly, the chairperson of the department, and all the assistants who made this possible. I know I am the last speaker. I have enough energies. I'm not overhuman, but I slept a little bit before coming here, so I should be okay. I did give my card. It wasn't just publicity, but it's also if those interested in publishing with us, with the Agonist. I have some left for those who didn't have a chance to get it, but you can find it. Just type Agonist. You'll see the journal. It's published by a British publishing house, TPL. I'm not going to read, and I will talk slowly. I know our brains are probably exhausted. So I am going to focus on aesthetics in our I'm going to skip the abstract, which you all have. Basically, in our discussion, there was one question that there's no aesthetic in Nietzsche, and I responded that there is, that Nietzsche has lots of ideas on artists, what art is, a new notion of aesthetics. Let me just say at the outset that for Nietzsche, art isn't just about creation of works of art, but he really understands it in a broader sense. That's creation of culture, creation of our own selves, and of course, creation of works of arts. So basically, artists, with their creations, they give us models from which we can learn and be creative in our own lives. So that's sort of a short introduction. Yes, there is a new aesthetic. You can call it postmodern, if you will. Its roots are in the late 1700s, especially with the Romantics, the Romantic rebellion against art at the time, and pretty much a rebellion against mimetic art. Mimesis, I don't want to go too much into that. That's the mimesis really shapes Western art from the classical Greece all the way to the 19th century. Its climax is realism. And so the rebellion had already started prior to the 19th century, but pretty much the shift starts happening, I would say, middle of 19th century. So in a way, we are in the post-mimetic age already, and Nietzsche's ideas are somewhat reflective. Kantian aesthetics also, Kant introduces the sublime, influenced by Burke, and so it's not just the beautiful, but also the sublime. Lessing talks about interaction of different types of arts. That's the 18th century. And finally, with Romantics and also Wagner later, they emphasize the unity of all arts, what is called Gesamtkunstwerk. And Nietzsche was also attracted to that idea. But it's really Wagner who tried to implement it in arts, in his own brand of theater. It's really not opera, it's actually theater. That's how Wagner would call it. With the Kantian aesthetics also, imagination comes to the foreground, which was neglected for a long time. So all of these come into the making of new aesthetics, not to mention the emergence of the mechanical reproduction. Walter Benjamin talks about that. So now all of these elements, clearly in my short presentation, I cannot talk about all elements of the new aesthetics. That would be a bigger project. In fact, a project that's already accepted by my new publisher. So this hopefully will be in my new book, to be. I'm pregnant. It will take me a while. It's longer than maybe a year to give birth to it. So why don't we just start with the Dionysian? Many of you, all of you probably are familiar with what Nietzsche means, but I want to emphasize some of the elements of the Dionysian. Nietzsche is the first to introduce the Dionysian into aesthetics, but it happens along with Apollonian. So these Apollonian and Dionysian are sort of cosmological, metaphysical principles, but then he is going to apply them to arts. So to put it mildly, Apollonian has to do with principle of individuation, and Dionysian has to do with absence of individuation. But all beings come into being. That's the Apollonian, right? This Apollonian individuated state. When this disappears, it is the Dionysian. So, of course, in human life, it has its different manifestations. Or in arts, it has different manifestations. So basically, Nietzsche uses different terms to describe what he means by Apollonian and the Dionysian. Here I have some points. You can see them there. So Apollonian has to do with images. Dionysian with sounds, the invisible. So because images are more tangible, right? More individuated. So sounds appear and disappear. So they're more Dionysian. He calls them art impulse. I refer them as principle, but he would probably correct me because he uses the term art impulse. It's exactly from the German. Dionysian is ecstasy, loss of the self, intoxication, Rausch in German. So when we lose ourselves, when we get drunk and lose ourselves, that's Dionysian. Apollonian would be being sober, being moderate, and all that. So moderation is Apollonian. Excess is Dionysian. Section 4, Birth of Tragedy. I know we should be textual, right? So yes, section 4 of the Birth of Tragedy, Nietzsche says excess revealed itself as truth. So for the first time in Western culture, the Dionysian is revealing its truth, that it is also truthful. Dionysian has to do with self-forgetfulness. And of course, through Dionysian, we can be connected to other beings, because that's how does it happen. We lose ourselves, we become ecstatic, and we then become one with others. So that's the unity of all beings. Then finally, Nietzsche associated Dionysian more with suffering and Apollon with joy. You know, all of these dualisms, Nietzsche is going to be critical, but the ideas remain. And in fact, he will revisit the Dionysian at the end of his philosophical life in the Twilight of Idols. The ideas remain, but he doesn't like this kind of dualistic structure. So these are sort of the meanings of the Dionysian along with the Apollonian. Just keep in mind that Nietzsche doesn't really reject or negate the Apollonian. We need the Apollonian. The problem is we have repressed Apollonian. We have repressed the Dionysian for so long. We have been Apollonian, the rational, ethical, moderate, and all that, but we have forgotten the Dionysian side of human existence, and that's what he wants to bring to prominence, to surface, those functions that we have forgotten or neglected. And in arts, before I move on to Kandinsky, now the way he applies them, and he's not going to like this application later, but let me tell you how he does it in the Birth of Tragedy. Visual arts are Apollonian, musical arts are Dionysian. This kind of dichotomy doesn't work. He didn't see it. Nietzsche was very young when he wrote this. He was published in 1872. He was born in 1844. He's very youthful, Schopenhauerian, romantic. So the way to put it is, if you still want to use these terms, all things, all beings have Apollonian and Dionysian in them in different degrees. So applied to arts, we could say visual arts have more Apollonian than Dionysian, and then musical arts more Dionysian, less Apollonian. Possibly, we could say it as a configuration of all things. Now, I chose Kandinsky to show and many artists, many art movements in the 20th century, they were influenced by Nietzsche, his ideas on the Dionysian. I'm choosing an example from visual arts because Nietzsche himself was not a visual artist. He was a musician. He was a pianist as early as in his early teens, and in his mid to late teens, he composed music. That's what he was a musician from even before he became a writer, before he became a philosopher. And even when he lost his mind, I don't know if that's a good right way of putting it, but when he went insane, that's early 1889, he could still play the piano. He could not speak well. So he was a musician in the beginning, musician at the end. But then that's why I'm choosing an example from the painting, visual arts, and how the Dionysian can also be present in visual arts, in painting. So Kandinsky is a good example. He is one of the first to initiate abstract art. And he read Nietzsche, he was a Nietzschean, and he has a piece, Spiritual in Art. So basically he applies the Dionysian to arts, to visual art, to painting. So of course, if you look at different arts, even if you go according to the classical types of arts, from music to painting, you would find many examples of Nietzsche's influence on the 20th century art, including music. But I'm not going to go there. For that, you could read the Nietzsche and Music anthology. But here we are with Kandinsky. So what Kandinsky does is basically, if you remember, in classical art, it's all formal, mimetic formal, right? All figures, landscapes, all the way until the rise of post-mimetic art. It's representational. So abstraction doesn't happen. The start of post-mimesis is really with Impressionism. Impressionists play with all of these. It's no longer, they're not going to imitate things as they are, but they are going to bring their own feelings, their own impressions, their own dreams, the surrealism, their own the upconscious and all of that. So basically, that starts happening already before abstract art, but here you see I will show you some examples. You may have seen Kandinsky's works. These are they're not maybe very good pictures. I took them. I was in Zurich just recently, and I took photos of the Kandinsky paintings that I saw. That's in a Kunsthaus in Zurich. So you could see the years 1908. The real, I would say 19, maybe already, he's moving from, you can still recognize shapes, figures, even here in that one, 1908, but then this should be a little bit later. I know you don't see this. Maybe I could see it. This should be maybe 1910. Yeah, 1909, 10. Yeah, that's the beginning of abstract art. So no, still the basic elements of arts are there, the colors, the lines, but there are no hardly any recognizable figures. Maybe you could read into them, but basically mimetic art dictates to you. If you read Foucault's short book, this is not a pipe, classical mimetic art dictates to the spectator as to how they should see the art, whereas post-mimetic art, you interpret the artwork in your own way, based on who you are and based on what you see. So basically, we would most likely see different things in Kandinsky's paintings. And the titles would not really reflect what you see. It's the titles made up by the artist. This one, two riders, a reclining figure. Okay, well, you try to figure out where you see all of that. All right, other examples from Kandinsky, later Kandinsky, after the rise of abstraction in art. And these are all, this is what I call the Dionysian movement in visual arts. Of course, as you move later, like Egon Schiele, Aesthetics of the Ugly, that actually relates to Aura's presentation on monsters and chimera, kind of the formless, the art of formlessness, or the form of the ugly, if you want to use the aesthetics of the ugly, or the deformed. All of these would not be accepted in mimetic art. All right, mimesis, as I said, runs from classical Greece all the way to 19th century, of course, with different periods, different manifestations. I mean, look, religious art is never fully mimetic. So medievals also moved into symbolism, but there was also mimesis. But then you go back to classical Greek art, 5th century BCE, still that I would say mimetic art starts there. And Aristotle talks about that, and that's how he understands art in poetics. So basically, to me, ancient art, if you go back to other cultures, it's very much symbolic, ritualistic, symbolic, rather than mimetic. So mimesis is really, I would say, invention of rationalism, and it shapes Western art for more than 2 millennia. And this is not to say that mimesis has no role in arts. It still plays a role even in post-mimetic art. In my notes, I don't have it here, I did say that postmodern or post-mimetic art does include mimesis, but it includes many other things: abstraction, symbolism, dream states, and many others. Impressionism, expressionism, all the names of the post-mimetic art movements. And also I don't know if I have in my notes, post-mimetic art or postmodern art accepts all media as authentic media for arts, for creativity, not only the so-called seven sisters as we find in classical art, seven sisters, right, from painting to music. So any medium can be a medium for art and creativity. Duchamp is a big turning point for that, but even it's before Duchamp, in arts, all media are equally valid media. So, okay, I am not going to repeat what I already said. Let's see if there's anything else. Color is a big thing in Kandinsky, but clearly color was already a big thing prior to Kandinsky, but I think he is approaching color from a different standpoint. All right, the one question I raised here, I don't have the answer for this, is whether mimetic classical art can also be Dionysian. All right, well, Nietzsche's claim is that classical art is mostly Apollonian. Anyway, that's a question mark for
for us to reflect on. So let's move on to next topic, plasticity. So it's a big thing, plastein. It comes from the Greek word, the mold. And Nietzsche uses this term. It doesn't really apply only to visual arts. I guess it applies to any form of creativity. And he presents it in the second untimely meditation. I have to read this, a quotation from page 62, Cambridge edition. I mean by plastic power, the capacity to develop out of oneself in one's own way, to transform and incorporate into oneself what is past and foreign, to heal wounds, to replace what has been lost, to recreate broken molds. End of quotation. And basically, then he goes on to say that those cultures and people who don't have this, they would disappear under the slightest wound. And those who have it will recover. In a way, arts as savers, or save art in its saving function and capacity, was mentioned by Nietzsche in The Birth of Tragedy. I didn't mention that before, but let me say it's a crucial point. It's actually a running theme in Nietzsche. Talking about the Greek tragedy, that's the main topic of his book, The Birth of Tragedy, he says if we were stuck in the Dionysian wisdom, we would fall into despair. We would be depressed, because the Dionysian is about mortality, which says all things are destructible, all things end, right? It's about nothingness. If we were in that mode, if we remain in that mode, we would fall into despair and depression. What saves is visual arts. He says art, but he means visual arts. All illusions, all Apollonian in a way. It's the saving function of the arts. And he refers to Hamlet. That probably is the only time in The Birth of Tragedy where he discusses Shakespeare, that Hamlet also paralyzed with despair, with mortality, and something saves Hamlet. So basically, his illusions. It's not just visual arts, illusions. For Nietzsche, illusions are pleasurable, and they come from myths, mythology. That would be actually the Apollonian element. The Dionysian element would be the chorus, the singing and dancing chorus, very visceral, bodily, with music. So those are the Dionysian elements of Greek theater. Apollonian elements that are coming from a myth, these pleasurable illusions, stories, and all the visual devices, the architectonics, the stage, and so on. So coming back to this thing about the plastic powers, we need the plastic power to recreate ourselves. The context for this plasticity or plastic power is the history, where Nietzsche has raised interesting ideas on what history is. Basically, it's not about just remembering, but there must be also the unhistorical so that we can forget. So the unhistorical has to be forgetfulness. There are times where we need to forget things. That's unhistorical. And the historical is memory. He claims that European culture is obsessed with the historical. Hegel is in the background. I don't know if there are any Hegelians in the room, but it is in the background of his critique, this obsession with history. That Hegelians forget the unhistorical, what would be, let's say in psychoanalysis, the unconsciousness. But then there is a supra-historical, that's a third concept of history. That's the visionary who builds the bridge between the historical and the unhistorical, between the past and the future. So, if you're stuck in history, probably wouldn't be even here. We were stuck with our old hatred. I would not be able to have a nice dialogue with my Serbian friend over beer. We would be stuck in our hatred of old history, but we could overcome our histories and create new meanings in our relationships. And for that, we need forgetfulness. Now, how that forgetfulness happens in real existence, real life, Nietzsche gives examples. You need to build a second nature next to the first nature. That's how you overcome the first nature. For that, you have to work on yourself. So then, because after all, that first nature, let's say that was your bigotry, your hatred of the other, that was also an interpretation. That's not real either. That was also given to you. So then you build, so people say it's tradition. Yes, traditions were also created once. You can create a new tradition and build that next to the old one and then overcome. Yes, it could take generations, or it could take years for you if you work on yourself and you overcome that bias, that first nature. That's a problem. That's against life. Just keep in mind that this piece was written for history, for life. So, well, so the two sets of concepts of the historical unhistory or historiography. One is this, the historical, unhistorical, the suprahistorical. The next one is the monumental and antiquarian and critical. I mentioned that in our discussion before, based on the symbols of Zarathustra, the camel and the lion and the child. That could be a relation between these three and those three. So basically now Nietzsche is working with these two sets of three concepts. And so basically one must be able to forget, that's unhistorical, as much as one remembers, based on a strong, long-sighted vision, that's a suprahistorical, and recreate great works, that's monumental, as one preserves, antiquarian, and destroys, that's a critical. So we must destroy a part of ourselves to rebuild ourselves. So plastic powers, the power of molding, they work in all layers, both layers of self-transformation through history. So basically, what is a problem for Nietzsche in this second meditation is excess of history, historic consciousness. So I'll move on. I think we got the gist of this plasticity. It applies to all arts, all creativity. All the term sounds like it would apply to only what we typically call plastic arts, like sculpture. No, I think it applies to all arts, even music. You're also molding, maybe with sound. All right, now moving on to power and artistic power. Whenever people hear the term power, they think we're talking about mega power, the politicians and I don't know, the rich people and all that. For Nietzsche, all beings are powerful. All beings exert power according to their own nature. We human beings, we are fundamentally beings with culture and value. So we manifest our power with our values. So, yes, we're always in power relations. So there's nothing to be afraid of power. There's nothing to glorify about it. So Nietzsche has this, I don't want to say neutral approach, but a calm approach to power. We're all power. We exercise power all the time. The question is, how do we exercise power? What are the kinds of power relations that we enter? So then he coins two key terms, the will to power. The will to power became pretty big. Nietzsche has these collections that are published later on. It's a Nahlas. He never published the book. He says he intended to publish a book with that name. But to me, people, I think, including Heidegger, they make too much out of this notion, the will to power. What should be is the philosophy, Nietzsche's teachings on power, period, power. Then, if you are going to highlight a notion, then you have to also, and Stefan mentioned that, you have to add feeling of power. So along with the will to power, the feeling of power is as crucial. Now, this feeling of power, and it's Machtgefühl in German, that's going to solve lots of problems. Let me tell you, they're not in my notes, but I can tell you how it solves the problem. Will to power is a conscious construct. It's a construct of consciousness. Chopin borrowed from Schopenhauer, will to existence. So it's a kind of phrase, it's an odd phrase in German. So, and in a way, Nietzsche maybe inadvertently, by the way, just a footnote, Nietzsche does believe in the primacy of unconscious forces. He did foresee the rise of psychoanalysis along with Schopenhauer. Unconsciousness is also in Nietzsche is a big thing. Consciousness is those surface phenomena. There's many notes on that. So this is a difficulty. Will to power, will is a concept of consciousness. We will consciously. It's used in modern philosophy in a secular way. St. Augustine used it. He's probably the first philosopher, theologian who brought it in philosophy. It's a faculty of choosing. A conscious, faculty of consciousness. So it is a difficulty already, but if you add will to power, if you add feeling to power, to will to power, then you would complete the picture. Because feeling, and keep in mind that in English, in German, Gefühl could stand for feeling and emotion, not only feeling. That's the word we have. Therefore, feeling could be unconscious, just like emotions are mostly unconscious. So in a way, coming from the bottom, you have feeling of power, top, the will to power, they then complement one another, giving us a better or maybe a fuller picture of what Nietzsche means by power. So, coming back to my notes, in some of the earliest formulations of the will to power, Nietzsche did associate it with artistic power, not political power. And I do not dismiss that, yes, political power exists too. As I said, all beings exert power. Not only politicians, not only the state. Yes, the state has its own power. So does artistic creativity, so do arts, so do philosophers. We all exert or emanate power according to who we are, what we do, our values, and in the context in which we function. So, artistic power is often forgotten in Nietzsche. It's just people are obsessed with the will to power, and they have especially, I don't know, well, I'm a reformed Marxist, so the Marxians are obsessed with political power when it is a state. That is really an isolated way of looking at power and not seeing the microdynamics of power. There are microdynamics of power. The powerful relation already in the families before you go to the state. Before that, you have to read Foucault. We have to thank our friend here to bring Foucault, Juan, into posthumanism. But yeah, to understand, Foucault opens up Nietzsche's teaching of power, basically. If you want to read more, because Nietzsche is all over the place, I think Foucault is more together in his understanding of power, the way, and he says, for Foucault, power never exists. You have to say exercise of power, always power relations. I think Nietzsche would agree with that, but he has lots of other ideas. All right, so some of the things, okay, if I said it, I will skip it. Are always in power relations. That's the gay science, aphorism 13. Even when we benefit or help each other or hurt each other, they're always power relations. The second one I said, that's daybreak. Now, my friend wants text, so you have here, daybreak 18. That's the feeling of power, a good sort of explanation of what he means. A close association between power and truth, and power and that. For that, you have to look in the will to power. There are lots of sections there. Power is related to taste and temperaments. Now, another thing that we often forget is the power over ourselves. When most people use power, they mean power over others, like the state power. But what about power over yourself, which is also key in Nietzsche? That has to do with self-mastery. It's a big thing. It came up in some of the talks. And power is life, life is power. That's it. Thus spoke Zarathustra. That power is about enhancement. And we must not shun power. I said that already. That's the, for Nietzsche, that's the Christian modern myth to be afraid of power. And because they look at power in a very limited sense. It's the power of the most powerful, either God or the sovereign state or the sovereign ruler. One last thing, I think this came up also in our discussions, active versus reactive forms of power. I guess we already understand that, but Nietzsche introduced that in the genealogy of morals for the first time. Active power is affirmation of life in its fullness, in its multiplicity, and reactive power is denial of life, denial of diversity and multiplicity, a denial of that which is different. And of course, he is going to connect reactive power with a repression of desire. That's the third essay. That's the repression, ascetic idealism. And he will connect it also to guilt. That's the second essay. So, and guilt was also discussed, presented before by Zoe, right? Yes. So the problem of guilt, they're all connected. So basically, So reactivity, we don't know which one comes first, whether guilt or so reactive power, guilt, and aesthetic idealism. Aesthetic idealism is not any form of ascesis, by the way. I know you also talked about ascesis. The type of ascesis that Nietzsche critiques is where the body is repressed, body is denied. Otherwise, ascesis means training, exercise. Yes, we all need exercise, but that one includes bodily functions, that which will not repress desire and the body. And lastly, yes, we must cultivate the power of creativity. That's the artistic power that promotes active forms of power. So then, of course, this brings us to the question of artistic power and plasticity. So I would say, in a maybe tentative way, that arts, especially when there's free artistic expression, I would tend to say that arts promote active forms of power. Of course, you would probably question me, what about in, I don't know, highly ideological societies, very closed societies, arts could serve the state, yes, and they could also promote reactivity along with the dominant form of power that, let's say, that totalitarian regime promotes. So yes, I would not dispute it, but when arts have their own sovereignty, I would say that they would promote active forms of power. So, well, basically, we have problems because we have inherited these patriarchal structures, what we can call reactive forms of power, and there's an imposition from a top to bottom. So Zorkner and many other posthumanists, they question these sort of top to bottom structures which remove sovereignty from us, from individuals, and disable us to exercise our own power. Yes, I am with them. I think that's a very much Nietzschean point. And the question is how we can empower ourselves and through different ways, including arts. New technologies provide us new ways of empowering ourselves. That also connects to discussion on posthumanism. And we have to look into new forms of enhancement and how these new technological forms of enhancements operate with power, especially active forms of power. And Stefan brings up the crypto art, digital media for artistic creations. I'm in agreement. I think that's a Nietzschean direction. As I said earlier, we should not limit artistic expression to already established media. So new media are also outlets for artistic creations. And of course, we need to consider total artworks removed from their totalitarian connotations. In fact, Stefan also works on that. I also work on this. I think we both agree that we need total artworks. Basically, a total artwork is when all arts come together. All available arts that exist at the time come together in their syncretic unity so that they would give examples for how unity of all arts or unity of diversity works in arts, in creativity. This is not to say that we don't need or want individual arts, but that we also need these types of total artworks that show us how arts come together in their synthetic, organic unity. Film approaches theater in the classical sense. Theater was the best form of total artwork, where all arts came together. But theater declined, film emerged. Film brings almost all arts except for live acting. So that's the only thing missing in film. I'm talking about early, mid-20th century. Clearly, since then, we have different media, digital media, we have video arts, the installation arts, so we have different performance arts. So then, but to me, and that's what I argue for in my previous book on spectacle, that we need a total art, Gesamtkunstwerk, total artworks that bring all arts together. and also show how active power works, like active forces within the realm of art and creativity. For this, if you want to explore what active versus reactive force and power mean, you would have to read Deleuze's interpretation of Nietzsche and philosophy. All right, so just to conclude, well, if we follow Nietzsche's works, power is first and foremost power of creation. So for that, we have to look into aesthetics and to try to understand what artistic power could mean, what also plasticity could mean, and how the Apollonian and the Dionysian come into the picture in arts, and how art, among other fields, is a way of channeling our psychosomatic drives, and how we can sublimate our drives into artworks. This is sublimation, channeling, and transfiguration. Sublimation appears in Nietzsche's works, sublimiering, the same, but what also appears is transfiguration. This, in German, that's Verklärung, the German word, but Nietzsche also uses a Latin word, transfiguration. So basically, the difference between sublimation, which is used a lot in psychoanalysis, and transfiguration is transfiguration, you channel it to a higher realm. There you include also overhumanliness, because now you are channeling it, your higher self, to a higher realm. And we can transfigure them, transfigure our drives into works of creation. They could be your own self, values, institutions, or works of art. And we need to understand how power works, and these different modalities of power that I mentioned, or that's in Nietzsche, active versus reactive, and not only the way we work on ourselves, on our own effects, Spinoza, that's the Spinoza word that Nietzsche uses, but also in our effectivity. The effect is what in a way comes from us, that they go to our psychosomatic drives, but effectivity is how effects resonate in their community, right? If I do something to someone and how I get a response, that's effectivity. And I don't think that is in Spinoza. I'm not sure if that's a later coinage, but it's an important one because that shows the collective dimension of effects and emotions. Molding, transforming through plasticity, artistic power, through active forms of power, all of these remain the fundamental teaching of Nietzsche, and we can learn in the age of posthumanism. And of course, we are faced with many problems, but the way to go is to overcome outdated notions and traditions and become creative and thoughtful. And one finds many things, many ideas, insights in Nietzsche's works for all of these things, as we discovered in this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jonas, for the wonderful presentation. Now, for any questions in the room, yeah, jump on it.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. And I would like to know how you see, you talked about art, but how you see the status of science in this Apollonian and Dionysian controversy, right? Because at first glance, science is purely an Apollonian activity, and in Foucault terms, it is about the order of things, right? But on the other hand, Nietzsche has clear references to the fact that modern science has revealed the nihilistic nature of the world. For example, when he talks about Copernicus, and he says that exactly he pushed humanity towards nihilism and devaluation. I mean, the human of themselves, right? So, in some sense, and perhaps in the deepest sense, in my opinion, science can be seen as a Dionysian practice. But moreover, and the ontology of becoming, that ontology, it is on which the modern science is grounded, would testify this, in my opinion. So, I would like to know, what do you think about this controversy between between science and art, and at the same time between these two different worldviews, maybe we can say. I mean, Dionysian and Apollonian. So, thank you.
Good question. It's a big topic in Nietzsche from the beginning to the end, even in the birth of tragedy. I guess Nietzsche would envision a Dionysian science, as you put it. So what he calls gay science. So for that, we have to go to his notion of gay science. It's from his middle work. It's in a way a big turning point in Nietzsche's philosophy. So what he means by gay science, a term that he borrowed from the troubadours of Occitan, the Fröhliche Wissenschaft, but gay saber is the Occitan term. So how can we promote a joyful science or Dionysian science that is connected with nature, that is not based on ultra-rationalism, that still recognizes other fields of culture, and does not, because according to Nietzsche, modern culture is very much highly scientific, and it neglected all other things, including arts. By modernity, I mean from, let's say, 1600 to 1800s. Okay, after that is postmodern. So I have a broader understanding of postmodernity. So basically, historically, postmodernity starts with the Industrial Revolution. So basically, you have to understand how a joyful science would be possible that also understands that all things we do are interpretations. There is no objectivity. Objectivity is just a really dangerous fiction. There is nothing objective. Whether it's scientific or not, I know you say, whatever, law of gravity. But the thing is, okay, it is the law of gravity is important for us if we study science. I mean, it fits with all other things. What we call true fits with all other things. So it is still an interpretation, I have to say. And Nietzsche would agree with me, because he says there are no facts, all interpretations. So the Dionysian science has to respect all other fields, has to be connected to nature. That brings us to posthumanism and the problems with our climate crises, and has to get rid of these archaic, obsolete notions that are not good for life, like belief in objectivity, no factuality. There are no facts. They're all interpretations. Because this objectivity idea is very dangerous. It's a dangerous transcendentalism. You can then claim anything is objective, but that's it. What I hold to be objective is true, and that's my truth. And then your truths are no longer true, and that's not Nietzsche. There are multiple truths. So I hope I gave you at least 3 or 4 ideas, but gay science is where we should look at to understand Nietzsche's new understanding of sciences.
We have a question in the back as well.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's okay. Gosh, that was really delightful. Thank you so much. I mean, I think I'm going to see if I can put this into words. I think that what you're suggesting, and that many others have suggested during the conference, is that there is a kind of pleasure in imagining, in engaging with this, with the plasticity of our worlds, with our plasticity of also multiple interpretations, that we can approach also struggle through this aesthetic embodied approach. But then it occurred to me, or a little alarm bell rung, and I was thinking about Walter Benjamin and his warning at the end of the mechanical reproduction piece about the aestheticization of politics, that can also lead to fascism. There's a way in which I think art can also, how to put this, or maybe it's this mimetic force, right, in art, this kind of this drive to represent. And when you have a kind of mimetic unity, it can superimpose itself on these other interpretations. Does that make sense? That this idea that when you aestheticize or when you approach political problems with this kind of it can begin as a creative excess. Think also about like the revolution in Russia, right? In the 1920s, what people were doing, how they were living, how they were kind of reorganizing not only their political system, but also rethinking or trying to rethink family structures, all these things that you've been touching on, also human emotions from the top down. And then all of that just gets crushed, right? So do you see what I mean? There's a way in which there's always this danger of that just tipping and getting and putting us in a place where we have just this sort of single representation, where mimesis becomes a kind of controlling or dominant force. So I wonder,
No, I mean, that's a good question. Thank you. I think when those who aestheticized politics, like the futurists who glorified war, they went in the wrong direction. That's a Nietzschean direction. For one thing, Nietzsche was not a warmonger. I don't think he does talk about war fighting, but as I argued in my previous Nietzsche book, it's all about competition. It's channeling our destructive instincts into contest rather than war, because war ends all struggle, right? Because we kill each other, it ends. Life is a struggle, but in contest, in agon, that's a Greek word, we struggle all the time. So he's not a warmonger. He would not, I don't think he would glorify wars and all that. So aestheticization of politics, I don't think is to me, I don't think is the Nietzschean way of looking at life or politics. For Nietzsche, all things are creative, all things. He understands aesthetics in a very broad way. Life itself is creation. We are created, and in that way, by becoming creative, we can also justify the fact that we are created beings. So it goes really to the ontology of creation. So it's not about state or politics. So I don't think Nietzsche would agree, or this futuristic glorification of war I do not think it's a Nietzschean way. That's at least my position. I hope there's that a response also by way of Benjamin, because Benjamin also talks about the futurists. Yeah.
I wasn't meaning to imply that this was a danger that comes from Nietzsche. It's just more a danger that comes with art, with mimesis is maybe more what I'm trying to say. That there's a way in which there is a drive to one single representation, one single way of sort of representing, and socialist realism, and that kind of. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, the danger with mimetic art, you mean?
With mimetic art, exactly. That there's this lurking danger in mimesis. So actually, I think maybe I've answered my own question now, because I think what you're suggesting is that art must be plastic in that way, that it must sort of be, a gesamt.
Post-mimetic, if I could
post-mimetic.
use it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. But you are right that the mimetic or mimesis or mimetic art dictates on us as to how we should perceive art, and that is not Nietzschean. That's not. Anyway.
Thank you, Yunus, for a very, very insightful and rich lecture. I was interested in your statement about total artwork. Why that? Not merely, that you said, I think there should be total artwork. And I'm wondering about the kind of form of unity that exhibits, because you mentioned synthetic unity. I mean, is this some kind... I think what I had in mind was that a lot of what I associate with modernism and the avant-garde was about unpicking the supposed naturalness of the unity of the art through various forms of constitutive disassociation, such as, in the work of Cage or Duchamp. And my kind of worry was that there's a sort of, perhaps a kind of conservative anti-modernist element to this emphasis on the Gesamtkunstwerk. But am I misreading that? I mean, is something in posthumanism also anti-modernist?
Anti-modern, well, it depends. Everyone has their own understanding of modernity. So we would be here all night. But, by at least modernity in postmodern discourse, we understand the period of subjectivity pretty much philosophically speaking, right, from Descartes all the way until Hegel.
Yeah.
Philosophically speaking, that's how I understand modernity. And then there's postmodernity.
Okay, I probably should have said modernism, but
I see. Okay, I see. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because in a sense, modernism seems to be about questioning the organicism, for example.
Right.
And I'm not sure that organicism is a strictly post-humanist value, or what kind of ground like ontological ground there could be for organicism in the arts.
Yeah.
You're looking at it from a post-humanist point of view.
Well, I guess I would say organicism would be mostly, I would say, postmodern, posthumanistic.
Mm.
And then it also applies to total artwork, where, just like how human beings, we are organic and inorganic, and how we sort of have to learn how to coexist with all other beings. Similarly, different kinds of arts, within the concept of arts, how different arts could coexist in an organic way, right? So that's the idea of total artwork.
Yeah, so I think there is this inherent anti-modernism there,
Yes,
perhaps. Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Yes.
So I have two questions, actually. My first question is about, I was just wondering if you could say a bit on the place of philosophy as art in Nietzsche's thought, because on several occasions Nietzsche said philosophy is an art of life or living. And my second question is about kind of a spiritualization of will to power. So Nietzsche says philosophy is the most spiritual will to power. So does it imply that there can be unspiritual will to power as well? And how do they differ, actually?
Well, okay, Nietzsche has a lot of writings on how these different fields of culture function, especially in his early thoughts. Later, they'll be transformed. Basically, he reflects a lot on philosophy, religion, mythology, arts, and sciences. So I could at least highlight 4 fields or areas of culture that are fundamental in Nietzsche, in early writings. So they all have their own space, and they all have their own specific function for culture making, and we should not reduce one to the other. So the number one. So I know the one main problem for many of us today would be the question of religion, but anyway, I don't want to get into that. It's very complicated. I think there's room for mythology in Nietzsche, maybe a new kind of mythology. So, and eternal return is part of that. So I want to leave that as a question mark. But coming back to philosophy and art, they have their own domain, but then they could also work together. So basically, but they have their own specific functions. Philosophy is about thinking, raising questions, and art is about creativity. But then these two things become very prominent in Nietzsche's writings in such a way that he even coins the term artist philosopher. But then he doesn't really dismiss the scientists either. Sciences also play a big role in Nietzsche, but he does have a different conception. Then myth, another one, Zarathustra is a myth maker. So all these have their own functions, but yet they also interact with one another. The problem is, okay, medievals, it's all religion. They suppress all other things, arts, minimal, sciences, no. So modernity become very scientific. I would say put arts at the bottom. Even look at Descartes. He doesn't even talk about imagination. Only pure intellection. What happened to imagination? No, there's no place in Descartes. You read it, you show it to me. So basically, Kant is the first, really, to bring imagination to prominence, crucial for the arts. So basically, arts are suppressed. So the question is, how can we sustain all these different fields? For that, you need to be agonistic, as I argue in my Nietzsche book, so that you sustain that which is different. So you have to be active rather than reactive, because they all have their own functions for life, preserving healthy, robust cultures. So your second question on spiritualization, what was it? Spiritualization, I cannot pronounce. Spiritualization, yeah, and the will to power. Well, the Vergeistlichung, I think, is the term, right, in German. So to make something spiritual, Geist also means culture. So it's simply, I think the phrase appears in Twilight of the Idols, how we could channel our instincts and desires, not to repress them, but to give shape to them, to externalize them, to give shape. That's to form them, to give shape, like we're using our plastic power, not to repress, not to go crazy with them, not to externalize them out of context, but rather externalize or sublimate them in their own context. I think that would be the Nietzschean way of doing it, and that's where you manifest your power, will to power.
Okay, we're going to take one more question. After that, we're going to have to jump on you in this after.
Yeah, yes. If I have any brains left. Yeah. All right.
I'm very glad that you talk about Kandinsky, and I'm very interested in your position on Nietzsche and the Russians, because this year I had the revelation that, in The Twilight of the Idols, Nietzsche says that evil people don't have songs, but why Russians do? And this year, I mean, since the outburst of the war, this is something crucial for us. It's not an abstract question. And I was thinking about on this supremacy of Dionysian superhuman, super being. So it's in the same book, in The Twilight of the Idols, in fragment 45 or so, he talks about Dostoevsky, which Nietzsche considers is the only psychologist. And he has a very interesting theory there, which it's somehow, I don't know, it's too much saying, a dialectic of Dionysian and Apollonic. So he says that each form of each deviation, the criminal. So Dostoevsky has the criminal type. Okay. And he says that each form each artist, each genius, has a previous state when he's that criminal. He says something about the sepulchral atmosphere, that somehow from that atmosphere it emerges something different. And he also says that what we cherish now someday will be outdated. And I was very interested in your position on Russians, because it's very now something. It's not political. It's political also, and it's also artistic, of course.
Yeah. Look, I mean, a couple of things. First, Nietzsche was influenced by some of the Russian writers.
Yeah.
Primarily Dostoevsky. He liked Dostoevsky's psychology very much. The second thing, the thing about nihilism or nihilism, Turgenev, I think, coined the term. Dostoevsky used it, and then Nietzsche borrowed it from also Russian literature. So there are at least two connections. Now, as for Nietzsche and Dostoevsky, there are lots of common elements that actually takes us back to Zoe's talk on guilt, because there's a big room in Nietzsche for transgression. We actually, if you read all the way from the beginning to the end, it is transgression that makes us who we are. And Dostoevsky also recognized the importance of transgression, although we are not going to simulate or emulate all of Dostoevsky's transgressive type, like Raskolnikov, but there's much to learn. That, okay, to use maybe a phrase that Nietzsche may not like, there is sacred transgression, or to put it in another way, over-humanly transgressions that are not only good for culture, but that many culture makers engage in. You know, Christ was a transgressor, right? We forget even culture makers were once transgressors. Transgressions make us who we are. But then in the Abrahamic religions, we take a negative position on transgression. We do not tolerate any transgression whatsoever, as opposed to, let's say, Greek mythology, where transgressions were allowed even by gods, like the Zeus-Prometheus dynamics that Nietzsche talks about. So the birth of tragedy, he starts right in the birth of tragedy. There's active transgression in Greek mythology, which may also exist in Hinduism, as opposed to what he calls passive sin in case of Adam and Eve. So basically, it's a contrast. Transgressions happen. We are transgressive. The question is the kinds of transgressions that we must pursue that would uplift us and also uplift our culture. So that's in agreement with Dostoevsky.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, I also think that it was so normal for Nietzsche to love Dostoevsky because Dostoevsky doesn't have only the criminal type. So he has Rogozhin, he has Strahovin,
Right.
but then he has those Alyosha, Mushkin, and so on, which
Yeah.
are quite apolitical.
Yes.
One might say.
Yeah.
So the Stavrovin and so on, the nihilists from the demons, they are quite some criminals. There are some sick superhumans, so to say.
But
That's how we see them.
there are also mystical transgressors like Sonia in Crime and Punishment.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, they're the mystical transgressor.
Yes.
Because she is, by profession, she's a transgressor.
Yes.
But yet she's probably the most mystical figure in the. Yeah. Anyway, it's a big topic: crime and punishment and guilt.
Thank you.
And it's. But anyway, so.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
We're
you.
out of time. I appreciate all the engagement.
Yeah, thank you.
Eunice,
Yes.
your talk was
Yeah.
awesome. Just
Yeah.
look what it created here.
Yeah. Thank you all. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Yunus. Thank you, everyone. Yes, we must close the conference. So there were two very, very intense days with many talks on different topics in the field of the posthuman. And yes, it has been a wonderful conference, and I very much enjoyed listening all the talks. And I want to thank you to all the participants, to all the speakers for delivering such interesting ideas and intellectually stimulating topics and so on and so forth. And yes, I have a very long thank you list. So I started with the speakers, and I'm coming to the keynote speakers, and we have today Yunus Tuncel.
Thank you.
And thank you, Yunus,
Thanks
for
to you.
honoring us with your presence,
Thank you.
with your wonderful talk. And thank you, Stefan Lorenz-Sorner, for honoring us with his presence and with his ideas and talks. And now I'm coming to my wonderful team. And yes, it was a teamwork. And I have to admit that I couldn't realize this conference without you guys. So I just want to bring you on the stage. All of us come here. Because everyone wants to know all my wonderful work, my wonderful time.
And maybe can I have a picture?
So
Yeah.
it's
Let me-
a part. I'm
Hold
not
on, wait.
all of them,
Let's
but
let me. Hold on.
yes. So
Some, yeah.
thank
Let me.
you, thank
yeah,
you
let's,
everyone
all right, let's.
for helping me. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
also want to thank all the organizers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And of course, thank you to Professor Ciprian Mihaly, not
Thank
here
you.
with
Thank you.
us, but thank you for his support with all this technology, who helped us to connect with the speakers from China, India. So thank you, Professor Ciprian Mihaly. And a big thank you, of course, to Babeş Boy University and Triben Publishing for their invaluable support with many of the organizational details. So until next year, thank you and goodbye. I hope that next year we'll meet again at the new conference series. I'm planning, I have some plans in my mind. So all of you, you are on my list. So,
All right.
thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
If there is somebody else who wants to say something, I give the floor.
Just one
Yes.
a very small criticism. I think PowerPoints are useful, especially when they are presenting online. It's very difficult to follow when the presenter reading very fast. Just a little thing. It's,
It's
I
a
mean,
good
especially
feedback.
when our minds are already full of ideas, it becomes so difficult to really follow fast talk. At least for me. I don't know about everyone else, but just as from my end, just a
Yes,
small
all
criticism
feedbacks are
for,
more than welcome.
Otherwise,
So
everything is really wonderful.
yes, thank you, Yunus. Okay.
And thank you, Aura, because we are all here because of you. Thanks for everything you've done, and happy to be here with you.
So.
Okay, good night.
Until later. Thank you. Thanks for helping with technology.
Let's have a photo.
Yes, joint photo.
Just don't leave me.
So, the photo here or photo? Okay,
In front of
okay.
the university.
Okay, all right. Okay.